Good morning and welcome on into the stream, ladies and gentlemen, for the CCT Series number 3, the continuation of the playoffs. I am Bluescale, joined by Hairy Freak, and we are here to provide the action for the first series of the day. And it will be Mouse versus Passion UA. How are you feeling about this series here, Harry?
I'm not gonna be predicting anything until I see the draft. Yesterday, all of the series, I thought it was gonna be Hydra winning, they lost. I thought Nightpulse are gonna be winning, they lost. Mouse versus Avulus and 1W versus DMS, I guess that was within expectations, but I wasn't on those series casting them. So I think that my opinion before I see the draft is irrelevant. So I'm just gonna be keeping it to myself. Just kidding, of course. Mouse versus Passion, and Mouse are coming in as the favorites. Let's not kid ourselves.
Yeah, 100%. Like, I feel like everyone's just going to be naturally leaning towards Mouse in this one for sure as an invited team. And the fact that Passion UA only really just about made it through the actual group stage of this tournament, only winning 2 out of 4 of their series. So really did just scrape by. I mean, actually, when you actually look at wins to losses, they actually had 4 map wins and 5 losses. So it's like they even managed to get through on a negative win rate, which is kind of strange to hear, but apparently they managed to do it. But they have been able to push themselves a little bit more forward here in this tournament. Obviously, they got knocked down in the first phase from 1-win team, but then managed to beat up Hydra to face up against Mouse now in the lower brackets. But again, it is now lower brackets, so it's the do or die time. It will be either Mouse or Passion UA going out after this series.
They're probably cursing their luck, right? Well, what the hell is going on? First we play versus the first directly invited team, then we go into the lower bracket and think, oh, now it's gonna be a little bit easier, and then somebody knocks Mouse down. Right? It's not ideal. It's not a envious position for them to be in, but they did beat Hydra, a team they did lose to in the group stages 2-0. They beat them 2-0 yesterday, showing some growth, showing that they know what's up. Mouse is going to be a much tougher opponent, but nobody's unbeatable, Bluescale.
Definitely not. I mean, especially until we see the draft. But again, I feel like all the other games that we've cast together, Harry, we see a draft coming out. We absolutely love one team's draft, and then they still end up losing. Like, be it the caster curse or just some weird Dota 2 shenanigans going on, who damn well knows. But we'll have a look at the lineups. Obviously, this is the Mouse squad, and this is going to be their 3rd series of the tournament. So we'll see if they're going to be able to keep themselves going here. Yeah, these guys have been doing pretty decently up in like the pro scene right now, but obviously being knocked down to lower brackets, not where they want it to be.
Not really, but you know, they did win the first series convincingly, fighting off versus Avulus, who have been looking really good in some qualifiers as well, where they're even higher tier teams. I don't want to say necessarily stronger, but more consistent, let's say. And they still do well. So Avulus beating Mouse 2-1, it's not out of the realm of expectation. But you know, coming back to your statement about we make a prediction after the draft and we tend to be wrong. It is a skill issue, Bluescale, right? There is a skill that we are lacking, a skill to understand who's gonna win before it happens. But it's fine. We'll do better.
There's a reason why we're on this side of the tournament. You know, we're not the ones playing. You once upon a time were, Harry, but you know, this is where we lie now. Unfortunately, we just have to talk about the other people playing the games. It's that classic case of, you know, if you can, you do. If you can't, you teach. If you can't teach, you just talk about stuff. That's how it works.
No. If you can't teach, you play. That's the idea, right? Because it's much better and much more fulfilling to give knowledge to the younger generation than to win games. Believe me.
That's very true. I don't know if people would really want my knowledge. You know, I think they probably just end up tanking a lot of MMR. But you know,
well, weren't you like 6K immortal? Like, what the hell? That's like top 1%. Let's go.
Yeah, but MMR's fine. But I mean, Lord, when I try and explain stuff, it's atrocious. It's not good. Just yeah, watch YouTube videos. I'd say that's probably better than listening to me. But we'll look at now the roster here of UA Passion, or Passion UA, sorry. And there are some pretty decent players on this team, seen varied success, but you know, overall, they're really just kind of scraping by so far.
Yeah, very new on the block. Eastern Europe does produce quite a lot of newish players. I'd say the most in the scene in Russia, Ukraine, and some of the other smaller countries in Eastern Europe. There is still a big popularity of Dota, and it is why we're getting these new teams where you're like, who the hell is Babodi? And then Babodi comes in and punches everybody in the face and wins games, right? So you do get to learn who he is really, really fast. And coming back to that, a lot of people have came to my country, like from Russia, from Ukraine. And now when you go into the PC game club, everybody is screaming in Russian and they are playing Dota, right? That's how it goes. It used to be everybody was playing League or CS. Now our PC game clubs are full of Dota players. Yeah, that's how popular it is.
That's what we love to see as well. I mean, exactly. I feel kind of like I miss out. Obviously, we don't have many of those in the UK at all. We don't have any like decent LAN cafes where people could just group up and play games and stuff. Like, we're a solitary people. We like to just sit in our rooms and not converse with others unless we've got a drink in our hands. In which case, that's the only time we go out.
Is that the case even in, let's say, bigger cities, or is that like overall?
I mean, even in bigger cities, like the sort of gaming cafes you have are just morely like, rented out for kids' parties and stuff, where they just play like Call of Duty and all that sort of thing. Like, there's not really any hardcore esports cafes, it's sad to see.
It is what it is. We are in that time where it's more likely that you're playing from your home. But yeah, I do kind of miss. I don't know if it was the different back in the day in UK. We had a lot more of them, or they were more full with people. Nowadays, when everybody has really good connection, really good PCs, it is very unlikely they're going to be paying good money to sit in a PC gaming cafe.
No, like we had one, I think, in the town where I grew up, and then that shortly closed. So like the only little glimmer we had of it, and then it got stripped away from us, which is very sad to see. But maybe like I said, one day it might start creeping up. Obviously, with the growth of esports in general, I feel like eventually it is going to sort of hit that top popularity, and maybe we'll start getting some more. But it looks like there's some. I think there's a Dota update or something like that, and the lobby now has to restart. I guess we'll probably have to restart as well. What? New update, 7.38? Can you imagine?
Yep. And a new bug. A new Midas bug. God. Now, if you buy a Midas, then stand up, do a backflip, and then buy a new Midas, it will refresh the cooldown, and you're going to be able to get the extra gold. But at least that will be taking away like 1 or 2% of Dota players that can't do a backflip because everybody else is awesome.
Yeah, I don't know if I could do a backflip.
Then you cannot abuse the bug. You're a problem.
That's very true. I don't like to abuse bugs. Mainly because I never really know they're going on. But even still, I think that's a pretty short. That was a tiny ass update. I don't even know what that was about. It did nothing.
It might be a bug update. Bug updates usually you don't need much to improve them. I mean, I'm not a programmer, but I have an idea of how it works, and maybe a small change can fix your problem. Sometimes it can't.
Hopefully so. No bugs here required. But again, once everybody filters on back into the lobby, we'll be able to start the game and get things going. There's only a couple of players missing, which shouldn't take too long at all. I mean, there's one thing I want to say here, Harry, is that when you actually look at the sheer amount of games played in 7.37, Pash and UA have actually played quite a lot more than Mouse. So do you think maybe that sort of, extra competitive familiarity with this patch can potentially give them a slight edge here? Or do you think Mouse just make up for that in sheer amount of scrims?
Well, we never know how much they're scrimming, right? So it's hard to say. But it is an advantage for sure, right? If you have played more games, if you have been able to practice what you have been theorizing more, obviously it is going to be an advantage. Is it going to be enough of an advantage? Of course, we don't know until the games really start. And also, Passion UA might not be a team that Mouse necessarily are going to be scouting so much. I don't know what kind of a team Mouse has behind them, how many analysts, how many people who are scouting your enemies. But if they don't have a really huge amount, or maybe they're on a break, right? Currently people are going to the seaside enjoying themselves and stuff, then maybe those games, the negative part from it, from Passion UA, is not going to be present, and only the positive part of you practicing more and more is going to be coming out as an advantage for them, a potential advantage that could allow them to win the series.
Well, fingers crossed they're at least able to make it extremely competitive. I mean, I feel like everybody coming into this series is just going to be naturally favouring Mouse for sure, due to just a bit more experience, well-rounded team, and just performance so far. But, everybody loves an underdog situation. Like, sometimes you could root for them if they're able to put some really good games out there. We'll have to wait and see. And yeah, it all just comes down to potentially how this draft is actually going to end up going down. It seems like Passion UA playing a heck of a lot of Hoodwink and Wind Ranger, stuff like that. So do you think, as a result, Mals are just going to look at their top played, just ban those instead and sort of forget about it? Or are they just going to go down like the meta hero list, do you think?
Well, Passion UA, they do play a decent amount of meta as well. I mean, Wind Ranger is meta. The Sand King is meta, let's say. I'd say if you're afraid of the Wind Ranger, you pick a Shadow Demon. If the Shadow Demon gets banned, then you think about if you're going to be leaving it in, maybe picking up an Enchantress. The thing is, heroes that are very, very meta and haven't been figured out so far, you ban them if the enemy plays them well. And heroes that there might be solid counters to within the hero pool that is currently deemed strong, then you let it through as well, right? I would assume Mouse is not going to be doing anything super out of the box.
Yeah. They've had pretty good success lately, so they'll probably just stick to what they know. Why not? Not really any need to branch out into too crazy of a situation. But yeah, it looks like everybody is back in the lobby, so I believe we should be starting any damn second now. Get this game on the roll, or on the way, I should say. Actually, just looking at a lot of Mouse's, their most recently played and picked heroes, like, they don't actually have that great of a win rate, do they? It's like they've played Marcy 6 times, they've not won a single game with that. They've played Dragon Knight 6 times, they've only won 1 game. It's like, it's kind
Marcy's
of
not
crazy
winning,
to see.
man. Marcy's just not winning. Dragon Knight is, though. I think that's an interesting stat that they haven't been winning with it, especially because it's even such a good first pick, not gonna lie, because of the flexibility. But yeah, Mouse, they did hit their stride in this year. Now are at the moment struggling. I can't put my finger on it what it is, but these are the players that have been in the scene for a very long time, and usually when those players don't make it through and are actually considered pretty solid, that means that consistency is the issue. And this is the deal with Mouse. Did they burn out? Did they not practice enough now? I'm not sure what it is. We would have to talk to the players directly, but overall, it is the current situation for them. Still coming into this series either way, even with Passion UA maybe at their best ever and Mouse at their maybe even worst from what it was happening in this year, I still think they are considered the favorite.
Yeah, I agree. It's just like sometimes you just have kind of an unsuccessful run with a hero. We'll see what Mouse is going to do. Do you think they might just start picking up, trying to improve on it, or say like they can play it, or do you think as a result they might just, for the rest of this tournament, completely ignore the Dragon Knight, just be like, clearly it's not working for us in this patch. Let's just say he doesn't exist and just, play our game as normal.
So, here's the thing. Out of the Mouse lineup, I've only ever personally, I can't even say met, I've seen Supreme, we were in the same LAN. He doesn't seem like he's stubborn, right? They don't give me that vibe. So I don't know if they are stubborn, then they're gonna be, we can win with this one for sure. But I do believe they are more in the humble territory as players, so they're probably gonna be scraping it and then just going for something else.
That does make a lot of sense. But, draft is now underway, so let's see what these two teams end up doing. Mal's already chucked out the bans. There is the Shadow Demon, the Pango, Nature's Prophet, and the Sand King. So potentially trying to set up for that Wind Ranger themselves, as you were mentioning early on. Meanwhile, Passion UA so far, Primal Beast and the Doom, so mainly focusing on towards those position 3s against Force. We'll see if they're going to take away another one or not.
I'd say ban Enchantress. Okay, they ban out the Rubik. I'd pick an Omni. Yep, there it is. But they do leave an Enchantress if you want to have that purge available. Now this is gonna be a rough one for Mouse because you have to be thinking about banning out that Wind Ranger, which goes really well with the Omni laning wise and throughout the game, or you pick it up for yourself. And it's not ideal to already know which hero you have to ban, and you only have one ban available in the next phase.
Yeah, definitely true. I mean, has Mouse actually played much Wind Ranger? Okay, apparently they played it 3 times. Only won 1 game as well. Like, damn, they seem to have so many negative win rates actually on a lot of these heroes, which is kind of crazy. But they're not going to go for it. Instead, they will go for the Squirrel. And yeah, most likely with that final ban, as you're mentioning, I see they're probably just going to chuck that on the Wind Ranger for sure.
We'll see. You do have first pick in the second phase on Mouse, so you could go for something like that, or a hero that's going to be countering her, somebody who buys a blade mill naturally wouldn't be too bad. You know, there are options always in the draft. It just comes down to where they want to take it. Coming back to Mouse and their results, I mean, they've been playing some top-tier tournaments. Not gonna lie, playing versus some top-tier teams is not easy, especially when you're the underdog. Obviously, your results are gonna be looking bad, so I don't think stats are a real representation of this team's strengths. If not, they might just be a portfolio that shows how good they are, considering they made it to play versus the top teams in the world.
Yeah, no, that's very true. I mean, I feel like, not to be mean or anything, but it might be a little bit of time before Passion UA could potentially be up in that situation to be contending against those big players.
That is so mean.
It is very mean to say, but you know, sometimes you just got to be a little bit realistic. But yeah, they do ban out that Wind Ranger, and it's actually going to be Alina as the second pick here for Mouse.
Yep, that is also a good deny pick. But considering that they ban out the Wind Ranger, it's quite nice. You're gonna have to find good ways to protect this Lina. Maybe something like a Kunkka. I'm not familiar if they play something like that. But yeah, I went onto Mouse's Wikipedia page and I'm looking at their losses. Right, Waska, 1W, OG, Aviolus, Dandelions, Team T. Right, that is pretty huge. And then you have PSG Quest. They beat Nouns, right? Lost to Liquid, lost to Extreme Gaming, lost to Entity or Cloud9, right? Those are some big names. Them losing means absolutely nothing. There will be a Centaur Mirana though, and this is such a good drafting approach from Passion UA. Why? Because Mirana can be both 4 and 1. You don't know, and they can do whatever the hell they want with it. It lanes well with the Centaur. It lanes well with the Omninate. It's just a perfect way to open up your draft and keep things hidden for that 18 pick to just surprise Mouse even more.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, I've seen the Mirana carry played actually a couple of times already here in the CCT, and I think it's actually won both times, at least the games that I've done it. And Mouse, they go in for the Marcy. Ooh, all right.
Stubborn it seems.
It is. So they're going to try and see if they can get, their 7th time playing this hero. Can they finally get a win on it here, Harry? I mean, it's a very interesting position to put themselves in for sure.
It's still a good hero to go with Lina, right? And you have 2 very strong side lanes. If you look at Mouse, with some potential for Lina to go to the mid lane, but pretty much nobody plays it there at the moment. I don't know if somebody has flexed this hero at all, but it is always a possibility. You never know when somebody's gonna get an idea. Supreme back in the day played a decent amount of Lina.
Yeah, it could really swap around. We'll have to see where they're going to end up doing it. Obviously, Mouse do have the advantage of having the overall final pick here of the draft, so maybe they might leave it as that slight bit of flex just to see what their mid lane matchup's going to be. But Passion UA looking for their 4th pick. I imagine it's probably going to be their mid laner themselves, right? Considering how they probably want to leave this Mirana as the flex for the position 4 or carry, to give themselves those extra few options. But already down to just 25 seconds of reserve time, so not really leaving themselves a lot of wiggle room.
Not really. Could you go for something like a Puck? Then ban the tanky mid laners like a Dragonite and stuff. I wouldn't hate that. for Passion UA, but they get themselves a Morphling, revealing that this Mirana is most likely going to be a support. We have seen mid Miranas though. Even from Passion UA, yesterday versus Hydra, the mid Mirana crushed it, right? So not impossible for them to run it there. Niche, he was beyond godlike, didn't die a single time, crushed the SF in the mid lane. Would be cool if they attempt to do it again.
Yeah, we'll just have to wait and see where they are eventually going to put this hero. But Passion UA, they do decide to take away the puck. They're pretty sure that Miles' final pick is going to be for their mid, which does seem quite likely. One thing I will mention is that maybe Passion UA kind of lacking in like solid, reliable stuns. All they really have so far is the Centaur Stomp, which obviously it's a slow one to do, so people can react with BKBs. Very hard to catch people unawares with that one. And then really it's just the Mirana Arrow. So potentially their final pick is going to have to address that option of actually giving them some control, some actual ways of locking people down here.
Yeah, that is true. That is true. Could be a problem. That's why I thought something like a puck would be a good way to go. But you know, if it's a mid laner or a 4, which is pretty much what they're lacking, those heroes tend to give you lockdown, right? So it's not going to be that big of a deal. I'm thinking, what would they want? Some burst stun would be nice because Lina hates being bursted down. Something like a Techies wouldn't be too bad. And a lot of Eastern European teams tend to want to pick that hero up.
Yeah, I mean, it's actually Mal's. They ban out 2 position 5 heroes, so maybe they're thinking that this Omni Knight is going to be the 4 or something like that. It's a pretty interesting way of taking the draft here.
Not necessarily. I think they just think those heroes are going to be a problem in their laning phase. With the Centaur, even they can be played as a 4. I don't necessarily think that Passionate wanted those 2, but they can be a nuisance, especially a Jakiro.
Yeah, Jakiro is just extremely potent nowadays. It does make sense just to get rid of him. Oh, we'll see what Passion UA's choice is going to be. Not even deciding to get to reserve time. Go in for the snap. Okay, so yeah, it does seem like it is going to be that mid lane Miranda then, carry morph.
Exactly.
We'll
I like this, right? It's not a techies, but it does provide some burst. It does provide damage. You do make the Centaur very strong in the lane. You can, if you're Lina, make a mistake and die in this lane quite easily. And we have seen some Centaurs go for the extra damage facet, right? Not go for the horsepower, but the double imp. I don't know what it's called. I need to check right now. But either way, it increases the damage of your double edge significantly, and that would be a big deal. Counter-Strike, yeah.
Okay. So what do you think Mouse is going to go in for? Like, what hero comes to mind for you when you want to have it in this 1v1 matchup against Mirana in the mid?
I wouldn't mind something tanky that can stand his ground, a melee hero to just crush her, because Mirana has a very weird attack animation. Versus some range heroes, you are going to beat them, I think, but melee heroes would crush you. I mean, Dragonite is still in the pool.
Yeah.
Why not? You could go for an Invoker if you want to go for something that builds a vessel, right? Invoker and and let's say a Coddle are a possibility.
Yeah, there's lots of choices that Mouse could go for here. Actually using, quite a lot of their return the time that they have available to them. Not going to feel too rushed. Actually, maybe they could even do something crazy like, I don't know, mid-sniper here. Something like that. Doesn't seem like the worst lineup for it.
Versus a Centaur. Centaur is the only problem. There's the Dragonite. Yep, makes sense. Makes sense. This is a way to make sure that the Mirana doesn't do well in the lane, and I think that's smart because Niche yesterday showed just how good he was when given the solid matchup in the mid lane. Dragonite is not that. This Dragonite is winning the mid lane for sure.
Yeah, 100%. It's going to be a little bit difficult here for Niche to have a good run. But I feel like we've said this many times in a row, like somebody has a favorable matchup, something like that, and still somehow the other person just does a fantastic job.
No, there's no way. There's no way. Like, I'm putting my analyst career on the line here. Like, you are not winning a lane versus a Dragonite unless the supports help you, which Snapfire can do. But to be honest, the rotation of mouse supports might even be better. So no, Supreme is winning this mid lane 100%.
And if somehow Supreme ends up losing it, he's going to be receiving quite a lot of angry messages, I imagine, after this game's over. A couple of little pings coming his way from you.
I have never done that in my life.
Never? Are you sure?
No.
Wow. That's very, very respectful of you.
Like, you noob, how dare you lose that mid lane matchup? I'm putting my knowledge and career on the line, relying on what you're gonna do. And Supreme is gonna be going for the Corrosive Dragon. A lot of people nowadays, they just play the Fire Dragon anyways. I think he's just objectively better. But this does give you that advantage of pushing down towers. And Mirana does like to rotate, so I'm not sure she's going to be rotating that much because the Corrosive Dragon, because you can very easily lose map control.
That is very true. But we'll see if that, little decision ends up benefiting them or not, or whether it might cost them in the long run. We'll have to wait and see as the game is now underway. Let's jump on in, see how this first game of the day is going to go down. Whether or not we might get any sort of 5v5 level 1 plays going on. Always love to see those. They always seem so sluggy and just messy as hell. Always great fun to watch.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. Both of the teams have some potential to go for it. Morphling is not as weak on level 1 as he used to be. He's still pretty weak, but better than what he was like 4 or 5 years ago. Remember that. He was just a goner. His attribute shift level 1 was a disaster.
It's true. Yeah, it was pretty diabolical, but I mean, especially when you consider the fact that Mouse has a stun on every single one of their heroes, which is always extremely good when you try to go for these early fights. And Mouse is actually doing this long wraparound here with the smoke at the south side. If they head up, they might actually bump in towards the OI, and if they could bring down this Morphling at the start, it's going to be a fantastic way to begin the game. We'll see if he does get caught or not.
He's lucky.
Smokes are breaking, and yeah, immediately he just
didn't
runs.
See him. He was smoked up for a little bit longer, and that smoke saved his life. So he does manage to survive. Morph is a pretty fast hero. You look at this wave, he looks like he's not going to be able to move super fast, but he has 315 movement speed. Or actually, that is wrong. He has 315 during nighttime. He is very slow. Yeah, I was surprised he was moving that fast, and now it all makes sense.
Yeah, now back to 285. Considerably slower now. But yeah, he is quite fortunate not to fall prey to that gank. A very short pause there from Supreme, apparently. Maybe he misclicked, who knows. But yeah, Force looking like he's actually just going to try and body block up these creeps, get the pressure underneath the tower. Actually just going to take out the range creep now. Why not?
Yep. So did they block those creeps enough? Well, not, because Flacco did the same thing. Nicely done. Yeah, we're gonna be looking at this mid lane. I think I am sweating already, but
it's alright. It's early days, it's pretty damn even. I'm sure Supreme eventually, once he gets a few of those braces online, he's just gonna feel completely A-okay here. Not really much, as you're saying, Niche should be able to do.
Yep, I still... yesterday I got the Sing Sing vibes from Niche. I don't know how well invested you were in Dota when he was considered one of the best mid laners. The way that he played Mirana, it was so cool. He just gets one last right click on the wave, then he uses the arrow. You don't even see it jump, double star storm, bam bam, he kills you. Right? It was beautiful to be a part of that and watch it.
The glory days, eh? Back when everyone was like having some crazy highlight stuff going on.
Yep. We don't get that many of them now, or we are just used to them, and then we think, oh yeah, he used the glyph to stop him from getting a last hit, which he then got level 6 and killed him. Yeah, very cool. That is expected from Thompson. No, it's not expected, man. It's still awesome.
It really is. Yeah, we're 100% complacent now. I mean, how long's Dota 2 been going for? It's 12 years? No? Something like that?
2010. 2010 it started.
Like 14 years then, yeah. So
yes.
It's been going around a long time, and yeah, maybe we are just so used to these massive plays that potentially we're not as shocked and surprised as we once used to be. I'd still find it quite interesting if you got 5 heroes from the early years of Dota 2 and then playing up against 5 heroes now. I feel like they just get absolutely smashed. Like, every hero seems so much stronger.
Depends. Imagine a Batrider with his lasso from downtown. They nerfed that a billion times and the hero is still irrelevant. So there are heroes, or a Tiny, that used to have a level 1 toss that was 7 seconds cooldown. Not so sure. A lot of the heroes got nerfed, but they've been given options, let's say.
Yeah. I say now, all the heroes they got facets, they got innates, you got ag shards going on. It's like, there's a potential that they could be a lot stronger, but again, yeah, some heroes are definitely worse than they were back then.
Yep, or we get a TI6 Invoker plus Brewmaster, killing your tower in a second. Well, there's,
Oh, there's some fun stuff that's happened throughout the history of Dota.
for sure,
But you know,
for sure.
rather than speaking about the past times, see how this game is currently going down. Not really much pressure coming out from either side so far. If you look at early kills, everybody's just happy to sit back, resume their CSing. So far, it's Yawai who's at the bottom as Force is having a tremendous time so far on this Mars, 18-6.
Yep, every core on the map is doing okay-ish. It is Mouse coming out ahead in mostly every lane, apart from the top lane, but that is to be expected. Centaur has such good animation and such good damage that I cannot see him lose.
Yeah, it feels like Bayuk should be A-okay for sure. And it looks like this mid is pretty much going how you were expecting, Harry. 22-8 to Supreme against the 15-0 of Niche, so definitely going to be limiting quite a lot of the experience going into the Mirana's hand. But when you actually look, there's not a massive amount of experience separating the two of them at this point, which is kind of surprising.
Denies are just not that important nowadays. It's weird. People sometimes don't even care about them. That's how unimportant they are, so much that even the invokers, invoker lanes are kind of the only ones where people focus on it a little bit more.
I mean, do you think they should bring back where, you know, denies would give you a little bit of money? Do you think that would like prioritize it for a few players again, or just change the XP?
I think you should. I remember the days where it really did matter, but I like it better this way because then the matchup in the lane isn't the most important thing, right? It's also how your lineup plays together. The Dota is about mid game, and that is when we see the amazing plays. I think crushing of all three lanes and then losing the game of Dota just wouldn't be as fun.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Oh, up top. Batyuk was tossed underneath the tower, but it's a Centaur with 3 braces. He doesn't really give a crap. He's just going to walk it away. No problem at all. I don't really see him dying in time soon. But speaking of dying, Flacco. No, 2 pressured underneath the tower, but on an Omni Knight, he's easily able to survive through it. All lanes are just so damn tanky. Oh, Spengen actually nearly drops up top there. Super low.
Does survive. Barely, but still survives. And it does count. So, nicely done. You know, this Marcy just doesn't seem strong at the moment. And I'm surprised he didn't get a sidekick. Like, this is... I mean, the spell, right? Not the... not I thought he was going to be getting, like, the bodyguard facet or something. And Omni Knight rotating shows that they want Lina dead. Quite a lot of kill potential here for Passion UA.
Yeah, they're going to try and go for... Oh, toss into the tower, but the cookie just in time for Vernon to get him out of the tower range. Still taking a lot of damage. Looks like Bengu might just die. The power of the hammer comes in from Flacco to secure it. There you go. That's all the rotation needs to do, Harry. Just turn up, right-click somebody, and run all the way back to his lane.
Mirana got a scan off. He knows that Narman is coming. The first power rune, obviously you don't want to give it to the Mirana. You want to assist the Dragonite, and he got a haste rune. Supreme. He can't get a kill.
Yeah, too close to that tier 2 tower.
Also no mana.
Flacco's here as well as Fernand's, but again with this haste rune, like Fernand's just gonna run around, try and chip away at this tower as much as he possibly can.
The idea here is to, from the Omni Knight, is to defend the tower as much as possible. This is not ideal for a Dragonite. You would have wanted a little bit more damage into that tier 1, but it is ideal in terms of CS and pushing out the Mirana, because Niche yesterday had such a good game, and with this kind of a start, coming back into it with the Mirana is not going to be easy.
Definitely not. Comes up towards top. Apparently just to right-click the tower. Not really interested in trying to go for any heroes like that, so we'll see if they're actually able to fully commit for this one. But the catapult's nearly dead.
Wave is coming.
Great wave from both sides. There's a lot of AoE damage here from Mouse to defend it, but actually on it, not much mana. Finally TP comes on in from Narman, and it looks like everyone from Passion UA is going to have to disengage. They do some decent damage to the tower, to be fair, but even still, Niche doesn't really get a whole lot out of that.
He wouldn't have been getting a lot in the mid lane either, right? So he find a good opportunity to rotate when the dragon form was on cooldown, and Flacco is getting quite a lot in the mid lane as well. Mid lane tower took less damage than the top tier 1, and you understand that in the future of this game, you need the towers to fall. Once the Mars is level 6, it is going to be much tougher to chip them down. So I would say that is a decent move looking into the future for Passion UA.
Yeah. So they're trying to get as much as they possibly can out of this map, realizing that, you know, potentially its mid is a bit of a wash. But it's quite, you know, it's interesting to see the fact that, you know, Flacco doesn't need to go back to his lane, as he looks like he might just be dying here in the mid. Both supports from House turn up. Okay, just as I was about to say the guy doesn't need to be defending his carry, but he does end up dying there. Kind of unfortunate. The curse.
Yeah, this is the thing. Passion at the moment don't really have a spot for some of their heroes. Omni Knight doesn't know what to do at the moment because you need stronger cores for you to protect. At this moment, they don't need your protection. The Mirana cannot lane versus the Dragonite. You're just wasting your time. He's getting so much more than you. Ooh. And that makes the game hard to read. And then these kind of moves from Miles are gonna be so much easier, right? And Arena is just pretty much a secured kill every single time.
Yeah, 100%. Batyuk could do nothing to that. Force just appears, Arenas him, and then just Twin Gate straight back down to his own lane. But actually, Fernan's will see him, and yeah, why? They're going to try and do some damage to this Mars at the bot lane by the looks. Mr. Cameraman can look on down there, see how this one's going to go. This Force
pretty bad for him.
The Surge, and yeah, they do find him there. So, you know, he makes a good move to kill the Centaur, but wasn't quite ready to get ganked as soon as he came through that Twin Gate. So nice response there from Passion UA.
They are playing really good Dota, Passion, not gonna lie. In a situation where you are kind of unsure or what you should be doing, getting pickoffs in that situation on anybody is great because you are delaying the game to a point where your heroes are going to become stronger. But if you kill a core, a pretty tanky core, it is a big one, and you make use of the fact going on the Lina as well.
Yeah. Talk about killing cores, and that's a very, very important one to bring down there. The ultimate does drop, they take down the tower as well. But they are trying to focus onto this Lina as much as they can. As a result, it's bumping the Lina down 800 gold behind that of Yaoi right now. So slight advantage there for Passion UA's carry. A couple of tier 1s did drop at a similar time. Obviously that top tier 1 for Mal's side, but at the same time, Supreme was able to take the one in the middle.
Yeah, now the question is, with that tower in the middle dying, do you just want to get multiple BKBs and multiple Blink Daggers? And it seems that Mouse will be doing it. Mid lane tower, once it falls, it opens up so many paths to invade enemy side of the map. So this is quite huge for Mouse, especially because Dragonite already has his Blink Dagger.
Yeah, they're probably going to want to use that as soon as they possibly can. I imagine somebody's going to be holding a smoke for sure.
There is one on the Hoodwink, and Hoodwink is the one that's going to be going with him. Just Narman wants his level 6.
Oh, but Bengen, he goes through the Twin Gate, and just like what happened to Force, he gets ganked immediately and brought down.
He could have smoked there to survive if he wanted to, but maybe unnecessary.
UI turns in towards the Marcy right now, trying to get aggressive. Rena comes out there from Force, jumping from Supreme as well with the Blink reveal. It will secure the kill on towards Flacco, and most likely this tower as well, as I don't think Passion UA is going to bother bringing people to defend this one.
Nah, it's gone, but you can fight once once the tower is down, and that is what they're doing. This is the move they're making. Mortimer kisses at the ready. Supreme can very easily die.
Yeah, they're going to try and go for this one. Stampede is in. Norman, fantastic 2-man bushwhack. Does make some space here for Supreme.
He missed the scatter blast.
Cooldown. Yeah, he's going to be fighting. Mortimer's kisses. Narman, unfortunately, not going to be so lucky, as the Squirrel will die, but hey, he sacrificed his life to secure Supreme's life, so it's a win in his book.
It's okay, but still, that was from the angle that they were coming, 100% dead Dragonite, and you allowed him to escape. So it's gonna leave a sour taste in your mouth, that smoke, allowing the tower to fall and everything. You didn't do all that just for a support kill. So yeah, it is not ideal for Passion.
It really is, and it looks like actually they're going to go to Batyuk at the top lane as well. The good way to start off, Bengen there. Trying to do what they can. He's a tanky man, but even still, they've got enough damage. Bengen nearly actually just dies to the Blade Mail alone. Didn't get hit a single time from the Centaur, but it's a scary amount of damage. But even still, it's another free kill here for Mouse. And still not really any net worth advantage being built from either side, though. Something about less than 1k gold for Mouse.
That's pretty solid for Passion UA because the lanes went really well for Mouse and they haven't been able to do it. But that's why you have this Blink Dagger and are going to be trying to change that situation right now.
Yeah, well, smoke here from Supreme with an amplified damage in his hand. Smoke breaks. Sees Furnace, but jumps immediately on towards the higher priority target. But the cookie plus the leap away. Niche is fine, no problem. So a little gank foiled there.
Unfortunately, some spells are being missed right here on Mouse, and they got greedy for no reason. Maybe if you had a third hero there, a Mirana kill is a possibility. But the second that you saw the Snapfire, you have to know that a cookie is coming and that hero is not going to be going down.
Yeah. Maybe they thought they would just be able to burst him a little bit faster than they could have, but yeah, just good positioning really from Fernandes to keep his core alive. And that's definitely what Niche needed. You know, he didn't have the best time in the mids, and he's trying to still recover. But when you actually think about it, the net worth disparity between these cores isn't really that much. At 13 minutes in, it's only a 1,000 gold separating the top farm core and the bottom farm core. Like, it's still just super even amongst everybody right now.
Yep, it is. And Mirana did go for the Dragonlance. I like this because both the Centaur and the Morphling are greedy. So you need somebody to be fighting. And with the Dragonlance, the Mirana is tankier. Quite a lot tankier. Will be able always to survive, to get cookied, to get saved by the Omninet as well.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, especially if she puts the power traits onto strength, I imagine it'd be like close to 1500 HP, something like that. That'd be very, very hard kill to find for sure.
He has like 1560. I think that's what I saw. So that's quite a solid amount that you have to go through, especially when you count in the infused raindrops that he has.
Yeah. Yeah, and then, you know, any stick charges also get chucked on top of that. It's not going to be an easy kill at all for Mouse. Might need to focus onto her quite a lot, in which case then the rest of the squad of Passion UA just gets completely ignored. So they may be getting ignored at the bot lane, stuff on towards the Morphling, scored into the trees. And that's a nice kill on towards UI, just no response coming from Passion UA in time. Perfectly.
It looked clean, but it wasn't here from Mouse. First, the Mars used the spear onto a very far tree. Supreme didn't go for a stun immediately. Oh, they're going to be diving.
Yeah, Arena on towards Fernandes in the backlines. They will be able to bring down the Snapfire eventually. Actually cooking it away. Fernandes might be able to survive for this one. And now, Valiant as well as Nice, they're going to be able to bring down four Performance Kisses as well to secure it. And that is a little bit of greed from Force there trying to secure that kill. Puts himself in such a bad position.
I think the problem was that the Dragonite took a lot of damage from the tower. And that put him in a position where he didn't want to follow on this move. Because let's say you bring down the Snapfire there. You are already in a position where if there is a fight, it is a 3 versus 3 already. And you might be able to disengage with minimal casualties, or maybe even with none. Whilst when the Dragonite is that low, he understands that blinking in will pretty much mean his demise.
Definitely will. Oh, Flacco. Okay, that's a freebie. Just casually runs into Ulnet as well as Benga. I'm not entirely sure what he was doing by the secret shop. Was he buying something? Oh, I think he went to get an energy booster for his Pavis and yeah, just completely gets caught out of position.
He had a ward, and placing it in a lane is not at all bad, because there is going to be fights around this bottom lane once the Roshan moves, right? You don't have your tier 1, you have to have superior vision on Passion UA if you want to be stopping Mouse from getting it once the daytime does come, and it does look like Passion UA are not going to be trying to get it on the top lane.
It's kind of, I don't know, still trying to make space for UI, I guess, to resume his farm, who has just completed a Manta style. So, you know, he's progressing in silence with decent pace, but at the same time, Allnet just completed a Glepnir of his own. And you could judge by where everybody from Mal's position, they're going to look for a kill. They found Niche as well. Once again, bringing down this mid laner, and they're just going to focus onto the tier 2 as well.
Yeah, this tier 2 is gone.
Yeah, it's going to get brought down. But actually, look at what Passion UA's do with this 3-man smoke. They're coming on over. They will bump in towards Narman. So the Squirrel tanks the gank. They're still coming in here for Passion UA. They want to take this fight, but I think Mouse would be very happy to take it as well.
Morph isn't here. Just get out. Get out. Okay, Mouse thought these guys, they're not crazy enough to go for us. I think the moment that the Mirana lost her life, you should be even happy that you got a freebie on the Snapfire. There was no way. If you engage in that fight, you are getting demolished because the Morphling doesn't have anywhere to TP to. You are just not gonna have the damage.
Yeah, 100%. It's just not quite. White doesn't feel like he's ready to actually take these engagements yet, so he's just gonna carry on doing his own thing. And I mean, who does this sort of like even standing favor here? 7-7 on the score. It's only a 1k gold lead here for Mouse. Like, which team is really benefiting from this kind of stalemate?
Well, it might be only a 1k gold lead, but the thing is, with the tier 2 on the bottom falling, you have opened up the map too much and YoY dying. I think he had a second there to start morphing into strength. Turn around.
Yeah, they managed to bring down Narman. Try to find Supreme in the trees with warmest kisses, but good
You need to
footwork.
run.
The DK avoids it, but here comes the counter play from Mouse. Although the leader just runs into 3 people, own it, crushed to the ground. And now Benga potentially in danger, will be able to get the jump away, but a cookie forward, Niche on his case. Not going to decide to dive to tier 2 for this one, but they do have the high ground ward, so the vision advantage is here. Jump into the trees, they found Force. Not much follow-up though, as Niche
Hard kill.
was holding on to the arrow, and yeah, it looks like the call for Passion UA is just to disengage.
Oln's really messed up there. Really messed up. With Alina coming up the high ground like a madman, thinking that you're going to be connecting to your team. That is an optimistic thought and kind of nullifies that Morphling kill.
Yeah, I mean, maybe if Olnit had a BKB, that would have been completely different. It would have been fine, but he's still a long, long way away from completing it. I mean, he even has a Hurricane Pike queued up first. I mean, I feel like BKB is probably more important, right?
Even then, hoof stomp into an arrow, you can very easily die. I think the Pike is okay. If there's an arena, if there's a Dragonite in front, you're going to be able to position yourselves correctly. And there it is. Now they go for Roche during nighttime. This is a big thing, right? Because Mouse, ideally, they secured the bottom part of the map where they're going to be able to get Roche, but considering they pushed Passion UA out of this side of the map, they get the Roche and now are going to be able to fight on top of this one with all their spells. It makes things quite uncomfortable for the Radiant side.
It really is. But Passion UA still hang around this area. It feels like they're willing to take this fight. Obviously, Batyuk in the front, pushback not actually going to land. LSA will with the sharpshooter connects, and good debate as well. He's still so damn tanky. In comes the Guardian Angel as well. Batyuk going to be able to disengage from
Big arena.
with the 3-man arena. Does get the spear as well onto the Centaur. Probably going to be dropping. Flacco healing up his offlaner before he dies. But it looks like Fernand's having to throw his life away to try and secure the retreat. Good return kill on towards Force. The control on towards UI. He's getting control, throw back. He's trying to run himself away. The Moonlight Shadow's trying to do its work, but it's just not fast enough. And it's 3 people dead here from Passion UA.
Later in
they're
2.
still thinking about chasing. Jump on in with the blink. They got the stun. Niche in the grave as well. And what a big win from Mouse.
Yeah, this is coming back to your question, right? Who is okay with the stalemate? It wasn't really a stalemate because Mouse were controlling the majority of the map. Being able to take that tier 2 on the bottom lane, it's just so many resources that Passion UA has to give there to be able to potentially defend Roche later on, or you are going to be using 1 or 2 heroes, which allows Mouse to go even for this early Roche play. And then you're in a position where, okay, guys, we're in the top lane where we have better vision. And this is maybe our last chance to get a good fight off, and you go for it, but the opponents are just strong at that moment, in a good position, protecting their Lina, and Olnit just demolishes everybody.
Yeah, I mean, it started off pretty decently for them, though. I mean, like, Batyuk was in the front, he tanked, like, 3 different ultimates, and he was still super healthy afterwards, so it felt like maybe it could have been an actual decent fight for them, but even still, just Mouse were able to persist through that, and then just ended up melting the backlines, and like, okay, the Centaur's not really dying, let's just go for everybody else, and yeah, Passion UA just fell apart at the seams.
Usually you look at it that way, but you can also look at it that Mouse weren't really using their big arena. That is the one spell that's going to protect the Lina, and Lina is already attacking, and you cannot re-engage on her. If you cannot get on top of the Lina, you are going to lose the fight, and if he can attack for 10 seconds before the arena usage, you kind of have to know that bailing as fast as possible out of that situation is probably your best bet.
Yeah, and as a result, Passion UA put themselves in a bad fight, and now all of a sudden 9,000 gold behind. Like we were saying just a few minutes before, how this game still felt pretty damn even, but not anymore. Mal's firmly in the lead with a +1 kill on towards Fernand's, just gonna make that much better for themselves. Just gonna start pulling down towers. It's like, are Passion UA in the position where they can really respond and defend these buildings, or do they just need more time still?
They have so much right-click damage, and you would want to utilize it. If you find the Lina is different, but at the moment, with the Aegis, I think you don't do it. Just don't do it. Try to shove out the waves as much as possible. Somebody needs to be sent to the bottom lane to shove out that one. Oh, no. Not
It's
again.
another kill. Yoi just caught with his pants down. Just blink stun from Supreme with the follow-up of the bushwhack and everything. That's all they need to kill the most important hero on the side of Passion UA. And that's just really going to be a big blow to their state of mind here. For the Radiant side, just the fact that your carry dies this damn easy.
Yeah, I wouldn't even bring it past Mouse to go high ground now. Just, there's no glyph. It was just used. So you can, I guess, just get all of the tier 2s and reset. As I mentioned, Lina can still die. And on a, if you are pushing high ground, that's where it's much easier for the enemies to blink, stun you, and burst you down. And without the Lina damage, you might be a little bit lacking on the Mouse side.
Yeah, but that means Passion UA, without a doubt, have to try and kill Olnit 2 times in a row while the rest of his team is still behind him. It's not easy at all. And yeah, he's just knocking on this tier 3's door. But like, if you don't answer Passion UA, you're going to end up losing some more buildings. So far, it is still niche outside of the base. He's still a long way away from the BKB, so he might just be resigned to just giving away these buildings here. Or at least waiting until the Aegis is gone.
They have a Crimson Guard. That always helps. I think this is a tier 3 and back.
Oh, Batyuk. Okay, stunned, but he's still very, very tanky. Blade Mail as well. Hard kill to find. He will get out of there, no problem. But yeah, they've still lost their tier 3.
Aegis.
And now Olnit working on the buildings.
Okay, it's fast enough. You have the damage, and Passion UA have given up. Oh!
Back protection.
Back
okay, that's actually pretty big. That definitely keeps him in it. Now actually Passion UA,
they got out to fight.
Aggressive themselves on towards Supreme, who pops the BKB. Gonna try and run away. Once again, Batyuk getting focused, but he's tanking point. Good arena from Force, locking down on towards 3 Guardian Angel. Passion UA will survive through it, or will they? The LSA and all the spells just connect perfectly. Niche and Flacco torn asunder. Fernand's as well is gonna drop, and now Yawai on his own against 4. He's just going to get chain stunned to the end of the Earth. Batyuk jumps in with a good multi-hero stun. Maybe that's going to give Yawai the space to run away, but it's just not enough. He will still die. The spear whiffs, but who gives a crap, Harry? As everybody on Passion UA is dead. All Mouse loses a little squirrel.
Yeah, but it is... You know, it's one of those moments where we try to go for a silver lining and we're like, oh, but their respawn timers are not that high because they're such low level. This is gonna allow them to get killed again, basically, right? I'm very surprised that Passion UA left their base. It was... Mouse wouldn't have gone for their axes there. You lost your Aegis. The backdoor protection kicked in. Lina is vulnerable. Maybe the Dragonite goes and gives his life away for it, but you probably just let it go and reset, so that does give you more time to find an opening, a proper opening before the next Roche. Now, with you losing that fight and losing the lane of Rax, it looks very, very unlikely that they can get back into this game.
Yeah, they've put themselves extremely far behind now after that little turn of events, and maybe we can chalk it up to they didn't see the freshly picked up BKB for Supreme. Like, maybe he just got it delivered and nobody checked his inventory, which is why they put themselves in that bad situation. Because, like, potentially without that, they could have found that kill. But yeah, just an all-in play which did not pan out for them. And now
they're going for another one.
Desperation move. This smoke, but they found a jump on Supreme. Arrow setup is there. Supreme dead. That's a huge find here from Passion UA. Exactly what they needed. But is that enough, Harry, to really make a big difference here in this game?
No, it is enough to shove out the waves and go for a next play, right? You place good aggressive vision, you shove out the waves, and that is the opening that you were looking for, right? So at this moment, you cannot think that one kill is gonna give you this big advantage back. It just needs to be good play after good play after good play, forcing enemies into a mistake. But that's the case right now. Mouse are gonna be pulling back a little bit, smoking when they have the Dragonite back up, and just by missing from the map, it will be pretty claustrophobic and scary for Passion UA. You pull back, and that's how you play the tug of war in Dota. But so far so good. I just don't like that this bottom lane wasn't pushed out far enough. Mars made sure of it.
Yeah, still lots of space for Mouse. Pushed into the bomb and the mid as well, really. So not really like much map space was gained from Passion UA at all. And second Roche as well. Let's see how quick it's going to be. Wow, very long, 2 minutes 40 seconds, so nobody's going to be able to capitalize off that anytime soon. The Mouse, they went for a 5-man smoke, maybe thinking that Passion UA were going to try and go for it themselves, secure the area, but as we can see on the map, they've completely bailed. They do not seem interested at assessing this one.
This is a get them back into their base smoke. You know that it's probably not going to work out. It is a smoke that's going to give you vision. You are going to suppose where the Roche will be, and you're probably going to suppose wrong because it will be most definitely on the Radiant side, on the bottom. He will be maybe spawning on the Dire, but immediately traveling. So it is a smoke that, by missing off the map, Passion UA goes back to the base, you play some good vision, and then you will try to use that vision later on.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and if you are Passion right now, you know, you've not got any sort of vision up at that top lane area. You know Roshan could be spawning any second now. Are they just resigning themselves to playing against 2 lives on the Lina again? Or do you think they kind of are forced to make a play for it?
In my mind, they're forced to make a play. Lina gets the Sagas, it's over. You're not going to be stopping him. Killing the Lina twice is next to impossible. You need to rely on the fact that you can burst down this Lina. Or burst down anybody when the fight starts. And once the Lina has the Aegis, he's going to be the only one offered. So yeah, going for a smoke. This is a necessity.
That's kind of unfortunate. Yeah, well, I was actually right next to the Wisdom Room, but he didn't pick it up there at the bottom part of the map before he came over. I mean, he'd only been level 19. It's not like he would have got like a big level out of that, but sometimes some of those extra few stats can make all the difference. But we'll see how this fight ends up going down. Fernand does reveal that Passion UA in the area by using his skills as a quick wave. Oh, but Bengen, though, in a fantastic spot, actually breaks the smoke himself, puts down some walls left inside of Passion UA, jump forward, stun, misses from Batyuk. Arrow as well. Also misses. Don't know how that didn't connect on anyone. 3-man Glepnir comes on through. Silence on towards Flacco, jumping for back in. Wants to try and help out supports if he can, but he's on the high ground with the BKB. The right click can hold it though, doing a lot of work. And it looks like Mouse will just back out. Jump forwards yet again. Stun on towards Narman. Mormus kisses. Gonna rain on through, see how much damage they can really do. It's actually Batyuk who's taking a lot of the damage here with the nullifier on top of him. UI jumps forward, hit with a stun, Arena, LSA. Way more of an overextension than what he needed to do, and now this is just an immediate loss here from Passion UA. As Batyuk, no chance to survive. Can they pick off anybody else? They see Flacco hiding in the trees. It's only a matter of time before he too falls. But he's wasting time here. You know, I guess that's what all Flacco can do. As that fight was just a disaster.
Oh, Lina's gonna find the Mirana. This is not over.
Yeah, starting off.
Found an illusion rune. Dude, the luckiest son of a gun ever. Any other rune, and you're dead. Even the shield rune, Lina bursts through it, and he finds an illusion. That's some serious luck right there coming on out. Very, very fortunate. But hey, I mean, he wouldn't even have been there if the rune hadn't spawned, so it's like, it's a very awkward situation. But as it stands, it's just another massive win for Mouse, and now rolling into the Roche pit for the second time this game, and potentially we'll just close it out with this second Aegis into the hands of Allnet. That last fight was not too bad for Passion though. They did everything right apart from when the Morphling dove in. But before that, jumping in with the Centaur. He's not an easy guy to bring down, has the shard. You force out the Lina BKB, you cut it out, you make a line with the Mortimer's Kisses, and then you try to go again. Without the Lina BKB, she is vulnerable and can't get bursted down. The problem is that the Morphling thought he could do it on his own. You still need to continue after that to communicate properly in a fight, to find the right initiation together. Also saving the Omni Knight. I thought he was gone, but Nullifier doesn't help you versus a cookie.
It really doesn't. Yeah, it was just definitely a bit of overplaying the hand there from UI. Did end up costing the team pretty damn big, and now tier 3 at the bot, getting sieged. Still not actually returning to the base yet, UI. I think he's still trying to save and pull that BKB, but whilst he's getting the item, his base is falling apart. Probably going to be a full set of barracks as a result. Jump forward, 3-man Arena again here for a force. These will be able to back out with the BKB, but it's not going to make any difference for Fernand and Batyuk, as they are both gone. No buyback available. Allnet as well. Look at that, he just turns on towards Niche. He's like, fine, you want a right-clicking war, I will gladly take it.
Where's your illusion now?
Yeah, and UI, he's taken down the top tier 2, completed his BKB as well, but it's not going to matter here, Harry. This is already over by the looks. The Ancient is dying, they're stuck inside their fountain, and that is such an easy win for Mouse.
Yeah, I didn't really see any pushback coming out from Passion UA. There were some nice things about There were some nice things from Passion UA. There were some moments where they were looking better, or looking solid. But the thing is, with the loss on the laning stage and the sheer greed of their heroes, it was very rough. You might have been able to keep the net worth in check, but the map control wasn't there. And at some point, that map control will turn into kills, especially when there's 2 blink daggers and just quite a lot of jump on mouse in general.
Yeah, 100%. It's like they got the blinks, they had all the vision, they had all the space, and they just used it to perfection and just shut Passion UA out of this game. Found multiple kills on UI on this Morphling, who actually ended 5 and 6. So just plenty of deaths. I'm wondering if maybe he went for like an early Lincolns, it might have been better, because it did really seem like all of his deaths when he was farming was just like a Blink Dragon Tail stun, and that's what got him. So I don't know, do you think that he did go for that Lincolns? It might have made a difference?
Yeah, when the game started, I think they didn't quite read the situation well, in the sense how lanes are going to go. And the Lincolns is an item that generally does allow the Morphling to fight earlier. So maybe, but I would say that Morphling was positioned badly in terms of shoving out the waves. It was not his job to deal with that top wave. I would say a Snapfire should be giving her life away, very good at shoving out the waves, and then Morphling can be farming a little bit more safely. So let's put it that way. I think the roles in terms of who needs to be on the hit first might not have been great for them. And then sure, we can now go back and say if he had a Lincolns, those times he would have survived, but his farm just wouldn't have been as high if that's the item he goes for.
No, that's true. I mean, it's always like the power of hindsight, isn't it? Once the game's over, like maybe you could say if they did this, they did that, then could have been a potential different outcome. But as it stands, Passion UA, they tried to get the win. It was extremely close for a vast majority of this game, like even up to like 15 to 20 minutes. It was only a 1k gold lead, even scoreline, but unfortunately for them, it didn't really amount to anything, and Mouse was just able to apply so much pressure. One thing I will mention as well, Harry, that is Mouse's first win on the Marcy. Woohoo! All right,
let's go.
They're in there. They're up there. You know, 1 win out of 7 now. It's much better than 0%. And we'll see if they're maybe going to roll with it more in the coming series. I mean, if you're on the side of Passion UA, is there any draft adjustments in your opinion they needed to make?
Not really. I don't think so. A lot of the tier 2 teams have a problem when they have a first pick. They don't know really how to utilize it all that well. So Passion UA, maybe get yourself a last pick if you can, and then make sure that you do not get demolished in the mid lane, because a lot of the games where I saw Passion UA do well, it was niche making plays from the mid lane, and when you get completely annihilated in terms of CS and just have to find scrapes of farm around the map hoping that you're going to be landing those arrows, it does turn into a problem. So maybe that could be an adjustment, but in general I don't think the draft of theirs was a problem.
Okay, well, we'll see what sort of changes they will be making in game number 2, guys, which we'll be jumping over to in just a short break, about 8 to 10 minutes time, and we shall return to see whether Passion UA can push us onto that third map or not. Because as we mentioned earlier, this is the lower bracket, it's the do or die time. If they want to stay here in the CCT, they've got to get that win, but we shall find out very, very soon. We'll see you in a bit.
Radiant's current has been killed.
Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, we are back, and game number 2 is here, and let's find out what Passion UA are going to be able to bring to the table here for this game number 2 to try and make some kind of difference here, because that first game didn't look too good at all, did it, Harry?
No, but there were moments where you think there's something in them, right? These guys can bring something to the table. They have an idea of what their goal is. But yeah, there was a couple of mistakes. Mouse are the type of team that are going to be able to capitalize on that. And, well, mainly I'm talking about the Morphling. I think he just didn't play up to the standards. His impact was pretty much non-existent, but that doesn't mean that it will not be existent in the second game. Plus, they do have a last pick this time around here, Blue Scale, so they have listened right to our wonderful advice, and now maybe they get the right matchup in the mid lane, which will allow them to play Dota in a way that they prefer.
Yeah, fingers crossed that is the case for their own sake at the very least, because as we were saying earlier, they're only one loss now away from getting booted out of the tournament, so it's definitely the time when they need to really bring their A game. One adjustment they've already made has been they've actually banned out the Lina this time round, so Olnit's not going to be able to roll with the carry 2 times in a row. They also actually take away both the Omni and the Shadow Demon as well there.
Yep, both of them out. You don't want to be playing against either of them. That's fine, I respect it. The Naga Siren is in the pool if Mouse want to go that route, if that is a position 5 they want to go for. And I've seen so many Nagas just make a huge difference. People talk about the delusion, the ensnare, and all of that, but just having a support that can shove out the waves so aggressively is such a huge deal.
It really is, yeah. Just send your illusions in, especially if you've got the deluge. Just pop that, and there goes, free wave gone, and you don't even have to risk your hero to defend it. So it does. There are a lot of different ways that the Pos 5 Naga has looked really strong, and I feel like I don't know, it's been one of the most successful position 5s, I feel like every single time I've seen it, it's always done tremendously well, so wouldn't be too surprised if we see it coming out at some point in this game. But Mouse are actually going to take the first pick, Doom. I believe that was one of the opening bans from Passion UA in game number 1, so Mouse see that it's still available, and they just snap that one up straight away.
I think it's one of their best heroes. Doom is banned in some games in the first phase anyways, but I think Mouse utilized this hero really, really well, right? In the Southeast Asia offlaners, even position 4s, they know about this. Plus, it's pretty solid versus the Naga that now Passion UA goes for, right? You leave the Naga in the pool, but laning stage-wise, she doesn't really do all that well when the Doom is running towards you with Scorched Earth. You have the Deluge to slow him down, sure, but surviving is not that easy.
No, definitely not. It's already not the safest of starts here for the position 5 Naga, if that is indeed what it is going to be. Meanwhile, Mals actually take away the Sniper as well as the Mars this time round, so not going to see that pretty highly prioritized position 4 Sniper that we've seen in many other series so far here in the CCT. Yeah, they just really did not want to see that one come out here in this game. We'll see what Passion UA are going to decide to take out themselves, though. I don't know, do you think it's just worth dropping the respect ban over towards the Dragon Knight as well? Because that also was quite a problem in game 1.
Probably not. It was the last pick Dragon Knight. You're not going to be too mad about it. I guess you might want to pick a Mirana, so you get rid of a carry that... You could get rid of a carry that Mouse would want to play. Or maybe get rid of the Mirana yourself and pick a Morphling again, if that's the route that you want to take. Versus a Doom, it's a pretty crappy pick, but it is a hero that buys into Link, as they will get rid of a puck. Okay, so probably thinking they're not going to be having hard lockdown.
Alright, quite interesting to see that one come out, so we'll see what Passion UA are going to decide to pick into now. Do you think there's any, key heroes that are puck significant counters in the mid lane, which they might try and pick up right now?
Not really. The current mid laners that are being played are generally okay versus the puck. The supports that are being played are just not good at keeping him in place. Laning stage wise, there are problem solvers for the puck, but in general, in most of the games, he does look untouchable. I've seen the best way for people dealing with the puck nowadays is just being so tanky that he cannot kill you and you just ignore him. Which, I mean, you're gonna agree, it's not the most optimal way to do it.
No, but some people like to play in these heroes in all sorts of kind of ways, so we'll see what they're going to go for. I wouldn't be too surprised if they just go for an Ember Spirit or something like that, because that is actually one of Passion UA's most successful heroes so far in 7.37. They've played it a heck of a lot as well, so maybe they might decide to go backward in for that one, unless, of course, it gets snatched away by Mals in these coming couple of picks. As, they decide to go for the Snapfire instead there.
Too risky. I think it's too risky to get it, because there's always going to be the Huskars, Vipers, Dazzles, and stuff like that. Supreme, he can't play those, so it is not easy to go versus that. And now you get a Gyro, which is somewhat of a flex, but we know that Olnit does like to play this hero. And then Jakiro, as soon as you saw the two supports, the Rubik isn't bad, but it doesn't matter. You can get the Jakiro yourself. If Passion UA were to play a mid lane Rubik or a mid lane Snapfire, sure, be my guest, or even a carry Naga Siren, but that's most likely not going to be happening when there's a dude Gyro and a Jakiro on the other side.
Yeah, I mean, I do like there's so many good spells to steal though, Harry. They might be tempted to go for it either way. Like, potentially the mid Snapfire might not be too bad of an idea, because, you can steal Doom, Dual Breath, Ice Path, Macropire, Cooldown as well. Like, several solid spells already here they could potentially steal. I mean, how many times has Passion UA even played a Rubik? The answer to that is actually 0. They've never played Rubik in 7.37. Wow, that's quite surprising.
Terrorblade Primal Beast. Okay, this now looks like a classic Eastern European lineup. They play a Terrorblade. Only Eastern European carries dare to go for him. Maybe Ame picks up from time to time, and now there's going to be an Ember Spirit on the 18. It would be very risky to pick it on the 16, 17. So you get it on the 18, you ban out the Huskar, you ban out another hero that you think is going to be a problem, and you've generally secured the Ember Spirit, who is insane in the current meta. The only thing that kind of makes him okay, right, is that he is counterable by some of the cheese picks that are currently available in the draft.
Mm-hmm. Which bit of cheese do you think they might try and go for? Because as you mentioned, there are still a few sort of counters to him in the mid. Which one do you think Passion UA is going to try and prioritize here?
I don't know. I don't know if you could get it, right? With the Huskar ban, and there's probably going to be another one. Maybe, I don't know, Viper, then Dazzle is not really... Dazzle could be a good ban, right? Because there is a Terrorblade in the pool, and yeah, I guess maybe he would be the one to think about, though. You never know if Niche does play it, if he does prefer it or not.
I think like an Earthshaker could also be a potential route that they might go down to. Lane's pretty well versus the Ember Spirit. It's a lot more lockdown coming into the team fights as well. Maybe see that.
I like it. That's a good ban, right? And it's more in sync with the current meta for sure, right? You do have that last pick. I would not hate that ban. Pretty good call.
We'll see what they're going to go for. As Passion UA still thinking about what other carry that they want to get rid of, and it is actually going to be the Weaver. Actually, they ban carry, so they thinking this is a support Gyro then, considering how they banned the Morph and the Weaver, or are they just really trying to force that Gyro to be the carry?
Well, it is going to be a support Gyro now. Seeing the Dragonite, we know it. So Dragonite pretty good versus illusion-based heroes. Terrorblade, not your classic illusion-based heroes. He's a little bit stronger than that, but sure.
Okay, so now choices here for Passion UA. 26 seconds of reserve time left after this as well, so a little bit of time to consider this one. But yeah, as it was the Monkey King banned out there from Mals, the Dazzle is still an option, the Earthshaker is still an option. We'll see which one they're actually just going to try and go for right now.
I'm just loving the Shaker idea now. I think it's right up Nisha's alley, right? And you're better off having heroes to make plays with than thinking that you're going to be beating a superior team with just straight up positioning. That's what the Dazzle is going to do. Plus, he tends to take a long time to finish his Aghanim Scepter, even once he crushes the laning phase. But they go Kunkka. Okay, that could be an offlane Kunkka as well, sending the Primal Beast to the mid lane. We're going to be finding out fairly soon what's going to be the case. And yeah, it is going to be Vodi that takes it.
Okay, yeah, so Niche on the Primal Beast mid versus Supreme's Ember Spirit. It's definitely Primal Beast favored, but considering the actual players, do you think Supreme is still going to be able to do a pretty solid job considering that matchup, or?
Yeah, it's fine, right? Primal Beast is better for him in a sense that he has slightly better damage, but overall you're not killing the Ember Spirit, you're not forcing him out of the lane easy. With the chains, he's just going to be able to slow you down and then move away until your trample stops. So overall, the mid lane is kind of a wash unless somebody makes a mistake or we see rotations.
It definitely could be a fair amount of rotations from both sides, to be honest. Like, every single support here seems pretty good at being able to just rolling into the mid and throwing out a few disables. So potentially that mid lane could be pretty damn hectic. But maybe it all just depends on how the side lanes are going initially, whether the carries can survive on their own before their supports deciding to rotate on out. But how are you feeling about this final pick Kunkka here from Passion UA? Like, do you think this is a really big, like, wow, good pick, or?
It's a solid one. It's a solid one because you are protecting your Terrorblade. You have really good catch. The problem is I don't see a solution to December Spirit, right? And if Supreme has anything close to a solid laning stage, which he should, I don't know how you stop it. But overall, Passion UA's draft, it makes a lot of sense. You have a Terrorblade who's probably going to be the strongest hero on the map, minute 30 to 35. Maybe the Dragon Knight overtakes him a little bit later than that. Once he gets his Scotty, right, on the Terrorblade. Then you have so many things to protect him with, the cookies, the boat as well, Grog Blossom, all of that run buff from the Kunkka. You have good rotation potential coming out from the Primal Beast. You have good wave outpush from both the illusions. Yeah, I think Passion are gonna have a bit of a better shot in this game than in the previous one. There isn't a clear laning advantage on Mouse, and Mouse just have to consistently play well. If you find a way to deal with the Ember Spirit, you could win this game, but alas, we are still looking at Mouse as the favorites, of course.
Yeah, just in terms of how the team's been performing, 100%. But I agree. I feel like this is a pretty decent lineup here from Passion UA. Definitely the potential they could get this win and push it onto that third map to at least keep themselves alive here in the CCT, but it's not going to be easy. And as you were mentioning, focusing on towards Supreme, trying to make sure this Ember Spirit does not have it in the same game is going to be vital to their success. So, given that, maybe then they're going to be forced to just move some of those supports into this mid to try and find some early kills, or at least, make it a lot easier for Niche to have a good time. But we'll have to wait and see on how much emphasis they are actually going to put onto this Ember. But doesn't look like we've got any particular smoke players coming out from either side this time round, so no one's going to attempt to go for a little cheeky first blood. Instead, most likely just going to be the standard 2v2 split on the bounties.
Unless maybe Mouse wants to fight on the runes, because they do have a lot of their heroes together, and sometimes the teams can make a bad read. It very rarely happens in terms of, I can get this rune, and then they die. Look at the Snapfire. Wants to steal it.
Yeah, Fernandes might be in a bad spot here. Runs into Pengun. Fernandes will be able to grab the bounty at the very least, but unfortunately he's running off to the right side. Yeah, he's dead.
They don't have a stun.
Only is there with Dragtef. He goes for it. Yeah, he actually gets out alive. Risky, but he does survive, no problem.
Yep, Narman didn't want to start off with the homing missile. It's just a bad spell in a lane, so goes for the flat cannon. It was either the rocket barrage or the flat cannon that you get in that position, really. First blood is not worth it.
Yeah, maybe once upon a time in Dota history when, kills gave you a lot more experience, everything like that, then maybe it would have been a natural decision to go for it instead. But yeah, it's all about now just securing a decent lane and making sure that you get the CS onto your core more than anything else.
Is the Emperor in the end go for the chain gang? Yeah, he did. Okay, this is gonna be quite cool to see Supreme with this one. He is known as a very individually good player, right? Very nice personal skills, micro plays, and you do need a certain type of guy for this chain gang. A lot of the Ember Spirits aren't even practicing it. Maybe there's even a pro player who doesn't even know how it works, doesn't care, just wants to be murdering people with the double impact.
Yeah, it's definitely an interesting little facet to go for. I mean, I don't actually know. Do you know what the pick disparity is between these two? Is it like roughly 50-50? Because, you know...
In competitive gameplay, no. In competitive gameplay, definitely not, right? Double impact is mostly going to be picked up. I guess there's just so many illusions, so you can get the chains on all of them on the map if you play properly.
Furnace up top, in danger. The Torrent actually misses, doesn't stun a single person, and as a result, Fernand's actually dies. And Olnit with the first blood onto the DK. Perfect start there for the carry Mal. Super happy about that.
And Dragonite, the Terrorblade falls as well. That is a problem. Even the Kunkka is in trouble.
Oh my lord, yeah, Flacco dies. It's a double kill for Narman, and he just sacrifices himself to the tower to make sure he respawns in. Full HP, 4 mana. Yeah, this is a pretty rocky start now here for the side of Passion UA. 3 kills in the space of like 10 seconds across the map. Not at all how you wanted. Really now it just feels like Niche who's having a fun time.
And this is a problem, right? We talked about the last pick, and that last pick did maybe allow you for the mid lane to not get heavily countered from the other side. But the first thing is you didn't heavily counter the enemy mid lane, and the first pick allows you to have better side lanes in general. And this is what Mouse went for. But in side lanes, there's more wiggle room to even it out because it is a 2 versus 2 and so many more chances for an outplay. But I don't necessarily think that's good for Passion UA because you are a team that's considered the underdog.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, maybe they're just going to try and bank all their hopes on this game going pretty damn late just to see if the Terrorblade on UI can get big enough to really run themselves through. But so far, the way that this lane is currently going, it's not looking too hot. Vernon's continuous pressure, man. Normally you don't see a carry put this much emphasis on hitting enemy heroes. Normally they just want to sit back and hit creeps, but Olnit is more than willing just to run at people. Look at this, even back here in danger. Couple right clicks from Bengen.
Got him.
They just find him. Olnit with a little love tap from behind. It's 2 kills now for the DK. He's still like contending for top CS as well. This is extremely scary now for Passion UA.
Yeah, you cannot allow the laning stage to continue in this way, and they're even diving the Terrorblade once again with the glyph usage.
See if they can find this kill. It's actually Flacco who's taking more damage just from the AoE of the Scorched Earth there. Actually scary how much work it does do, but at the very least you are able to get out, although runs back in towards Force. Blood grenades. Not really able to commit for the kills. Too many creeps there to soak up the rocket barrage.
He'll be fine. Oh, nice reel-in into the tower. Even if that's where he wants to be.
It's like, lots of trades going on right now, but at the very least, Passion UA not dying here at the spot anymore. Looks like Fernand's actually made a rotation to the mid as well, was able to secure one of the water runes, so Supreme actually lacking a bottle refill there, so maybe Passion UA, or at least Niche, can use that to his advantage. Actually, heading down to the bot, maybe he's going to look for a kill, and he is. Unfortunately for himself, he just walked underneath an observer ward though, so Mals know he's here. Yeah, they just walk away, no problem.
And now that even allows the Ember Spray to be ahead in the mid lane. This is not good. This is not good. You're losing all 3 of the lanes, basically.
Yeah, it's pretty dire. And Benga just TP's mid, fills up the ball for Supreme in either way. Actually pinging out onto us, they're going to try and go for this kill.
He's gone.
Long range ice craft, he just gets taken out. The onslaught was actually used to kill creeps, and as a result, no escape method. And yeah, you're saying how this mid lane's going bad, but now it's even worse here, Harry. This is diabolical.
Yep, the thing is that the Dragonite is the type of hero that you can leave alone. Kunkka is not really the strongest hero in terms of killing people. He's solid at surviving, but killing the Dragonite, not really, even with the solid support like the Snapfire.
Like Olnit has just got the freest game ever right now. Happily hitting creeps, finding kills when they come towards him, not being pressured at all. I mean, we were saying, you know, at the start of this game that the draft felt like it's a pretty good chance here for Passion UA to get the win, but it seems to be going worse than game number 1 somehow.
They didn't respect the strength of the side lanes. That is what it is. The first power rune also going towards Supreme. It is okay, right? A 1k gold lead is not the end of the world. But I just have this feeling that Mouse are only just getting started. You are not going to be able to pressure the Dragonite. I don't see how you really kill him until you have your level 6s. I don't know if the 6s of your cores are going to be enough or if supports are needed as well. And that will give a very easy read to Ulnit to do whatever the hell he wants.
Yeah, it does just seem he has that much freedom, really. It's not much of a problem at all so far. Going to be getting his armlet online at a pretty solid timing amongst everything else. Batyuk is, to be honest, still finding a decent-ish amount of CS, although speaking of, in danger of the top lane.
Supreme is coming.
Control, but he is fine. But yeah, Supreme, what a fantastic placement there. The two-man Shearer Chains comes on through. Batyuk is just dead, and Fernand's going to be the icing on the cake here. 2 people gone.
Wisdom Rune?
And at the 7-minute Wisdom Rune, but Flacco at the very least TP's in for it.
Nicely done by Flacco. That would have been such a huge deal if you take it away as well, because the Mortimer kisses are incredibly important in this game if you want to be getting kills. But, you know, we're talking about this Dragonite. That's not as big of an issue as this Ember Spirit having a hell of a game. I don't know how he'll close him out now. Ulnit has put himself in a bad position. Oh, bad monkey.
Goes in completely the wrong direction, and maybe now Mal's thinking about going for some sort of counter play, and yeah, Fernand's caught out. He's still only level 3 at 7.5 minutes in, and he's not going to be getting an extra level anytime soon.
They're contesting the stacks.
Trying to take these stacks. Has to give a try. He's not far enough. He's still on the high ground. Max, though, coming on in. He does have the boat to use. He's going to drop it right now. Do they have enough control for Supreme? But he dodges it there with the sleight of fist. No problem for the Ember Spirit. He still just wants to kill Niche, but he runs the right way. And they do manage to keep their mid laner alive, but oh my lords, that it was still super scary there for Passion Yue.
It's still not good, right? The Terrorblade now is gonna have to be thinking about this Doom and his ulti and how you're gonna be able to survive that. So, Yowai, at least he's farming well, but the rest of his team is having such a bad time. I'm expecting this Terrorblade to, even with the Yasha, try and go and push some towers. It is gonna be a necessity for him to join.
Meanwhile, up top, they're just gonna lose their Kunkka yet again. They ran down. And yeah, just every single time they try to shop and make some plays happen, they're just getting punished so hard. Niche and Fernand's, even with the 2 of them, they can only run away from Supreme. It just shows how damn scary this Ember Spirit is at this stage in the game. This is absolutely terrifying for the side of Passion Yue right now. I mean, as you're mentioning, at least Yawai is finding farm. He's 2nd in terms of net worth, so he is doing everything he can, even after that death pretty early on in the game. But is that really enough to make them feel too good about this? Who knows? It's up top. Trying to make a play onto Ulnit. They got the X. Good drag back in. Nice ice bomb though, making space, but he is dead. Too many people on top of this Dragon Knight right now.
Good job by Yowai rotating. This is a move that I was expecting. So now the question is, do you use the meta to push the tower, or do you use the meta to farm the stacks? I'd say pushing the tower is better, because if you take that tier 1 down, then your tier 1 will probably not gonna fall in the next at least 10 minutes, basically, which will allow you to farm those ancients safer. So just get it down. But look at Mouse already going in.
Yeah, they do not want to let this tower fall for free. All 3 people smoked up. Narman, though, is actually still only level 5 on the gyrocopter, so not going to be a cooldown for this fight. Maybe it doesn't matter. They just want to go straight on towards the OI. Don't care about the supports. Taking out that big scary carry is the main thing. Footwork here from Fernand's trying to get himself out, but he knows there's no retreat. He is dead. Question is, do Mouse find anybody else? And the answer to that is a firm yes. Batyuk will die. Flacco as well. Going to be able to get away forced considering using the Doom. But actually, Batyuk is still alive. What the hell? Supreme's going to try and chase after him. He's got another Sleight of Fist in just 1 second. That's all he's going to need. And there it is, another kill. And they find the triple. Oh no, what a disaster here for Passion Yue.
That was your way back into the game. Now you don't have a way back into the game. They tried to push the tower and they just didn't have the power to do it. Being able to recognize that move from Mouse was very hard because it was so fast coming out from them, and sometimes speed is just something that you lack versus a higher tier team.
Middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, I mean, they did what you said. They, was a good idea to try and use the metamorphosis for that tower, but yeah, they just weren't quite expecting Mouse to just come flying at them and take that fight immediately, and as a result, 2-12 on the scoreline, 4,000 gold lead here for Mouse. And even looking at Gaben's win probability, he's saying 85% in the favor of Mouse, and to be honest, that number seems pretty damn accurate to me.
Yeah, that's the deal. Supreme had too good of a game with an Ember Spirit, and sure, you lost your side lanes, fine. But this Ember having this good of a game is the problem because he's everywhere and can do whatever the hell he wants. And he wants to murder.
Yeah, Flacco just gets absolutely melted.
Once more?
Fernand's, he's trying to wait. He's only just hit level 5 at 11 minutes into this game, and Fernand's is going to be a long old time before he ever sees those Mortimer's kisses. This is depressing. I mean, we've all had games like this at our pubs, right, where it just feels like all you're doing is dying. You can never get your ultimate, and they are absolutely the worst feeling in the world, and I'm sure probably quite a few members of Passion UA are experiencing that here in this second map of the game. Not fun.
Definitely not. Of course, he still hasn't used this Doom. Now he will.
Yeah, there you call it, and there it is. The two-man chains. Even the ice bomb connects onto both of them. Flacco, does he burn out? He does.
Yep.
A double kill for Bengen. Oh my lord, this just continues to go sharply downhill here for Passion UA. 6k gold in the hole. Back, plus he did. He steps up. Here's a friendly cookie away. Icebar forward. They're just kind of playing with him right now, but Supreme going to consider jumping forward. Actually, just go straight past the Kunkka. Wants to try and find Fernand's. Two-man chains yet again. And you know the sad thing here, Harry, Fernand's did not get any experience from that last F as well, so he's still just so far away from the
I think he got
6.
one creep experience, right? Let's not. He got one creep experience 10 more times like this, and he's going to be having his level 6.
That's true. Yeah, by the time that 10 more times happens, and they'll be like 20,000 goal behind. Oh
Yeah,
my lord.
but you know, it is possibly your last game of the tournament, most likely your last game of the tournament. So you're not gonna GG out, you're gonna take the beating like a man, Blue Scale, and
yeah,
that is admirable.
It is admirable. I mean, it doesn't feel admirable though when you're playing in it. You're like, oh my lord, just get me out of this damn game. It just feels so damn horrible. And Niche trying to apply a bit of pressure on Supreme. Gonna turn around here. A lot of damage actually going forward on towards the Ember Spirit. Supreme, ooh, the Scout Blast as well, puts it down to 100 HP. That was actually pretty damn close to finding a kill there, but even still, Supreme will just be able to get himself out.
I think Mouse were baiting though, right? They were baiting for an ice path, and I think that was a good call for Passion UA not to commit. Committing for the Ember Spirit could have been even more demoralizing if you get taken out.
Yeah, it would have been a mighty blow to their ego for sure. I find it quite surprising that Niche is actually... He's still doing pretty decently in terms of XP. No one's really fallen behind massively, although I say that and he will be dying here, or will he? Cookie forwards with the onslaught out there. He does survive. There's going to be the X as well. Dragon Supreme back. Batyak trying to control him up right now, but he's able to dodge it all. Yeah, why he's TP'd in for this one? They want to try and bring down this Ember Spirit. He's got no more usage of the Flame Remnants. Runs in towards the net of Flacco. He's going to try and turn this around. Can he at least get a kill before he dies? He does. Takes Flacco to the grave with him, but that's a 7-kill streak going the way of Fernand's.
It's still Fernand's, right? So you would have preferred it on a Corp. The Snapfire getting her level 6 was good enough for her. But this is a start, right? Being able to kill the Ember Spirit, being able to at least stop this onslaught of his, is a first step in getting back into this game.
Yeah, the first step of an extremely long road, it feels like, here for Passion UA, and do they have the endurance to make that many steps? That is another question altogether, as they still have probably quite a lot banked on UI, getting nice and fat this game, but he's still at 4th farmed core of the game. Well, Olnit maybe in danger, actually. They're going to try and turn this around with Narman coming on through. Good cooldown. Actually, only one missile's going to connect onto Fernand's there. Looks a lot better than it actually was. They will still find the kill, but the counterplay comes through. The onslaught, so much damage. Narman's going to try and run away, but the right clicks there, doing so much work. There's also going to be Song of the Siren. Going to try and set up for these kills right now, but Supreme's ready. Soren connects on towards 2, forces getting low, but he chucks the Doom out on towards the wipe, and then he forces the TP to run away. If the jump on in from Niche will secure the kill, but the question is, do they die as a result? And it looks like they will, as Olnit just doing so much work, looking to get that ultra kill if possible. As to why the Doom has ran out, he's going to try and take this fight, but he's got to be careful, he's going to get controlled, and the Rampage is there. Olnit takes them all out, and that is a massive blow to Passion UA.
Yeah, this is that situation where you just you can't take it any longer. You have to bring in all the heroes, and that is a problem, right? You have to bring all of your heroes. You feel like waiting. You don't know what you're waiting for. You don't know what the plan is, and then you see one of your heroes being caught and your tower being pressured, and you want to go in. That is just straight up a problem. It's just gonna continue. Oh, he purges off the onslaught.
Wow, that is pretty damn devastating. Just another free kill going the way of Passion UA, finding Flacco as well in the jungle. Looking like Fernand's maybe in danger as well. Force actually no way to lock him down, he's fine. Still continuing to fight here in the Radiant jungle though. Bengen actually getting control up, even using the ghost ship here to try and find the Shakira kill, but he's actually able to dodge it. Instead, it's all just a bait. In comes Olnit. They lose your Y, and then maybe Batyuk. Can he get himself out of this one? Good, Torrent will connect. Supreme though going to carry on chasing forwards, but looks like the Kunkka is away. But even still, you just lost your carry there for a kill onto a Shakiro. It's not worth it at all.
Yep, definitely not. Mouse is just overwhelming this game. I mean, blue scale, if we want to look at it realistically, the chances of winning this game, Dota Plus is 3%. I guess that's pretty much correct. When you have a 13k gold lead, 18 minutes of the game, the tier 2 will fall, the onslaught will continue, and I don't know what the path back into this game is for Passion UA. I don't see an opportunity for them to force out mistakes on Mouse, and Mouse aren't really a kind of team that are going to be making them themselves. They are pretty methodical as a lineup.
Yeah, 100%. Like, they have to make some severe mistakes, Mouse hit, for some way Passion UA to come on back into this one. I mean, maybe if Passion UA had some big ultimate, I could see how they could turn it around, you know, like a Black Hole, like a Ravage, anything like that, but they don't really have anything here to use, as Niche potentially just going to get ran down. Supreme pretty damn slow, but even Sue's going to try and go for actually the BKB turnaround with Warmless Kisses. They're doing a lot of work here on towards Supreme, but he fuels himself controlled up. Does he survive? He will! He just jumps away, no problem at all. Now the question is, Passion UA, they continue pursuing for more. Lockdown on towards Bengen, he's still able to survive. Manages to get the stun on towards UI. The counterplay coming through, the stuns, the control, the doom. Out comes the song and the siren, but it's way too late to save their carry. And everyone from Passion UA just trying to run, but unfortunately, the chase is real. Flacco caught underneath the tier 2 tower. The Mouse, not fully committing every hero for this one. They're actually just going to let the Naga Siren escape, but who really cares? It's a carry for a position 5.
Yep, that was such a good turnaround from Bengen. You know that you're gonna die, and he gets all of his spells off. And I don't think Mouse were even considering getting back into that fight, but they saw the Terrorblade standing inside of the macro power for 3 seconds. That is a good enough reason to just commit onto him, because it's just so much damage, even with the level 1.
Yeah, it's sort of like one of those ultimates where you don't really notice the damage racking up until it's like too late, and then you're like, oh, actually, I'm basically dead. And yeah, just ends up punishing UA super damn hard. Now 14,000 gold behind. Olnit is so far ahead in terms of net worth that he's only really a couple of thousand gold away from doubling UI at this stage, which is absolutely terrifying. He's got Armlet, he's got Mjolnir, yeah, BKB on the courier as well. Just finding a way to kill this guy is next to impossible.
He can 1 versus 5. I think if Passion UA do not kite him, let's say, but they decide to fight this Dragonite, he's gonna 1 versus 5 them. That's how it feels.
Yeah. Unless somehow UI is able to get like a huge Sunder on him, maybe then they can get that kill, but that's not easy at all. Meanwhile, Niche actually was trying to play aggressive there on towards Supreme, but here comes the rest of Mouse to really punish him for that one. Flacco caught from the Yules. Rocket as well, lands on towards Niche. More stun connects onto the Primal Beast, who's holding on to that BKB as long as possible. Now we'll use it. Wants to turn, very short range charge, control on towards Olnit, but he pops his own BKB now.
Doesn't care.
Right clicks coming on through. They found Niche Supreme as well. Diving inside the Radiant base.
That's a dive back
finds
from
the
Flacco.
freebie. The Torrent pulling him back on in. And maybe Batyuk sort of regretting that use of the skill right now as there's so many people on top of him. Long range pokes. Does he tick out to this one? He actually does. Absolutely devastating here for Passion UA. They even bought back onto Niche, but it means a grand total of nothing as they still just lose nearly everything.
You know how I said it's their last game of the tournament? They're probably gonna die. They're gonna probably fight and take a beating. You know, at some point you gotta say this is enough because this is too big of a beating. You're buying back 2 heroes, you're all dying, you're not getting a single kill, you're getting dove on your tier 3s 20 minutes into the game, and without any chances of getting any kind of turnaround. This is just not a place that you want to be in. And we talked about the timing of Passion being around the 30-minute mark when the Terrorblade gets his Scotty, right?
Yep.
If you give him a Scotty right now and a Butterfly, I still don't know if it would be enough to win this game.
Is under attack.
Yeah, I mean, it does kind of feel like he needs some help from those other 2 cores. And actually, have you seen the net worth, Harry? Bacon has more than Batyuk and Niche. That's not good. That's really not good.
I just don't find it funny. I find it sad that Passion UA have to endure this for our sakes, for our entertainment. Just kidding. I love it when somebody's getting destroyed. It is still a fun way to look at Dota.
Yeah, it's fun for us. Like I said, definitely not fun for them. Niche, maybe in danger right now. Cookie trying to get him out, but he's so much control. Easy pokes from afar. Forces out the BKB. That's the 7-second used. We'll be able to get the onslaught up to the high ground. The Supreme continuing the chase, another Cookie out. They're trying desperately to keep their mid laner alive, but it makes absolutely no difference as they still just lose him. I think it's devastating as well, the fact that they put the Aegis into the hands of Allnet. Like, how the hell are Passion UA supposed to kill this Dragon Knight 2 times?
It is
Radiant's bottom tower
how are they supposed to kill him once? I mean, they did get a connection last time with a couple of their spells. It just wasn't good enough. The Terrorblade did get a tier 2 down, but I think Mouse at this point, they just don't care. They're just gonna do everything in their power to end this game as fast as possible. They've probably had enough of murdering and killing themselves.
Yeah, you know, there's only so much of that you could do before you're all just considered psychos. So, yeah, they're gonna try and close this one out. Full set of barracks gone. Still the mid-tier 2 standings. That will slow down their progress a little bit, but with another 20 seconds without the Primal Beast, they don't care. They're just going to carry on pushing. I mean, does the Elder Dragon form running out mean anything to them? Doesn't look like it.
You should be asking them, and I mean, we don't need to ask them. Their behavior is going to be giving us an answer. They're even riding some waves, you know. In a game like this, you even have time to surf.
Yeah, they're just having so much fun right now, I feel. Like, a pretty nice way to win a game in the lower brackets of a tournament. Feels so damn safe. Although lots of probes on Allnet. Actually going to track it back here, but out comes the Doom on towards Batyuk. That is a dead Kunkka. Although they've managed to take down the first life of the Dragon Knight. He has Elder Dragon form in just a few seconds. They can continue this fight. Pulverize trying to lock down this DK, but he's just going to walk it off, no problem. Song of the
and
Siren.
Now he has the form.
Okay, they're going to try and set up, but there really isn't one. Cookie, almost kisses, not going to do too much. It gets cancelled quickly. Niche charges on in there himself. They're just going to start sustaining so many losses right now. There's the Primal, will die. Batyuk as well. That's a dieback coming in from the Kunkka. And they just call it Harry. Finally, Passion UA are done with being spanked like a schoolchild. And that is it.
Your strongest spell in this game was the reflection, right? And it's the most damage it's doing to the Dragon Knight is when you use the reflection and his own illusion that is taking away some of his HP. Just goes to show how impossible this game was. Mouse, this time around, they just outplayed their opponents. This is kind of what you would expect from a team that has had international lands this year to deal with the newish, for now we're gonna call them a stack from Eastern Europe. But Passion UA in the first game, they have shown that they have what it takes to at least play a solid game versus Mouse, but this is a level of Dota that is currently still foreign to them.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, the whole series in general just was pretty damn rough. I mean, before the series even began, like you're saying, we were all favoring Mouse. They did make game number 1 for a vast majority of it look quite close, like 20 minutes. It was dead even, but eventually Mouse just found the chink in their armor and crushed them. But they just had no hope in the second game. Literally none. It was just disaster from minute 0 onwards, and they just had no foothold at all. But like you're saying, hopefully some lessons learned here from this series and from the CCT Series number 3 in general they can take into the future for all of their other tournaments. But obviously that means they are now knocked out of this one. No further chances. But hey, Mals, they keep themselves alive though.
I mean, being top 6 with the teams that are here, it is a big deal for Passionate. They should be proud of themselves. Next time when they come, if they increase the level of Dota just a tad bit more, they could be making it even deeper into the tournament.
Yeah, well, fingers crossed that is the case for them. But obviously, no further chances here in this one, guys. But
Nope.
there is still a few more series coming up for you guys throughout the day. Still, what is it? Next series is going to be DMS versus Navi Junior. And then it will be One Win Team versus Avulus to wrap up the day. So to be honest, the next 2 series should be action-packed. They should be a hell of a lot of fun. I don't really consider them being easy 2-0s. Should be a little bit of a fight there in both of those ones. So 100% you should stick around to watch them. But there's going to be a bit of a wait before the second series even starts. Like another hour and 15 actually. Quite a lot.
Exactly. Yep, exactly. It's because this series ended so fast. Mouse smacked Passionate even with all the breaks and the long drafts. It doesn't matter. So unfortunately, our viewers are going to have to wait a little bit for the Dota Action Blue scale.
But, you know, we're all quite versed in waiting. I know I'm sure that when there's pauses in all games, chat is the kind of people who would wait. You know, they wouldn't just immediately be spamming F9 to unpause. You know, very respectful, patient players, which is what I expect from the Dota 2 community every time. But I don't think that's going to be likely. But even still, guys, we do hope that you have enjoyed this first series of the day for the CCT Series number 3. Obviously, we have been your host, Blue Scale and Harry Freak. We hope you've enjoyed the entire show so far. But yeah, come back in about an hour and 15-minute time to see the continuation here of the tournament and see who can push themselves forwards in the CCT. We'll see you soon. We'll keep waving.
Radiant's courier has been killed. bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Not so safe, eh?
Radiant's middle barracks is falling. Radiant's middle barracks is falling. Radiant's courier has been killed.
gold given. Lost my ceilings. Close me. Me and stand.
What's up, everybody? Welcome back here to CCT Series 3. We are jumping in to another big series. It's an elimination between DMS and Navi Jr., which I'm excited for because we've been hearing some big things about the Navi Jr. team, but we haven't had a chance to watch them. So it should be a good time. My name's Cryptic. I'm here with Z Quixotics and Zach. How you feeling today, man?
I'm feeling good. Like you said, I'm ready to see Navi Jr. They've been on the up and up a little bit lately, and that's always promising. Love seeing new teams, new players, like really reach that top level that people start really learning about them.
Yeah.
So ready to see what they've got.
Absolutely, yeah. And I think DMS yesterday was like, they looked really good in game 1 versus 1-win, right? So I am curious what's going to happen today to see kind of like what draft they're going to lean towards. And we felt like some of their like approaches to the responses, like to the, I guess the first picks of 1-win were not ideal. So maybe they've addressed that here today. We'll have to see, but I think this team has a lot of potential.
I do too. I think you just have to give yourself better games through the drafting. And that is, of course, the hard part. That is very different from like being a top level pub player where the draft is not really a consideration because you all just lock in. Transitioning into that professional like level is the draft. And a lot of these guys have experience, so I'm not saying like they're brand new, but that does seem to be what got them in yesterday's series. And when I look through their other drafts, it's different. They like have their own style. I won't say it's bad, but it is just like its own weird style that no one else is doing, that like Slark and Dazzle are very prioritized for this team, which is very different from a lot of others. Navi Jr., for example, their opponents, they follow a more standard type of drafting. A lot of the meta heroes are in there. It makes a little bit more sense to me, like the way things are going. So we'll see if that makes the difference here. I believe last time these teams played each other in the group stage, DMS did come out ahead 2-1. So I'm sure Navi Jr. looking for revenge coming up in just a moment.
Yeah, I will say, like the team here is super young from what I can tell, right? Like a lot of these players are fairly new. They don't have a ton of team experience, and I think that's what I love about the just like junior rosters in general, right? It's like Navi Jr. just giving a bunch of people a chance to, you know, see what they got. And I mean, this team has potential, clearly. So we'll see, you know, if they can make it work or not. But I will say drafting is such an important part of Dota that the inexperienced teams may struggle a little bit with like having an effective draft or coming up with an effective strategy. So I'm not sure, you know, how that's going to go for them, but could be you know, at the same time, they could just be playing their own game.
Yeah, they do have a coach art style for Navi Jr., so they have some experience from him, and maybe that's why the draft looks a little more standard to me compared to DMS, which I'm not sure if they have a coach or not. So if you have to be both a player and a drafter, it does take a lot out of you. That's one of the big things coaches bring to these professional teams. So Navi Jr., I guess for this game, at least draft-wise, should see more standard play versus some of this like Slark, Dazzle, fun stuff for DMS.
I can get that. Yeah. I feel like that's probably the case. I don't mind the Dazzle pick. I mean, I think we talked about that yesterday. It's like I don't actually mind someone picking the Dazzle. I think the biggest issue was like the responses to first pick Sand King, right? Or like whether or not like picking an Ursa overall like in first phase because you see the Sand King is like the appropriate response. You could like as opposed to just banning it, but if you want to let the Sand King through, there is like other things that you can do. And I think they just gave themselves a hard game, and they still put up a fight against 1-win. So I think because of that, like DMS has a lot of potential, and it's a team that we could see back again, like pushing through this lower bracket and like contesting for, you know, the finals. So they have a big opponent next, which is going to be Mouse, but it's definitely a possibility.
Yeah, I think so. Like you said, in the first game of yesterday's series, when they had a more playable draft, we did see things come together. They were doing a great job dodging ganks and then hitting their timings and then going from there. But in the other games, it felt like because of the draft, they got a little lost, and off of being lost, it kind of fell apart. So
Yeah.
hopefully they'll make their lives easier. They'll pick some. It can be the same stuff. Like you said, I'm not opposed to seeing Dazzle or Slark, but I think the order you draft in makes a lot of
Yeah.
sense. I think the heroes that are still available or banned out are extremely important in that first phase. And so I'd rather see a later pick for the Slark, the Ursas, the Dazzles, compared to the first, second picks where there's still a lot of room to adjust. You and I have been talking a lot about the flexibility of drafts. If you are picking these very single role, single purpose heroes early on, and the opponent is picking OP flexible heroes, then the reason that's broken is because you then get to move things around to avoid out these single purpose heroes. So I don't think you can grab too many of those at the start of the draft unless you are so ultra confident in it, which is maybe what they were, but if it backfires on you, that's where you got to take a hit to the confidence and go, okay, that we can't do that. We're not we were maybe a little bit wrong on that hero. We have to take that into account. We have to adjust the draft a little bit, maybe mix in at least one, maybe two flexible heroes in our opener so that we can give ourselves a better game.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. And maybe they'll either apply more priority to the Sand King, or they're just going to start taking it themselves. Like, I imagine you have to have someone on your team that can play this hero at this point. Like, he has been viable long enough. And, it's like, I could understand the hesitation for wanting to jump on the Sand King train and being like, oh, finally, like, this hero's good. Like, I can learn Sand King or play him again. And then he's like nerfed into oblivion a week later, right? Because that's been the trend with this hero for years. So it's kind of funny. But yeah, this hero's really good. And like, not putting enough priority into those like really strong meta heroes can definitely backfire. There's a reason, they are contested in like 98% of pro matches, right? Like, they are very, very, very strong.
Yeah, and you're right that he does come in and out of the meta quite frequently.
Abruptly.
Yeah, but EI is right around the corner. I'm not sure if we're getting another patch. I think we might be on 7.37b for a bit here. So if you've been hesitant on learning any hero, I don't know, now's the time to commit, learn it.
I think if there's a patch, it's tomorrow. If there is going to be a C patch, it's coming out tomorrow afternoon. I don't know if they are going to, but it would technically be like 1 week before the start of like the early stages of TI, which I guess the road to the international or whatever. So I think they might do it. I think 2 weeks would have been more ideal, but who knows, man. It's one of those things that, yeah, I would like one more slight balance patch. Doesn't have to be major, but just really giving slight buffs to the heroes, innates and facets that are just like literally unused. Because there's a lot of them. Like, there's heroes are completely unpicked and unbanned in the current state of Dota, and it's like, just give them something. Just even like, it doesn't have to be anything major. Just like an attempt to be like, we see them. Maybe this will help, but we'll, who knows.
Yeah, but you got to do it soon, like you said, if you want to do that, because usually, I mean, sometimes it's unavoidable. You get thrown into a little bit of chaos, but for TI, right, you typically want the teams to have a bit more time. But that'll be for the future. We got the draft here, DMS versus Navi. We got some pretty standard bans coming out. I'd say Enigma is maybe the surprise here, but it is something DMS likes to pick early. They'll play it support or core. Besides that, most of these are pretty common.
The Rubik is odd a little bit to me, because we don't really see Rubik as like a priority ban. This is usually the other Broken Fours are banned, and this hero is like genuinely just good. Like, there's not really like a quote unquote bad Rubik game. He's just kind of the fallback hero.
Mm-hmm.
But there's so many heroes left, like Sand King, for instance, Tinker, still in the pool.
That's true, but I've seen, looking through the drafts, I saw a lot of teams banning Rubik versus Navi Jr. I think it's something they really like. one of their comfort picks. So maybe that's why, right? You just remove those comfort picks from a team, and you gotta go into new territory. A lot in first pick. All right, interesting. Now,
What if their mid laner is like a goated Rubik player?
Could
Okay,
be.
there it is. DMS are like, we got wrecked by this hero yesterday. It is our turn to create some sandstorms. Yeah, I'm sure that whoever their offlane player is watched those replays and was just like, all right, I get it. This hero's pretty good.
Mm-hmm. All right, Lion is another comfort pick for Na'Vi. I'd say I didn't see them pick it first pick in a lot of their drafts. I think they picked it like 9th pick in one game, but they were picking up Lion usually in that second phase quite often. So again, maybe going back to those comfort picks, you know, Rubik's been taken away from us. Some of these other supports have already been banned out. Maybe they just want something that they feel comfortable about. And I mean, Lion's always useful in a team, right? 2 stuns, a burst for early ganks, and mana to top up your team. He is not as strong as some of the other meta supports. For example, like Tinker, I'm a little surprised, is going to be slipping through this draft. Who else? The Jakiro, Monkey King, or like the Sand King that DMS ended up picking up for themselves. There were some other really top tier picks, but I'm willing to be convinced. Like you and I were saying, we haven't seen Na'Vi Jr. actually play. And it's one thing to just see a draft on paper versus how a team really understands how to play around heroes. And they have been finding success with his Lion. So I'm looking forward to seeing it. Yeah, that's another really strong one.
Yeah, I was like, I'm forgetting one. I couldn't remember what it was. I just like opened the hero list. But yeah, the Naga Siren. This is like a staple of the patch right now. And I'm curious if DMS is going to do it, but they should grab the sniper. 100% they should grab the 4-position sniper.
I'd be up for it.
Timbersaw Tiny. That is an interesting duo here.
We're zooming along this draft.
Dude, there's been 0 reserve time used from DMS at all. They've just picked all their heroes in like 30 seconds.
Yeah.
But you get Tusk. Talk to me about that one.
Tusk Naga support duo probably. And Wind Ranger can go mid or carry at this point. And tag team, really nice combo with Focus Fire, but also Drinking Buddies, which we've seen gain a little bit of popularity. I mean, base damage for Universal Heroes, always solid, right? Especially if you end up taking Whirlwind and you're just hitting, you know, in a circle around you, then you'll always take more damage. That's a nice buff.
Good Dazzle Band.
Yeah, like, we know DMS really likes it.
Yeah, it's like, look at this right now. It's like Timbersaw, Dragonite for sure are the carries. You don't really know if Tiny is. Like, Tiny could just be the 4 position. We can see the Lion 5. My problem with Lion 5 is this hero is not super strong in the lane stage. And Sand King right now is definitely a lane bully. So I am a little bit unsure if their idea here for the Lion and the Sand King is to just mana drain him so he can't use Dust Devils, like, to farm.
Maybe. It could be kind of cool.
It could be an idea, so I am curious if that's where they're going with this.
Yeah, the shard, if he gets it at some point, will be kind of nice, clearing out the Naga illusions for free. Even if she is a support, it does add up if you just kill illusions, and you want the illusions as a support because maybe you're not farming and doing as much damage as carry Naga, but you are using them to scout and to apply deluge throughout the fight without putting yourself at risk. So if you can remove them instantly, it is quite nice. And then having a lot of chain stun from the Tiny, the Lion, the Dragonite, it does mean some of these mobile heroes like the Wind Ranger, the Sand King, you have the ability to lock them down and get kills. Maybe the Timbersaw comes in with the damage. Going into last picks, probably looking for a carry. Potentially a carry for both teams. I am sort of okay with this Wind Ranger carry, though, if you want to take something else. Because it's potentially this Timber offlane, and I'm trying to think of like another top-level carry that wants that matchup, right? Like, Wind Ranger will be fine. She's a ranged hero. She'll trade with the Timbersaw. She won't be in range for the Whirling Depths, all of that. So she'll be okay there. I don't know if you really need to grab a different carry.
I kind of
Centaur
agree with
makes
you.
sense though, because you don't really want to play into Centaur's Wind Ranger.
Yeah, I kind of agree with you. I think it could just be Wind Ranger carry, and then they need either a mid or an off lane, to be honest, for DMS. I think that is probably the safest route for them. Because it is a pretty good Wind Ranger game. Like, I don't think she's worried too much about these heroes. It's really just like Avatos into Finger that she would be worried about, but I feel like her lane should be pretty good. And she has like pretty big heroes in front of her and Naga Siren Illusions to scout, so yeah, I like it.
Darkseer.
That's a hero we have not seen in a while.
That's probably your off lane, and then Timber mid, Dragon Knight carry. I'm up
Do you not
for
just
maybe
pick
a
Ursa?
Monkey King or an
Oh yeah,
Ursa.
Monkey.
Yeah, Ursa I'd be okay with as well. One of those two seems solid.
And then you just take your Wind Ranger mid, Sand King off lane, and then you have a way like a hero that farms perfectly fine. You could also do the Troll Warlord. Like that's just another classic counter to the Darkseer lane, and it's fine into the rest of these heroes as well.
Yeah, I feel like you have a couple different picks. Or if you still want the Wind Ranger carry, because she'll do fine versus Darkseer.
Yeah.
And she's not the best illusion copy because her DPS comes through her ultimate, whether it's
Yeah.
Focus Fire or Whirlwind. So if you want a different mid, yeah, so they go for the Queen of Pain into what is
The Dragon
most
Knight.
likely the Timber Saw.
Oh yeah, Timbersaw. Sorry, yeah, you're right.
Oh, I mean, I'm up for like some carry tiny, carry Timber Saw. Now that'd be fun. That would be
Yeah.
a mix up.
I should have remembered this is Mello on mid lane, and he loves his Queen of Pain as well. So this one definitely makes sense for the side of DMS. But yeah, it's going to be carry Dragon Knight. We'll be seeing mid Timbersaw, and what will likely end up being the off lane Darkseer when he locks in. So a 5-position Lion into a Sand King Naga Siren lane. Talk to me about how that's going to go. I feel like into like 4-position Naga substantially worse than 4-position Tusk against the Lion, right? Because he can actually kill the illusions.
That's true, but you can also so there's a mix of starting builds you can take on Naga. Sometimes you take the mirror image illusions and then Deluge just to harass and fight, which at the start Lion can only kill really one illusion at a time, and you don't really want to start with mana drain. You're probably starting with your stun. So I think it'd be okay if you wanted to do that build. I also think it's totally fine to go Ensnare and Deluge instead, at which point the Lion is no better against you than he would be against any other support.
That's
and
fair.
I think that works because you have Sand King in your lane. So you could
Yeah.
walk up, Deluge into a Burrow Strike. You get more Burrow Strike time. The Dust Devil starts going. Then you ensnare them. You reel them in, right? I could see that combo being pretty good. Lion is the only ranged hero in this lane. So he should just be poking away for free a lot. And I do think draining mana will be very good to reduce what Sand King can do. Actually, both these heroes. Naga Siren's mana costs are relatively cheap, so you don't notice her mana issues too much. But her mana pool is actually relatively small because she's an agility hero. Sand King's a strength hero. So I could see Lion draining a significant amount of mana from these heroes. And at that point, they won't do too much to, especially a very tanky carry like Dragon Knight. So maybe you do that, and then you're free to roam around as this Lion. Or maybe you just stay, you do pulls.
All right. I like that. Actually, it's a really good point. I think the mana drain may end up doing more than I anticipated, but it is time that we jump into game number 1 here of DMS versus Navi Jr. as all of the voice lines start coming through.
There are some pretty tanky heroes on the side of Navi Jr., especially the core heroes. And actually, the Tiny is a interesting response to the Wind Ranger, who attacks really fast, and Craggy Exterior reduces damage as you get hit more. So Wind Ranger did end up taking Whirlwind, which means you can't actually control it. If Wind Ranger's not having a great game, I could see DMS having some damage problems, especially as the Darkseer, I'm sure, builds a pipe to address the Sand King and Queen of Pain, and then Wind Ranger with Whirlwind takes a while to hit that damage threshold. It's usually Gleipnir, BKB, and a Daedalus, right? That's when she gets really scary. But as you notice, that's 3 different big items she needs to get to.
I got some bad news for Dahak fans. He's going to get tossed into a tier 1 tower top. The stuns.
Begins.
Maybe
Just
he'll make it,
stacking up.
Ricky. Oh, guess not.
Got
Who'd
the
that go
juice, got
to?
the first blood. All right. That's a fairly nice start for his lane.
Gonna
As
buy
in
a
mid
bracer
lane.
right off the bat.
Yeah. That's a pretty costly death. Being up there all alone, yeah, trying to... I don't know what he was trying to do. He did block the small camp, but I think they'll look at his positioning and eventually find out pretty quick that he puts to sentry.
Yeah, or maybe they'll think he was getting in. He was trying to hide there to body block the creeps for equilibrium or something. I don't know. It is a strange place to get caught.
Bottom lane Wind Ranger should farm pretty easily here. Like, you will get shoved thanks to the Ion Shell, but Tiny also doesn't really have great trading here against Wind Ranger Tusk. As you know, we can see by just tag team coming out and just beating into the Tiny. But you just have to rely on Ion Shell to shove the lane.
Yeah, Ion Shell shove plus creep dragging. Now, at some point, if you mess up and you maybe use Wind Run for something, you do have to be careful of the double Ion Shell, Avalanche, Tossback, right? Just running next to you. You could die to that, but otherwise she should be fine. She's a pretty long-range Tiro. I'm sure she'll keep her distance. And the first few levels should be fine for her. As he gets more points in Ion Shell, it'll become a lot harder to deal with. Even as a ranged hero, she just doesn't have the best wave clear. So you could just shove in the lanes fast enough and then go creep dragon jungle, and she's still just stuck trying to deal with the lanes. Here's that double Ion Shell on the Tusk.
Yeah. And Blood Grenade out. He's going to snowball himself in towards the wave. So pretty good movement there.
Nice
Great
vacuum.
vacuum back. All right. Tusk not strong enough to fight up into the 2 boys of the Darkseer and the Tiny. Mid lane, not looking super fun for this Timbersaw.
Definitely taking a lot of harass. We did see Melajewel do this build before, 2 points in Shadow Strike. It's mainly to punish the melee mids. In the top lane, looks like Naga Siren actually falls. Maybe chain stunned up by Riddies and got the
Radiant's
juice.
middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, so I was a little bit unsure of the Naga Siren, you know, as the 4 position for this reason, just because it is something that the Lion actually can play into pretty easily. So it'll most likely just be Dahak's job here to try and play the lane fairly passively and just farm what he can. If he can drag waves, like if he can push this, go grab the next wave and drag it away like in towards the jungle, he'll be in a pretty good spot. But that would mean that Naga Siren would need to be trading like with the Lion or something, which is not super easy to do.
I think after a few levels, she'll be okay. I think these early levels are probably the hard part for her versus
Okay.
that Lion. But we'll see. It's a relatively new support, even though it's been pretty popular. I'd say I just haven't really seen the Lion matchup with the Naga Siren because Lion has not been very popular. But I feel like it should be okay. Either way, as long as the Hawk is not the one being pressured, these starting levels will be tough because Dragonite's just a good early laner. But
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure Sand King will start out farming him now that he's got level 2 Sandstorm. And as you push to level 5, level 3, it's just what we see in most Sand King games. If you can't kill the Sand King and you're both farming, he's probably farming faster than you unless you're Alchemist.
Yeah. That seems to be the case. Mid lane, I am just watching Mello deny everything in front of this Timbersaw. But yeah, Wind Ranger and Queen of Pain, as expected, having fantastic lanes. We'll see what ends up happening in top here. I think what you said is correct. Like it will get easier for Dahak with more levels. I'm just curious like what the Naga Siren's gonna do, because I think you probably don't want to stay in this lane as the Naga, but then I don't really know what you do otherwise.
I think you just stack to start.
Okay.
You just spend the early game stacking, introducing a lot of gold for your team. Fine, he killed off in that bottom lane. Looks like it's the run next to him with the tag team Wind Ranger. Like we were saying, a very strong combo. You just create double stacks, right? Maybe you do take a point in illusions early just to have them multi-stack, and you'll have a Sand King and a Queen of Pain near that triangle to clear stacks. Later on, you'll have Whirlwind Wind Ranger who wants stacks so that she can just go up and ult. That's how you use the early game Whirlwind nowadays. So if you can't gank, I think that sounds fine. Or head over to that mid lane where we've seen Queen of Pain already bullying that Timbersaw, but not actually able to finish off the kill. Ensnare is such a crazy duration at level 1, 2.75 seconds, and the root is more than enough against a Timbersaw.
Yeah.
That could also be viable. Just head over there, tank the tower for Melajewel. It's like, yeah, blink on in, kill this guy, and then head out.
Someone said they need a second due to a light. I don't know what that means, but maybe like a light bulb exploded or their
Well, they say it's
lamp
bad
went out.
for your eyes if you're like playing in the dark with just the screen, you know? So maybe he had the light on in his room, but now it's like flashing and now that's distracting. You
That
know?
would do it.
He's got to
Yeah, it's
change it.
Like going to like a hospital, it's like kind of that eerie feeling of like that flickering light in the hallway,
Just too
but it's
spooky.
in your office.
Too spooky. He's already dealing with this Queen of Pain. It's like, oh, that's a demon in my lane. Scary.
It's just manifesting in real life.
Change the light. Don't worry, he'll be back soon. How do you think it's going? Pretty even. How do you feel about the scaling, right? Usually one team is supposed to do things early and the other team wants to drag things out. Where would you feel about that in this game?
I feel like DMS have the better scaling. To elaborate on that, sorry. I think like you have more of a traditional core in the Wind Ranger, and Tailwind is one of those abilities that like gets stronger as the game goes on. Like it really is one of the best scaling abilities in Dota. And I don't think like Queen of Pain, when she's off to a good start, like she's similar to a Puck, where it's just this hero becomes really uncontrollable with the amount of damage that they can put out.
I can see that. I will say we do see Dragon Knights pop off. Like he's got his power curve as a carry is still a little weird to me, but we do see late game Dragon Knights throwing out insane damage, like 500 base damage with crits that are cleaving in dragon form. Does seem pretty good if you can get them to group up. Means Naga illusions will never really be a big deal. Dark Series is a little bit of a question mark to me because it's not the greatest illusion creating game. Maybe the scaling comes from Lion. He did take Fist of Death this game, something we didn't quite highlight. I think this talent or this facet is quite interesting. The mana drain is more common to see for supports, I would say, but Fist of Death has more scaling potential because the way it works is that you can Finger of Death someone, and that would usually get you 1 stack. But if you use Finger of Death early enough and then go and punch them, you can get 2 stacks. If there's more heroes, you can punch them too, and if you kill them in the time you have Fist of Death, you'll also get those stacks. So if he can manage to find early stacks, one, it makes your ultimate better, but then you take that talent for extra health, right? There's some good scaling potential on this Lion.
Yeah, it's really funny when like this facet came out and everyone's like, this is a joke, right? Like we're all like, this is a joke. And then you saw it get put to practice, and there's like a Lion walking around after the first Finger of Death, and he has like 2, potentially 3 stacks, and you're like, wait a minute. That's not supposed to happen.
Yeah, I mean, when it first came out, everyone was just building like Ags and right click, you know? So it was a little bit of a joke. But now that people realize like, oh, I'm not transitioning to a core, I'm just getting extra stacks. That's what I want out of it. Right now it's looking a lot better. Pause over. It looks like Timber in that time was thinking about coming top, but Sand King's in a very safe spot. Just going to go back to clearing out the jungle since the lane is not going that well. But at least Timber does have a lot of early AoE damage. can clear out some camps. They're bringing in the supports. Queen of Pain's already having a good game. They're going to try to make sure she doesn't get a strong power rune to start her game off with.
I'm curious who's going to get it. I think that's like a really big deal. And okay, Daze grabs it. Amplified damage takes it away. Like very lucky it spawned on the bottom side. Otherwise, maybe wouldn't have been as lucky. Sonic Wave gets thrown. Now, we saw Mellow Jewel skip this yesterday at 6, but realizing it secures him a kill, held the point. Throws it there to get himself a nice kill onto the Tiny, just further amplify his game.
I think we've seen him come into play twice this game. Melojewel holding the level 6 point so that he sees if he needs it or not. And then I think in bottom lane, Darkseer held that vacuum, the level 2 point, to see if he needed vacuum for a kill, which he ultimately did and got that kill on Tusk. So good habit to build on certain heroes where you're not sure exactly what skill point you want, or some stuff is better for kills like Sonic Wave, or maybe nothing's happening, it's a very passive game. You'll see him put the point in Scream of Pain to increase that farm speed.
P-Main's got some pretty good stacks here to play off of for his Ancients, and I think Tiny... Couldn't tell if he just stacked the triangle, but maybe he did.
It doesn't look like he made it in time. Maybe he was headed over to do so. There are some stacks from the Naga in that triangle. Hard camp stacks. Unfortunately, without that early point in mirror image, she can't do multiple stacks easily. But she does have it now, so we might see more coming out.
And Sand King just makes such quick work of the jungle stacks. Like, it's so ridiculous how good this hero is at flash farming. I'm kind of surprised they're giving priority to the Naga Siren in the top lane right now. Here comes the mirror image to go stack the side lanes. As opposed to just like having the Sand King up here and farming. Like, he's rotating the other side of the map to try and get active.
It is a bit interesting, but we saw him just take a peek at the triangle. So maybe they were thinking the enemy is also making stacks and I can go steal them, whereas Naga couldn't. Toss back up Tusk into the tower. He's very dead. Nothing to snowball to keep him alive. They are trying to steal these stacks, but with that kill, Navi Jr. going to feel fine walking up here to contest. I think it's kind of a cool idea from the Sand King to come steal stacks, but maybe you need to have this scouted out a little better, because there's one ancient stack, nothing in the hard camp. I don't know if it's worth his time, like you were saying. And
I mean,
especially
he's wasted a lot of time over here.
Maybe you can get a kill. Starts being worth it.
I mean,
Managed
nice
to get the
burrow
stun
strike.
through Avalanche.
They're gonna get him. Still stuck inside the sandstorm, so that's pretty good. And he does manage to finish up the Ancients here. Again, it comes back to I don't know how much he's getting out of this. I guess the Naga Siren is kind of the one that's getting a lot because she's just getting solo XP in the lane, and has been for like 2 minutes now, almost.
Yeah, I really thought Sand King would be doing better. If we look at the net worth here, he's actually quite a bit below Dragonite, which, to be fair, Dragonite did get the first blood, right? And then they got a follow-up kill on that Sand King. But this is, weird to say, a relatively poor Sand King at this time. Naga dead to one stun combo.
Such a
with
sick
that
ward
dragon
place.
form popped.
He like
And he's
placed
got his
the
armlet.
ward. Does he really? Actually,
Yeah, he's got his armlet, so this tower's dead if no one comes up here.
yeah, he was like placing a ward. That's like a typical ward spot where you want to, you know, keep vision on the tower to watch for TPs rotations. And it just, the Naga Siren happened to be right on that tree line waiting. Nice stun out from the Lion. He's going to take the Arcane Rune. Not quite level 6, so no Finger of Death to help out. But, yeah, he's doing great on this line. I could see why they would pick it early.
2, 0, 1, and 4. And you have a Timbersaw on your team. So this is part 2 of having a good Lion draft, is you want someone who is very mana needy, because you can mana drain into them and enable them to just do a lot more. People like Storm Spirit, people like Timbersaw. You know, coming up here, he's probably calling Riddies. He's like, hey, low on mana, buddy. Where's my mana? Mana battery, come over here. What are you doing? I can't farm without mana. Get over here. I was actually just gonna go to the base. I thought, oh, let's line up too. Doing a double stack for him. Okay. Go home, TP out. I'll get stacks for you. There you go. All right, they're gonna smoke top on DMS. They know Dragon Knight's having a good game. Sand King struggling a little bit.
He just cleared some ancient stacks. He's coming back.
Yeah, he's like decently farmed. I guess compared to Dragon Knight, that's the weird part. That Dragon Knight did so well in this lane. They're bringing a lot of heroes up here to try to find him though, and this is scanned out. So they shouldn't get anything kill-wise, but it does look like the tower should be theirs, though it is a trade for their own tier 1 tower in that bottom lane. Oh, maybe not, actually. They're coming down here. Kobold scouts this rotation.
They're not letting this one go. You got a song. It doesn't come out in time, but a big sonic wave though, looking for the Timber Saw. They get him. Great wall plays from PMA. And
Farmed by the whirlwind.
yeah, like whirlwind gets a little bit of gold, I guess, but stops the chase completely.
Radiant structures are
That's a worthwhile trade. You know, your Naga Siren for the mid lane Timber Saw. I think that's perfectly fine.
Yeah, I think so. I thought it was going to be a tier 1 trade, but instead they come to defend. And I think that's okay. Sand King does end up denying his own offlane tower.
That's a rough tower to lose this early.
If you can finish up that safe lane tower, then that makes it feel better. But when they have their safe lane tower and you lost your offlane, it does make it awkward. Especially because it's much more common to make plays over here thanks to the Tormentor and the Wisdom Runes. In the past, it was maybe not so meaningful to lose this tower. Many people considered it one of the least important towers in the game. But now, I'd say it's on pretty even footing with the other tier 1s. I'd say mid is maybe in discussion for being the worst tier 1 tower nowadays.
It's like it depends on at what time, right? I think is the thing, which is kind of cool. Like at different times of the game, certain towers are way more important. Like it's usually the safe lane tower is the one you want to keep alive early on, right? To protect your safe lane for your carry. But when it comes to being able to protect your wisdom runes, which right now we're approaching 14 minutes, Na'Vi, because they have that top tower, are able to smoke right into the lane. And they're trying to see if any of these Naga Siren illusions are real. They aren't. And
They're worth 12 gold, though.
they're actually backing off the wisdom rune. I think Tiny should still be able to get this.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is
We'll have to see. Mellow Jewel, 1 second on the blink here. Does manage to get away. Lion not able to make it in time. Tiny fighting for his life does not get the
under
rune.
attack.
Yeah, they scout him out, so Problems actually just reels him away, which is pretty funny, while the Hawk grabs the Wisdom Rune. Make sure he's well out of range for contesting.
Ooh, a little bit of a pause. And then a DC. Yeah, so this was I don't know if like this smoke rotation they were hoping to find a hero and then like maybe contest the runes, but typically what we see a lot of the time is like the team rotation, the smoke comes out for the runes specifically, right? Not before the rune, not like 30 to 45 seconds early. And they get there and they have like 30 plus seconds. They either have to wait around for the wisdom rune or they have to like go back out onto the map. So I think it was maybe just slightly mistimed on the smoke, or they just didn't find whatever it was they were originally looking for. But they end up losing both wisdom runes as a result of this, so that's pretty hurtful for Na'Vi Junior. Getting some XP into these supports of DMS is going to love that, and Sand King as well. Like getting the kill plus the wisdom rune, he's having a great recovery now.
Maybe 10 to 15 seconds early on that smoke if you wanted that Wisdom Rune. Looks like they do end up finishing Queen of Pain thanks to that haste on Timbersaw. And he also went Blink first, so I guess he can keep up with the Queen of Pain blinking around when you have Timber Chain, Blink, and the haste rune. Just runs her down from the mid lane all the way to her tier 2.
Radiant's
This is the
middle
build
tower is under
Whisper
attack.
kind of popularized back earlier this year. Like, it was just this off lane blink first Timbersaw. Oh, top lane. We're going to see them find the Tiny here once again. They see the TPs coming through. The Avalanche, though. Does he go for the toss? Burrow Strike. Try to keep him alive. Song of the Siren is going to bail this team out.
Dire's top tower.
And it
is
looks
under
like that's going to work. But Problems doesn't actually TP himself, so he's just dead.
That's interesting. I don't know why he TP'd. Maybe I didn't click him in time. Maybe it was on cooldown up until that last moment, but I think it cost him his life. Still, it got Sand King out, and that's actually the entire team rotating over. It's not too bad. Timber does just TP mid to now deal with this. But now that you know everyone went top, they're looking at this Timbersaw. And they make it in time. Ice Shard's a little bit off, but it gives the vision for the snowball.
Whirlwind Sonic
Throwing
Wave
everything
is
out.
more than enough.
Got it.
And Mech was 3 seconds on cooldown. Okay, so yeah, no way to actually heal him up. Dragon Tail comes out, but a Burrow Strike to give him a little bit of space. As they're now looking for Got the Juice. The instant BKB from him to turn around with a great wall place from PMA. The toss, Avalanche, Finger of Death.
Dire's
We'll
bottom
find the
tower
Queen of
is
Pain.
under attack. Dire
Very
are
early
scanning.
usage BKB from Dragonite, but gets you Queen of Pain kill.
Dire's bottom
Maybe if you
tower
can get
is
something
under
else out of
attack.
it. But they realized they didn't kill Sand King, so pushing mid would be kind of pointless. Sand King's just going to destroy this wave with Bloodstone. It's very hard to push if you can't kill him first.
Radiant are scanning.
Shigetsu in a little bit of trouble bottom. He's got his win run, should be okay. They are chasing though.
That was almost... that amount of damage almost killed the Timbersaw, which is kind of shocking, but they will turn it around onto Daze here. I hear an epicenter somewhere. It's on the north side of the screen, and they actually find the Darkseer. All right, ends up being 2 extra kills.
Junior chasing a little too hard for that Wind Ranger. I like that Timber's still looking. It's like I bet this Wind Ranger's just farming over
Is
here.
under attack.
But turns out she's actually playing it safe. Ran home. Good call. Eight to 10, but DMS actually has the gold lead by a little bit, 1k, not a huge amount.
Dire's middle tower
Does
is
suggest
under
they're farming a bit better, and I would say the difference is probably just in stacks. We've seen them make quite a few stacks this game. Another kill down that bottom lane, grabbing that Tiny.
attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Add another to the tally.
Ooh, vacuum back. Sonic Wave catches, but a nice little Invis rune there for Niku is going to get him to safety. Looking for the Dragonite here. He still has a BKB, but a nice combination of spell stuns. They managed to hold him down to the Whirlwind coming through. A nice stun onto Shigetsu, but he's just going to continue to chase. It's not enough to finish the job. Dragonite is out. Burrow Strike will then bring down the Darkseer.
DMS doing a great job finding pickoffs. We haven't seen like a full 5-on-5 fight happen in a while, but it's all these small skirmishes that DMS seems to be coming out just a bit ahead on. Now finding an extra Timber kill. Can you get anything in
the mech.
response for Navi?
The Finger of Death's not enough. There's just too many heroes, and with that, they're going to be able to chase down the Lion. One more auto attack for Mello, and he's done it. This game just, like, it was 6 to 10, and it is now 13 to 10 within the last, like, 2 minutes.
I'm surprised they're taking so many fights without the Dragonite. He used his BKB, so he doesn't want to join. But then I think you just shouldn't fight, because you should recognize how good of a game Dragonite's been having, and he is a lot of your damage because of that. So going into these fights, especially when DMS is finding pickoffs first, you're already missing heroes. I think it's a little bit of a slip up from Navi Jr. I really think you should be playing around this Dragonite every time he has Elder Form and the BKB available. Maybe that's the plan. You do have Mech and Pipe finished on Darkseer. He's working on Greaves. Timbersaw, is he working on anything? This is Blink revealed by Lion, I think.
Oh, I mean, that's the best
just-
thing that you can find right now. He is a huge part of their fight.
Yeah, it's a little funny to smoke and then instantly jump someone right in front of you, but you do get a kill on Sand King, and because you're feeling good about that, you can just rush in now without a smoke. It does mean you probably shouldn't catch anyone since it's daytime. They should see you coming and all get out. That seems to be the case. But you should be able to force this tier 1 tower.
He
actually,
found the
maybe
Tusk,
finds-
but no one there to cancel, so good TP out there.
Oh, actually, they find Naga.
Oh, was it a bait though? A massive Sonic Wave. Jigetsu gets himself a double kill here on the Wind Ranger. Is now the Lion trying to get away. I don't think he's making out of this one. A triple kill for the Wind Ranger.
They're just gonna go Roche off those. And this Timbersaw, so he's built for damage. He has a Blink, he has Kaya, he has a very damage-oriented build meant to chase in. But that means if they are fighting back and he does not have the auras right next to him, which in this case, the Darkseer was a little bit further behind, you see him just get melted there by all the magic damage from DMS. He is going to work on an Aghanims to finally solve this problem, give himself that barrier. But that is, what, his fourth death on the Timbersaw. And
That
it's all
is a
happened
lot.
at once. It's like 100-0, which is very rare to see for a Timber.
There's a lot of burst magic damage that comes out from this Queen of Pain. It's one of the reasons like we see Mello do this a lot.
Okay, Orchid finished on Dragonite. Arcane Pike is queued up next, but you really need to play around this guy. Maybe you want to wait for level 18, avoid the Aegis for a little bit, but I feel like that bottom fight was yet another fight without the Dragonite. And I don't think he's... There's some carries you do this for, where you're confident they'll win you the late game. I don't know if Dragonite's that hero. I feel the reason you pick him is because he's a stronger early to mid game hero. But maybe they believe in the scaling with the red facet.
Are scanning. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Lincoln, Queen of Pain. Looking for something up there, but doesn't manage to find it.
Dragonite, can he get out of here? Song?
Are scanning.
Oh my goodness.
Fraction of a second too late. Good reactions by Problem to immediately Song, but unlucky that he got there just a moment too late.
And that's why people end up going Blink Dagger on this hero a lot of the times. But he's got it queued up.
Yeah, after finishing usually one item, either a Solar or a Mech into Greaves we've seen, but we see Blinks, especially with the Shard. It can be the way to reset a team fight for your team.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Who got that shard they just did? Tiny, unfortunate. Not a very good shard for support Tiny.
Sorry, he's gonna buy a Moon Shard and start scaling.
Oh yeah, there we go. That's how they get the scaling potential. All right, all right.
Yeah. It's
Fist
still
of
one
Death,
of, like,
Lion plus Moon Shard support Tiny. Yeah, there we go.
I don't really play that much Dota nowadays, but like one of my favorite builds of all time is literally Moon Shard Rush Tiny. It is so much fun.
It's pretty funny.
It's like, how many other heroes in Dota can you just buy 4,000 gold worth of attack speed and it's like a viable strat?
OD used to do it.
That's true, actually. OD, you did used to kind of do it.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
But we don't talk about OD because that is an unfun hero.
Dire's structures are fortified.
And Naga used to be the unfun hero. Now she's super fun to watch as a support.
Yeah. It's crazy how OD is like this.
Dire's middle tower
Like,
is under attack.
one person gets to enjoy playing the game, and the other 9 heroes in the lobby are just like, cool. An OD.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
DMS taking over the map with this Aegis, and again finding pickoffs.
Yeah. Good
I don't
use
know.
of it.
At some
grabbing the
point,
mid-tower.
Navi Junior's got to take a proper team fight, and I feel like they missed a little bit of a window to do it, but they're still in this game. It's actually a 5K lead for DMS. It's not that bad,
Yeah.
and maybe it's top.
Doable for
Dragon
sure.
is TPing in. Queen of Pain actually isn't here.
This would
Could
be
be a
huge.
really good fight for them. I don't know if they
Baiting
know
the
that
Hawk,
though.
since he's the one with the Aegis, right? Like, you kind of are okay with baiting the Sand King since he's on the front line. It's a big commitment to kill him, but Daze drops a huge ward, is going to scout pretty much the entire backside of this team.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
And now do you go for like an Avatos forward? No, it looks like they are just going to sack the tower. It really looked like they were prepping to fight this, and they're like all here, and then they're like, JK, go back to farming, split push the other lanes, guys.
They don't have enough information from their perspective. This is why even if you're playing defensive, it's important to have deep wards. And it's just the way the game goes sometimes. So this isn't a flame or anything, but if they had known Queen of Pain was not there, 100% they'll force the fight. But they think she's there. They think it's a 5-on-5, and the Sand King is the one baiting in the front with a Bloodstone pipe, plate mail, and the Aegis. And they're just like, there's no way. How do we approach this fight? Right? So that's why they decide to give it up. But if you know the Queen of Pain isn't there, then you know it's a 5-on-4, and now suddenly you feel a lot better about forcing it, because a big reason we see this Timber dying every fight is the Queen of Pain's damage. Now, without the Queen of Pain, I don't think Timbersaw will die in the fight. So you feel a lot better about just running in.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
The Aegis is gone now.
Got it.
I don't know. I'm just waiting for when Navi Jr. will force the fight. Dragonite is very farmed, so maybe this is something he can just scale into and win the game. He has his Bloodthorn, so that's his True Strike versus the Wind Ranger, though she does have a BKB to
Dire's top
not remove
tower
it, but
is under
at least not be
attack.
affected by it for the time. BKB's active.
Dire are scanning.
Fine days in the triangle.
Ooh, they go ahead, find the grab onto the Wind Ranger. Sonic Wave doesn't hit anyone thanks to the Song of the Siren, and now it's an epicenter to run away. The toss back, he's healing through a lot of it, but Bloodstone's expired. They find 2 kills.
All right, finally a fight from Navi Jr. The song came out, but Dragonite already had the BKB going, so was able to do a ton of damage in the middle of that. And there was a very nice vacuum combo with the splash damage from the Dragonite, just to soften everyone up. And they get 2 very nice kills, the Wind Ranger carry and the offlane Sand King. Time to start pushing in, see if you can take any objectives. Dragonite still has
Radiant's
a
bottom
few seconds
tower
left on his
is under
ultimate. I think that
attack.
should be enough to take this tower.
Ooh, Walrus punch at the last second. Very nice find. Day's gonna go down. Now, that being said, Tiny is fairly tanky, and it's gonna allow them to rotate on in.
Ooh,
They steal the gem from the Tusk. Okay, this is
That's a
actually
big
looking
one.
pretty rough for DMS all of a sudden.
Yeah, so with that gem, you can go clear out any vision bottom, which actually there isn't any, but you don't know that. You're gonna go check with the gem. That sets you up for the Roshan. Now, they actually left a gem here, which I... Okay, Lion's Courier's picking up. That was a little scary. Queen of Pain's in the area. So they have 2 gems on Navi now. I think they're just going to send one back. Or maybe they'll carry 2. Usually you don't do that as a team. Okay, there we go. Yeah, sending it home. Even though I said that, they actually did back off of Roshan.
They're kind of lucky it's not an instant spawn either.
Yeah,
otherwise,
DMS
we could
would
see
clear
DMS take it.
So they will be able to come back and fight for it. Maybe you try to force an objective to make DMS back off of Roche.
Yeah, I mean, this Dragonite is enormous, man. And it is surprising he has managed to stay so much further ahead than everyone else in this game, despite the fact that Navi Jr. was definitely starting to struggle in that mid game, but DK never really fell off. Like, he is towering above these other heroes.
He's got to swap his Crystallis in. He has a backpack Crystallis. Swap it with your Bracer before this fight.
Dire are scanning.
Value Bracer. It's post 25 minutes.
Dude, it's a good Bracer, but I don't know. Crystallis
Dude, this
might be a little
wraparound
better.
is so good. This
Illusion
wraparound is
Smoke's
so
broke.
good.
They know what's happening on DMS. The Hawk, the tankiest hero, taking point. Meljewel also up front with the BKB and the Blinks.
Smoke pops, she immediately blinks away. I think she knows it's really, really bad if the Queen of Pain's the one that gets caught. Especially with this Arcane Rune. You want to get as many spells out as you possibly can.
Crystallis is in. We're good.
You have Blink, Song of the Siren at the ready. Both teams just kind of prepping here. Trying to find the right hero.
Nice moves from DMS. You want the Sand King on point with your lineup. They're all standing behind him, letting him be in the front. They're going to move in to try to clear out this Observer.
Oh, I hear some spells. Who did they find? It's going to be the Sand King, but a nice snowball. It's not in time. Song of the Siren out from problems. Not fast enough, and the BKB of the Dragonite allows him to deal a pretty heavy amount of damage into it, but they're going to turn their attention to the rest of the squad as they actually find the Tusk on the backside. As the Shigetsu BKB comes out, he's forced to retreat, and that will be Roshan for Navi Jr.
All right, now for the record, when I said Sand King wants to be on front, that's true. Copium, I swear. But that was way too up front. When he went to go get the Observer, his team was still like back by the outpost. So they vacuum back the Sand King, and there's no response until he's pretty much dead. So although you want him to be in the front, you also want to be close enough to help the Sand King instantly as soon as you're needed. So yeah, man, they postured so well and then slipped up at that last moment, but really good on Navi Jr. to match that posturing until they finally see that opportunity and win the Roshan fight because of that. Stick it on the Dragonite, who's actually not the best Aegis carrier, but I mean, you certainly don't want to give it to the enemy, so it makes sense to still stick it on Dragonite, who has nearly 10,000 more gold than the next richest hero on his team.
Dire are
So
scanning.
even if he doesn't have Dragon form, his second life is worth more than theirs.
Yeah. Niku, oh, hello, just walks right in, finds problems, and needs to be a little bit careful there. That is a lot of damage to deal with. It will TP out on the high ground there, realizing that there is absolutely no fight to be had.
Dragonite has a finished Daedalus once again in the backpack. So I think usually you'd see it swapped with the BKB. He had the BKB in because he wanted the cooldown. I think you'll see him swap it once he takes a moment to recognize it. Okay, there we go. He's got it.
Is under attack.
Is the Hawk just dead here? He's got so much healing with the Bloodstone, but it's gonna expire. And ooh, nice Bro Strike timing. Gets away from the Aghanim's active of Niku.
Melojule here to help him get away. Maybe looking for a kill, actually.
Might have damage to do this. Gleipnir is out. I think it's worth it. Yeah, just throw the Sonic Wave and try and get to safety. They do. But Daze and Juice TPing in now. The Darkseer, they want to find a return kill. The Lion, actually, gets found bottom here. Super deep alone as he was coming through the portal. So that will end up just being a freebie for DMS.
Looks like he was trying to wrap around because I thought Navi Jr. was going to chase, then couldn't get out fast enough when they decided to prioritize the Wisdom Rune, make sure that wasn't being stolen. Now, in the heat of that moment, killing the Timbersaw, they actually didn't steal the gem away, so Navi Jr. recovers that gem. They'll maintain control of both for now. Dragon Knight's almost level 25. It's pretty crazy.
Yeah, I was looking at that.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Don't usually see a Dragon Knight as the #1
Radiant are
net
scared.
worth and level in the game.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
But they have been playing... They've been playing it like that style. And earlier I said I wasn't sure if Dragon Knight's the hero who wins the late game type carry for you, but he's certainly
Radiant's
looking
middle
like it in
tower
this
is
game.
under attack.
And the thing that's wild is he's just going in knowing that there's an amplified damage back there, but he's just trying to force a response. Like he wants to get first, like good, like usage out of this Aegis. Great shackle
form,
onto
though.
the vacuum back. They do manage to get the stun. And Wind Ranger, she's falling low. Looks like they do manage to get the kill. Now, Song of the Siren's going to come through from Problems. A little bit too late. As now, she's going to blink to safety. The chase going to come through from the Timbersaw. Not going to be able to find it. But he still has the Aegis. Avalanche tossed back into an instant kill.
Radiant's middle tower is under
As the banner comes out, a nicely placed banner, mind you. The Sonic Wave doing absolutely nothing as it comes out.
Maybe
They
you
will
will see
just
the
clean up
banner?
the-
Did
Yeah,
you
I
think
think
that was a glyph?
tower has fallen.
I think the banner came out as he was like had
Dragon Knight's just
recasted.
in? No way.
Dire's top tower.
Do you have
Stunned
finger
just a
death
little
here?
bit too late.
You do? Throw the finger!
Finger!
You need it! Oh no! It
snowball
was way
save.
too late! He was trying to like hope the kill would go to the Dragon Knight. No, it's just I think he didn't want to kill steal, but he's gonna regret that one.
I think the Tusk interrupted him long enough and then the snowball save, and maybe he could have done it. Oh,
Big epicenter and a huge Sonic Wave as well. That is a lot of damage off the mark with Timber Chain, but Juice just pops the BKB and deletes the Tusk. Niku able to Timber Chain away for now, but the heroes are chasing.
Awkward time to disconnect. Unlucky. This is an okay hold from DMS. They had to buy back the Tusk, but that was an Aegis banner push, and their melee barracks is still up. If you can kill Niku here, which I think you should be able to, they still have a shackle shot available. I don't see how it misses from this angle. G, my guy, your teammate's still not connected.
Not G, wait.
Okay, now we G. Alright, Timbersaw will not be making it out of here. Okay, what can you do with this? I see your
got
own
your
Wisdom
gem
Runes
back.
available, and the amplified damage, big prize from this hold. Maybe you can get a second kill off of that. Top lane is pretty pushed in, and there's 60 seconds no Timbersaw. You don't know he doesn't have buyback, but you might be trying to force that out. So if you rush top, maybe it's just mid, you might be able to balance out the lanes.
I mean, you didn't really lose that much, right? Like you didn't lose like any of your really important buildings. Your melee barrack still stands. Yes, you did pop your fortification. You lost to tier 3, but at 38 to 40 minutes, like that's not that big of a deal in Dota, right? Like you can come back from, you know, half a racks pretty easily, and with a tied net worth, this is pretty decent, I think.
Man, I'm a bit surprised this Timber went Shivas first. It's a great item in general, but we've seen him get killed by magic and pure damage so much. I'm really surprised this isn't a BKB. The Aghanims has helped him survive, but I feel like he'll just be so much safer with the BKB. I guess it counters the Bloodstone a little bit. Maybe the healing from Queen of Pain's Dagon build.
Dire are scanning.
Smoke from Navi Jr. just missing the Queen of Pain. They're going to see her in the creep wave now.
The Hex, though. It's still
There's
managed
Ascetic
to connect.
Cap.
Finger of Death comes out a little too optimistic. She just deletes the Lion in revenge. The BKB TP home. Very quick stuff there from Mello. And this is where Lion starts to feel a little bit more like a liability, right?
Dire's
Like,
top tower is under attack.
it's great, and like single target stun initiation, but the Finger of Death like doesn't seem to have the damage you want it to right now.
He's a snowball hero for this reason, right? The more stacks you have, the more ult damage you do, but then you're likely to take the left talent to buff up your health. But this game he has 2 stacks 40 minutes in, so he went for that Hex cooldown. Makes a lot of sense, but it means you are at risk of being burst by a hero like this Queen of Pain, who took the Ascetics cap. You see a lot of cores do this nowadays. You can't be chain stunned. Timbersaw, maybe wishing he had one right now.
He gets the Ags active, and there was a lot of heroes.
Oh my god, that's so much burst.
Yeah, Dahawk's gonna be forced to BKB. They take down the Tusk first, and this is a really good fight for Na'Vi if they can keep chasing. Who are they gonna find though?
Dire's courier has been killed.
They get anybody here?
I just kept saving his life again. And an Arcane Rune, so very low cooldown blinks. Will actually be able to get away from the Timber Chain Blink build of the Timbersaw. I like that from Meljul went in just to Dagon the Tiny to make sure Tiny wouldn't have Blink to chase the Wind Ranger, and then felt safe getting out because he knew he had the Arcane Rune plus the Ascetics Cap, BKB, Octarine. He's just throwing out ults. His ultimate on Sonic Wave is 20-second cooldown. You were saying this earlier. This is where Queen of Pain acts like a puck in the late game, and it is so hard to catch this hero, just insta-deleting creep waves. You've got to find her with the instant stun, which fortunately you do have in the Lion and the Dragonite, but you need enough heroes here to chain stun it through the Ascetics Cap status resistance.
Yeah, I mean, she has so much HP. It's like when I said she's very difficult to kill, similar to the Puck, it's that Puck is like impossible to kill because the hero is literally uncatchable late game, right? Queen of Pain is different in the fact that she is extremely tanky. Oh, you do get punished from a Hex here.
No Ascetics Cap this
but
time.
I have a feeling Mela, oh my goodness, doesn't greed out for the kill this time. Blinks out as the Avalanche comes through. What I was going to say, though, is she's different in the fact that she's extremely tanky and lives through spellcasting. And she does more damage late game. And that is like kind of the trade-off between the two. Like Puck more survivable, way more useful in terms of control in team fights. But the Queen of Pain is a damage machine late game because you can go to the Aghanim Scepter, you can pick up a Parasma. Like there's a lot of things that you can build on this hero to scale your damage. This smoke, did it see them across the bridge there? I actually don't know.
I don't think
they
so,
are
but
scouting.
They
will see them now.
wave.
Mello blinks away. They really want Mello. Avalanche not going to connect. I hear an epicenter somewhere. They managed to take down Lion. Okay. That's a really good find. He's going to buy back into the game, though. As the Queen of Pain just dancing around on the back lines. I think they found her for the moment, but do they have the chain stuns? We'll have to see. She pops the BKB, the turnaround into the Sonic Wave. The Lion is dead, and she blinks to safety. Once again, now into Shigetsu. A lot of damage from the DK. The BKB is out. She's trying her best to survive here, but the chase from the Timbersaw just deletes her. Mello really is all of their damage, it feels like. Oh, Daze has found the Tusk. He does have a blink in 1 second. He's also got Walrus Kick, so... Oh, Vacuum. Great job. here from
Evo
PMA.
wide vacuum.
They know Roche is being taken. It just roared, so someone may go try and stop this.
Naga has Song. I think she's going to try to time this for the Song steal. But it's not actually happening fast enough. The rest of the team's going to get here. I don't know if you'll get this. He'll try, though, with the Song blink in. It's time to go. Oh, okay. Did not get that timing quite right.
Yeah, I mean, she actually might have been able to get it. Queen of Pain doing what she does, deletes the Tiny on the backside of this fight. And she is going for the Aghanim Scepter. I mean, this is one of the strongest items for this hero, but the build-up on Queen of Pain is kind of slow in that there's a lot of other items you need. And they're looking for her again in the top lane. The blink, the Hex comes out. Aesthetics Cap keeping her alive for the moment, but she has a BKB if she needs it. Doesn't need it. Just keeps blinking away.
How many times have I seen this, man? They just don't have the lockdown to get her because of this neutral item. This one needs to get changed.
Aesthetics
so
Cap?
good. Yeah. It's an 19-second, okay, 19-second cooldown with her build on the Octarine. It's allowing her to play like this. Like, even though you have a Lion, Tiny, and a Dragonite, they have yet to successfully chain stun her to get the kill ever since she started doing this. She's currently 11, 2, and 10. And we've seen them try like 5 different times.
Dude, her Dagon is literally 1,000 damage. I just realized.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Am I right on that?
Yeah, it's a lot.
Radiant's
It's
top tower.
800 and then buffed up with max.
Yeah, it's 20 because she has 25% spell amp.
Radiant's top tower.
So yeah, it's a literal 1,000 damage nuke on Dagon, and it has a 11-second cooldown. That's pretty
They
good.
find Tiny in the back.
Radiant's
That's
top
not bad.
tower
Problems on the front side, trying to keep this Dragonite away from the fight. So he needs to get Song and
Sonic
Siren off
Wave.
entirely, while the rest of the team is taking the engagement, and PMA is doing his best here to try and do this all by himself. But finally, Dragonite might be allowed to participate. Maybe Burrow Strike again, kicked away by the Tusk. Navi Jr. does not get to play the game.
Great
Dude.
fight from DMS.
Got the juice, got Walrus kicked into a corner, ensnared, full duration Song in the Siren, ensnared again, then kicked again. Like, that's how long this fight was going on elsewhere.
I think they've recognized, not that they can see these net worth tables, right? But we see that Dragonite is way at the top, but then it's the 3 cores of DMS. So when the supports spend their time just keeping Dragonite out of the fight, their cores can win the rest of the fight on their own. And that's pretty much what happened there. They start with the Tiny, take him out. It was an amazingly placed Sonic Wave that finished the Tiny kill while also disrupting the Timber, who was trying to jump in to help. And while that was happening, like you said, that ensnare in the back, Dragonite's like, hold on, guys. I swear I'm coming. I'm going to get there eventually. Just never makes it in time to help with the fight. Now you've lost your bottom tier to 3. These buildings are going to drop very quickly. Queen of Pain actually jumping in
Lotus Orb,
aggressively.
Reflected Stun. I mean, she can, is the thing. She can do so much damage on this hero, and got the juice when he's allowed to participate in the fight. Gets a lot of damage out, but the Walrus kick out sends in the Lion.
Nice kick.
And now the toss on out, but guess what? Melojule deletes him. Niku manages to bring down the Tusk, but he's going to buy back. Melo's actually in pretty deep here. Still has BKB, Song of the Siren to reset. I was
He even
thinking to
steals the
myself,
gem.
oh, did he really?
Yeah.
So I was thinking to myself, after that last fight, do you not go Aghanim Scepter on the Naga Siren, realizing that your only thing you have to do is isolate this Dragonite away from his team?
Looks like that's exactly what he's thinking. He's got it queued up. Now, if he holds BKB before buying it, wait, fight, killing PMA, barely gets out, pops the cheese.
That's really nice.
Yeah.
They can get the Oh, they do manage to finish off the Sand King. Very good kill. Dragonite is in kind of deep, though. Melojewel's on the backside, finding his own targets, fighting both of the supports. Manages to take down the Tiny as Juice will continue to look for more. Melo might just turn it around, honestly. He can just keep doing a ton of damage. And there it is. The Sonic Wave is out. He's going to Blink Scream maybe, continue to find damage. He's out of mana, though.
They're not going to heal up with Satanic, but Age is about to pop to finish up that heal anyways. Nice attempt from DMS. The Darkseer fell so low, and if you finish that kill cleanly, then that fight will look a lot better. But before he can be killed, he gets the vacuum wall combo, pops cheese, re-enters the fight with all of his auras still available, and you've got good illusions. I mean, they're not the best illusions of the game, but at this point, they're high level, high farm, right? They add in some damage. So you already had 3 nice illusions for that fight right in front of your base, and you get a good trade of the Tiny for the Sand King.
Amplify damage and level 25 Wind Ranger. This is like the fight if you find it. Oh, they picked up that rune in sight, I believe, of the Darkseer, so they know that they're smoked up here.
They're still in the area.
Smoke's gonna pop. Who goes on who? Blinks away. Nullifier out here onto... I'll say Timbersaw, but the damage from the Finger of Death and the Timbersaw, they take down the Wind Ranger. This was supposed to be the hero you wanted to do all the damage in the fight.
I'm really surprised that worked out for them. But DMS is pretty split up. I don't know how they knew that, because they just placed this one ward here. But it was the right call.
He didn't get a Finger of Death stack on the Lion because the Finger didn't actually last, like the Finger debuff didn't last enough, and she was Wind Run, so he couldn't attack her either. So he didn't
feel bad.
He's still at 2 at 51 minutes, man. That hurts.
All right, Riddies, if you can get to 3, you win the game.
Melojewel misclicked there and ulted the wrong way, but he is just taking the base by himself. Doesn't seem to really care all that much about Tiny.
He's just a TP home. He's scared for his life.
That being said, Got the Juice is also taking a rack, so this is like a trade. I think this is good for Navi Jr. though. Unless you die on some heroes, then it's not looking so good.
Tiny kickback, or Tusk kickback the Lion.
Oh, that's what they want, though. They want to just fight right on top of you. The classic Epicenter song at the same time, but here comes Shigetsu to the Whirlwind and a Sonic Wave. This is the best possible fight you can get out of DMS, but they're not dying. Niku's full health, and they now finally get on top of the Dragonite. The reel in as he's just trying to do what damage he can. The Pro Strike on back through. Can they finish off Juice? It's going to be close, but he's still healing the Dragon till he takes down the Queen of Pain. Juice is unstoppable. The Hawk goes in. They're trying their best. Can they finally do it? But no, the Jade Suns are out. It's going to be a potential dieback Sonic Wave at the last second. We'll get the job, but Days with the tree toss to finish the job. And just like that, Navi Jr. just won the game. This one's over.
Wow. I really did not know who was going to win this until 20 seconds ago. This was such a close game, but that song into Epicenter was a bit of miscommunication from DMS. It was a great Burrow Strike Epi. At the same time, the song was meant to buy time for the Wind Ranger and the Queen of Pain to join the fight. And I think it made the difference because we saw just a couple heroes survive for Navi Jr., and I think that Epicenter damage would have done it.
Yeah, this was a very close game. I mean, clearly 36 to 35, like very back and forth, but it's very strange. Yeah, like this wasn't the first time they miscommunicated on the song Epi combo. Like that happened like 3, maybe 4 times in the game where like they start taking a fight, it starts going bad, and like Sand King like barely gets Epi off or something, and then it's like, well, we have to song reset because the fight's going bad, and it just didn't quite work out. I'm not 100% sure They had the one genius fight where they isolate the DK and they don't try to actually fight him, right? Like they just leave him alone and kill the rest of the team. And I think that's actually what needed to happen. Like you got this Aghanim Scepter on the Naga Siren. You just need to kite this DK and go for anybody else, and you take like a direct 5v5 fight on the high ground. And I think that's exactly what Na'Vi Jr. wanted.
Yeah, especially with the way Meljul was playing was really good, dragging the enemies all over the place with the blink sonic waves, all of that. And I think you need to keep doing that to avoid that 5-on-5 with the Dragon Knight, right? Split them up, find the pick off, and go from there. You have the Tusk kickback as well, so it's in your favor to eventually find like a split off fight. But that base trade into rushed team fight, those are very hectic moments, right? I don't blame them. It's going to be something they look back in the replays after this tournament and discuss, like, okay, here's exactly how it should have gone, right? Because in those moments, you only have a fraction of a second to decide who goes in, what happens, what abilities to use. So that's something you got to break down later as a team. But we see it did cost them here. Like Na'Vi Jr. was set up for that proper team fight. A little bit of that miscommunication on the song Epicenter, but from there they played it really well. And Dragon Knight, who I felt like we were waiting for a long time for it, but finally he was sitting in a full team fight, Dragon form, BKB, launching attacks, and they managed to get the dieback kills to close out that game.
Yeah, absolutely. Really good stuff from Na'Vi Jr. here as they grab themselves a win here in game number 1. But we're going to go to a short break, everyone, and we'll be back with game 2 of DMS versus Na'Vi Jr. We'll see you after the break.
First blood. That one hurt.
Welcome back, everybody, to CCT Series 3. We are jumping in to game number 2 of Navi Jr. versus DMS as Navi Jr. grabbed the game 1 victory. We were talking about how we were excited to see this team. We hadn't had a chance to cast them ourselves. We've been hearing kind of rumors that this is like an up-and-coming roster, and they looked quite good in game 1. Mostly, I mean, their carry, right? It just crushed it.
Yeah, he really popped off. Of course, not a one-man show. Like, they enable it by making space and just dragging things out while he continues to farm, and it worked out. Dragon Knight was doing tons of damage in that late game situation. It was a little hard for them to set up that fight because DMS was being very annoying, creep cutting, you know, finding very split off fights, but good showing from Navi Jr. That was a very chaotic fight to end it, very swift and sudden, but we'll see if, you know, that's not the most comfortable way to win a game. You're glad you did it, but it feels, you know, a lot safer to take a more slow, steady climb in net worth. But that was a very even game up to 50 minutes where it was all decided in that one fight.
So a lot of heroes banned out, but first pick will be for DMS. And with this, we see the Lina come through, which is not a hero we see all that often. Now for Navi Jr., they responded with a Lion last game, right? They were also, first pick was DMS and they went, or was first pick Navi? First pick was Navi.
Last game was first pick Navi and they went Lion.
They took Lion, yeah. And so this game they go for, you know, Lina overall first on DMS. They respond with the Sven, which I like quite a bit. We've been seeing Sven 5 like be a pretty great counter to certain heroes. Decent against the core Lina, I think, as well. As a lot of times it's going to be, you know, right-click Lina instead of the Aghanim Scepter that we've been seeing quite often.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised to see the Wind Ranger banned over the Lina.
Yeah.
I don't think the Wind Ranger was that big of a problem in the last game for Navi Jr., but I guess trying something out, maybe they got a plan for the Lina. I feel like if you leave Lina in the pool, you got to know they're going to take it. She is really good right now, either as a carry or a mid. Sven's like you said, decent start, I'd say, with having the armor and the flex value from Sven. If you do run core Sven, the way you can address Lina is that she's not actually that tanky once you get to her, especially in the late game. But if she's allowed to just freely attack from the back, that is when she is the most scary. So something like a Sven in the late game who brings a lot of physical damage burst could maybe kill her quickly. We've seen some teams go for like the Slardar as a response. Lion will maybe help you. Again, just seems like a comfort pick for them, so I don't really mind. This could be the support duo here, but they have left that flex open for themselves.
Yeah. I would be curious to see like what they can get done with the Lion again. It looked like questionable last game, but it worked. Like at the end of the day, like they got the win, and it was kind of helpful to have like the blink initiations from the Lion. This game, it's going to be a little bit more difficult. It's a very similar draft from DMS, right? Instead of the Windrunner, you have the Lina, you have the Sand King off lane. Now you have Batrider, though, which I think is a much better lane support at fighting into the Lion than, say, the Naga Siren was. If this ends up being like your 3-4 off lane, but
to be fair to them, I don't even think the Naga, like I thought the lane was fine in regards to the Naga versus Lion. I think the way they played Sand King, we didn't see him like creep cut and drag to camps, which is what you see a lot of Sand Kings do with Dust Devil. Instead, he made that early rotation to maybe steal Ancient stacks from the enemy, but then they didn't really have any. That was kind of weird, right? But I think the change that's much better for them is that they had some miscommunication last game. I feel for them. The pressure's on in an elimination series, but the Song combo with Burrow Strike and other spells, it was just not connecting last game. And I think that it led to them ultimately losing. So Batrider with the lasso combo, much easier to coordinate, much less counter synergy. And, you know, maybe that's just make your life easier if you're feeling the pressure of the threat of elimination, which has probably only gone up now that you're down one game in the best of 3. Now they could still go back for it. It is available and you could still grab another support, but I'd be okay if they moved away from it just to avoid that. And for Lion, I will say, I think we would have a lot more praise to give Lion if it wasn't for the fact that Melojewel found an Octarine and an Ascetics. Oh, he didn't find it. He bought the Octarine and found an Ascetics cap. So there were actually a lot of Lion catches onto the Queen of Pain, and then she would BKB get out because she had such high status resistance. But if she didn't have that, then we'd be seeing this Lion make tons of late game catches, which could have then led to the win. So I saw him trying those, and I think they can, I think we'll see a good Lion performance coming out here in game number 2.
I can agree with that. I think you're right. It's really interesting again to see the 18 pick Dazzle. Now we had talked about them liking the Dazzle earlier today. And I think this is a much better position to pick it in, right? At the end of phase 2, when you're like, we see enough of the draft to where we feel like we're confident that we can run the Dazzle. It's either going to be into like the Sven or the Pango, right? You can move it to the offlane for Dahak, and then he's playing into Sven plus Lion, or if it ends up being a Pango mid, you can put it in the mid lane, move Sand King offlane. Like they have for sure a good matchup for the Dazzle lane, which I like a lot. The interesting thing here is though, what role are you picking now? Like, are you just last picking a support, or are you actually planning on running Lina as a support? Which I feel like we haven't seen this hero ran as a support much at all because she's just so good as a carry.
At this point, I think you're running carry Lina, and then this is mid/offlane Dazzle Sand King. And
that's what I thought.
You'll just see at the end. I would say you pick a support here. There's a world where you pick a new core and do support Dazzle, or maybe you pick a flex and you leave that open for yourself. But I think core Dazzle has enough good matchups here, like say in the off lane versus the Sven, that's good. Mid lane versus the Pango would be good. Now you can flex on Navi. You can pick a new mid or off laner, so you could dodge that Dazzle matchup, which I kind of think you need to pick someone ranged because you could be playing against a Dazzle, Sand King. Maybe it's Bat Rider, maybe it's Lina, right? It could get kind of wild in there. So maybe picking something very safe in the mid lane who's got some range would be good. DMS closes the draft with an Alchemist. Now I'm a little confused. I don't know if this is support Alch. Would you pick support Alch as your final pick? I feel like it's a core Alchemist.
I also feel like it's a core Alchemist, but it is into Sven Pango, which it's not traditionally good against. So I also don't know. Like, I would much rather run Carolina into Sven Pango than Alchemist, because Carolina, if Pangolier goes for the roll, you just pop BKB and kill the Pangolier in like 6 auto attacks. You can just blaze right through the Rolling Thunder. But I don't know. This is going to be really interesting.
I would be up for an Invoker mid, or you Queen of Pain yourself. Well, what if they run Lina mid?
Dude, is Lina mid a thing? Do people still run that?
You can. I don't know if you do or not. Okay, they go for the Monkey King. I don't know. I guess you were feeling good that it's
Sand
not
King mid.
Yeah, they picked those in real quick. Okay, so Sand King mid. So actually now that Monkey King matchup's fine.
Yeah. So here's where I'm confused, because they did understand that it was going to be Dahak's Dazzle. He's the one who played it for them last time. And so they just assumed, they're like, there's no way you're running a support Sand King, right? Like, if it's going to be offlane Dazzle, your Sand King has to be mid. So we'll take a mid Monkey King, win the matchup there. It is going to be problems on the 4th position Alchemist with the Dazzle lane, and it will be Ake on his 5th position Bat Rider, which they've ran in the past as well. So they get a lot of heroes that they are familiar with, but this mid matchup should be pretty good for the Monkey King, and I don't think any other lane is going to struggle for DMS. I think the side lane should be pretty good.
Yeah, this is where I don't blame them for picking more comfort style, like the Dazzle off lane. is very comfort forward to Hawk. But this is where you will get caught out sometimes by flex. Potentially. I mean, we're going to see how this game goes, right? Like, what's better? Do you go for comfort? Do you go for the flex meta stuff? Because based on their draft, I feel like they could have mixed heroes around to give Monkey King a much worse time. Like, either Lina mid or Batrider mid, I feel would have destroyed the Monkey King, or at least they would do a lot better than the Sand King. Granted, we see Sand Kings nowadays take Dust Devil, and you have a bad time, and then you just go jungle and catch up, right? So it could still be fine, but I feel like you could have given yourself stronger lanes with these exact same heroes by flexing them around. But it's mainly the Dazzle that's the question mark of, if we don't want to run it off lane, is it good? Can our mid player do it, and can our supports do it? When he's not considered a good hero right now, so they're probably not playing it in their pubs. It's only something that potentially your offlaner really likes to play, and that limits that flex we were saying can be found in Dazzle. But if the players don't do it, then you know it's not a flex, and they just hard call, yeah, that's Dazzle offlane, that's Sand King mid, Monkey King.
All right, well, we're gonna see what happens. I feel like I'm pretty happy if I'm Monkey King going into this game. The Sven, very similar to the DK that he got to play last game, right? Functionally, they are almost the same. But
It's true.
this is going to be a way more difficult lane against the Dazzle. So I am unsure how he's going to handle it. I really thought he was going to lose the lane last time as well, or at least not do well. And he managed to be like top net worth the entire game. So maybe Juice is just built differently, and we'll see what he ends up doing here. But I think DMS, as long as they don't get completely crushed mid lane, should have some really good timings to play around.
Yeah, you get moderately crushed mid. That's acceptable. Deep smoke by Navi, placing a ward top. Lena's actually about to show right away. I think you turn around. Just turn around. Yeah, they're going. They're going. They're about to find Shigetsu for the first blood.
Oh, he went the worst possible way to scout this out. Opening with the Storm Hammer. Good communication and first blood. They're going to try and give it over to the Sven. Ooh, it will get it
If
eventually.
she loses them in the trees, it's over.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. They know, like, they really wanted to give the kill to Juice, but it's one of those things where it's just not worth risking, like, her getting away, so they will secure it on the techies, set up their rune, or their ward to be denied, but
Keep it for now. In the meantime, bottom lane, because you know they went top for that first blood, they feel very safe to go for their own body block on the enemy creep wave, and this will push the lane out right away towards the Hawk, which I think is really good because Dazzle's not strong level 1. It's really as you get more levels that he becomes a very annoying off laner or mid laner against melee heroes. So this will put the lane in a great spot for Hawk to get those first few levels without being punished.
yeah.
And setting themselves up for success, even though they did get first blood at top.
He sees a courier coming, so he should be able to yoink this. Nice. Really nice dodges there on the stun from the Alchemist. Okay, never mind. He's not going to get the courier. Yeah, they had this really deep ward. It scouted both couriers coming over into the lane, but Problem's not in a position to try and contest them. Which is interesting because he definitely was in a position to contest them originally. I thought he might just kill them. Well, he still might get one. Stun from the Lion. Never mind.
Saved. Mid lane, Melajewel getting 8 last hits is actually pretty good at this point. A little bit surprising. This lane will get better for Monkey King. Actually, I'm not sure if that's true now that I say that. As you level up Dust Devil. Ooh, another self-stun on Problems.
Sorry, he's just limit testing.
This will be an interesting lane combo because of the negative armor from Acid Spray powering up the physical damage spells of the Dazzle.
That's true.
I'm excited to see that come into play. Warcry is very good against that. I think he should take Warcry like here at level 2 or maybe level 3. I don't know. An early
It's
point in
definitely level
Warcry
2.
will go a long way this lane.
Yeah, there's no way you don't pick it up at level 2, right? Surely. Top lane, techies. Does he have blast off? I'm sure he does, right? Yeah, he does. I just saw him wiggle. The wiggle.
A little wiggle.
Yeah, it's like you're like, oh god, here it comes.
He's wiggling.
Hey, he missed. Okay, that's spooky. That is a blood grenade out, and he's probably gonna burn to the Batrider here. Does he have a flame break? He does. This is gonna be a nice pickup for Ake, which we've seen his Batrider pop off in games.
Yeah, this hero wants to play greedy, wants to get farm. I think this is the nice thing about pairing it with Lina. Give him a good time, and then Lina becomes very self-sufficient as a such long-ranged hero. She can stand far back, shove out waves on her own, go jungle, and then that frees up your Batrider to go make stacks and then farm up for himself. Bottom lane, looks like we do see that combo come out. The acid spray, unstable concoction, which is also physical damage actually. So just a lot of value in the armor and negative armor in this bottom lane. Okay, interesting. Sven actually just doesn't want to play this lane. So he was holding the second skill point at level 2, and I thought he was going to take Warcry, maybe just save it till he needs it. He actually decided to go 2 points Great Cleave, and he's just going to start jungling as soon as possible. I suppose recognizing that even with Warcry, he doesn't think this lane is worth playing, and he'd rather jungle.
I can kind of understand this. I honestly don't know if there's going to be a point where like you're going to feel comfortable playing in the lane, and it's just going to get worse the more levels Dazzle has. So, yeah, just jungle as much as possible. Get to your treads. Get to your mask, your morbid mask.
I'm inclined to trust him with it, seeing how well he farmed with Dragonite, who has a very similar style in the early game. So I trust that he knows how to get the most farm he can get. Early rotation top, but there's actually a ward here spotting this. Instantly, they're going to have Alt come up here to help out. It's like Radius is going to fall here. And Sven's actually zoned off the Twin Gate, so he's just going to have to run around.
This
Very nice ward
He's gonna
by
have
DMS.
to TP bottom. Yeah. Concoction, channeling the top side. PMA with the swashbuckle away, but they're going to TP back in on the Lion. And with this, Daze actually in some trouble, but it's going to be the Monkey King actually rotating in from the mid lane. That should help finish off the Alchemist. He does go ahead and tick down, but Techie's just kiting Ake through the trees. He's unable to finish the job. A Burrow Strike comes in, tries to finish off PMA. They get him, and now Ake, down to such low HP, managed to barely survive as Mellow. He's got that Epicenter available. He's going to be forced to use it. The Wukong's command is out, and they just kill him. Triple kill for the Monkey in this top lane. He is crushing all of a sudden.
I like that both mid laners are like faking, channeling their ult, starting, stopping. It's like, oh wait, no, just do it, just do it. Okay, Monkey King ends up big winner from this, which I think is pretty important because this mid matchup is not going as well as it's supposed to. I think Sand King's really outplaying here, but getting a kill, well, I don't know. Maybe you're still okay with this because this match, like, I really feel Melojewel is not supposed to have like 3,000 gold right now, even with the assists he got in that top rotation or the kill he got.
Yeah, he's out. I mean, he's out CSing the Monkey King somehow, right? And maybe it's some of it's like stacking his hard camp and farming his hard camp behind the tower, but the fact that he's pretty much on par with the Monkey King is really good sign for DMS.
Radiant are scanning.
And Dazzle, so Sven is gonna get what farm he needs, but it does mean Dazzle's uncontested in this lane, and the Ag's timing should be pretty solid unless you can get some rotations in and kill him a couple times. Currently, he's freely taking the tower. He's got his catapult. He's just healing up the creep waves. His first tower is going to fall pretty early.
And Juice is like forced to walk back to the base to heal since he doesn't have the Mighty Minds buff.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
He still has it, doesn't he? It's just nerfed. Oh no, this
No,
is the wrong
he's
side, that's what
he's
you
got
mean.
wishing well,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah,
so
yeah,
he
yeah.
only gets the mana regen.
You right?
It did get nerfed though, thank gosh, because that was way too strong.
Smoke
Top
going
lane.
top, seeing if they can find this Lina.
He's not quite level 6 on the Pangolier. Rolling Thunder would be huge, but instead they're going to be able to find the Bat Rider. Quick pick off here, and now another kill into the hands of the Monkey King.
Dire are scanning.
I feel like based on how well Sand King is doing, when they picked it last game, it was the flex potential, hoping to put it on the mid lane on Meljewel, because he seems so much more comfortable with it than the Hawk does, or did in that last game.
Wow, he still finds Shigetsu. The Laguna comes out, which is a decent chunk of damage, but... Bat Rider and Alina in the top lane. They have to know that got warded, right? So I'm assuming he's trying to get the D-ward on the cliff there.
Yep.
Yeah, he is. Okay.
He Shigetsu. Oh, they just killed the courier. That's pretty funny. But actually, there's only observers and sentries on it. So not that big of a deal.
So with a game like this kind of playing out how it is, where the Sven has no lane, the Alchemist is the one absorbing the lane now, as the Dazzle can go back and just farm ancient stacks. So I feel like overall you're probably happy about that, as long as your Lina isn't constantly dying, which she's dead again. And I guess Bat Rider might be dead again as well. Yep, okay.
I guess they just didn't think Monkey King was going to sit there that long. Like, surely he's left by now. But no, he was just waiting in the trees. Patience, eventually rewarded. At a pretty deep kill. I mean, they're like sitting the tier 2 while the tier 1's still up. And Lina actually goes straight back, but there's a pretty deep observer that scouts this. We'll see if they want to go back. They don't have roll this time. So maybe you can't do it until your cooldowns are back up.
We'll take that.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Sand King's last hits, man. He has 6,000 net worth at 10 minutes. 6,200. Okay, let me not short him. This is ridiculous. If he scouts the enemy triangle stacks and goes and steals those, devastating. And the Hawk only needs about 1,200 gold till his Aghanims. They're looking for a kill here on Riddy. Some stuns missing. Doesn't matter. He's got a haste rune on Sand King. They're going to run him down, finish it off.
On your knees.
Melojewel's going for a Bloodstone because of how good of a game he's having.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm looking at him now. He's still top of the CS.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
I mean, the Monkey
like-
King completely left this lane, right? To just go punish top over and over. Like, he sat top for like 5 minutes.
Still sitting top.
Dire's
Yeah.
top tower has fallen.
Denied.
Now we still need to see Melojewel convert this into team impact. But with him finishing a Bloodstone, I imagine he'll start trying to pressure objectives a little more heavily now that he has that extra tank ability. Maybe a Blink next to start getting more active. Lina, looks like she's going to be found top again.
Ooh, Rolling Thunder misses. They want the Monkey King here, but the Bat Rider off the mark with the Flame Break, so that's not going to connect at all.
Guess you got the Sand King rotation to protect your Lina. They're looking for the observers in the wrong spot. The observer's actually way deeper than they realize. Like,
Yeah.
he keeps sitting here. There's got to be something.
Road night claim.
Dire's
A nice
bottom
fine
tower
bottom.
is under attack.
Monkey King staying active on the map.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I'm looking at these net worths. They're punishing the Lina, but Sand King and Dazzle are having such a free game right now.
Dire's bottom tower is under
The
attack.
Hawk is about, like, when he finishes farming this bottom wave, he's gonna have his Aghanims. Invis rune on Melojewel. Let's see if he can get a kill.
Radiant are scanning.
Making their way top. They see the Pango. Oh, actually, they see the Monkey King.
Yeah, it's like they see the Monkey King as well. Blink the epicenter Burrow Strike, doing a lot of damage, taking down one. They get the other with the Laguna, as now Niku dead as well. So a massive find off of that epicenter, just not knowing that they were nearby. And not only do you save the Lina, but you get yourself a massive kill in mid lane. Problems. Gonna be able to throw the concoction over to Daze. Dahonk should be here to finish the job, and he is.
Oh!
Almost finishes off
That was
Melojewel,
scary.
but not quite.
Melojewel got hit by all 3 landmines, so his magic resistance was way down for that blast off.
Under attack.
But he's getting a bottle refill. So salve being passed off to him from the shovel. It's good to go. I'm actually a little surprised. I thought he scouted the stacks in the triangle. I thought he would head right back after that to go steal it. But maybe it's better to be safe, right? He's actually so rich that if he gets killed doing something aggressive, like stack stealing, it's probably not worth it. So maybe that's just the smarter play. Finish up the blink, get another kill, and then if the stacks are there, you could go for it. But looks like now that they know that their stacks have been scouted, they're going to clear them up on Na'Vi Jr. real quick. Well, actually, they don't get the Ancients, so it could still be on the table for contention.
Radiant are scanning.
They're going for Lina again.
Seen this one before.
I think Shigetsu saw it. He saw the hop at the end. Pings it out, runs away. Like, for all this camping of the Lina, she's
not that
still
underfarmed.
ahead of... Yeah, she's behind Sven, sure, but she's ahead of the other 2 cores.
Late lasso there, and now PMA is going to turn this around with maybe some help from his team, the Rolling Thunder. Okay, no, it will expire. You can't kill Melojewel, it would seem. Yeah, he gets the pipe and Rolling Thunder off before the lasso, and as a result, just takes almost no damage from the epicenter. There's a Gleipnir on Lina all of a sudden.
That fight top helped recover her a bunch. And I think she just did some stacks because her net worth just shot up. All right, what's the next play for Na'Vi Jr.? Because it feels like they missed the mark on counter-picking the Sand King, shutting him down, and then using Simeon Stride to rotate. That's what I think they were going for, but the execution was not clean enough. And now I'm not sure what the next play is. I guess roll, Tango roll and pipe. He's closing in on a blink. Maybe you can use that to find some fights. Oh, you have the damage though. All right, Sven clears up his own stacks, reestablishes that 1,000 net worth over the Lina.
Is under attack.
I think this game's going to come down to Sven, like, if he can just two-shot a hero. The problem is that your Sand King is absurdly tanky already, and I don't know how he's going to get to the Lina in these games. Like, the Monkey King can find her, but it's not as easy for the Sven to get there. They get the nice hex into the stun, the follow-up damage. It's there. They take down the Bat Rider. Rolling Thunder committed for this, though, so they need to all leave. As Dahonk now with the Aghanim Scepter on the Dazzle is very scary.
Is under attack.
Pecky's not going to be so lucky, it sounds like. I hear Laguna Blade and some other stuff coming
He's
out.
TPing.
Oh, he does make it out. All right, well, that's
he makes
cool.
It out. He uses reactive taser, actually disarms Dahonk and Shigetsu, so they just watch him TP for the last second. A close escape. Still, despite it being 10-9, it is a 4K gold lead for DMS. Navi Jr., they've got the Blink on Lion. I believe Blink on Pango is... Okay, he's 200 away. You need to find fights with those items, and you need to start getting yourself back into this. And it currently looks like PMA might be the target of a gank here.
Oh,
They
great
find
stun
God
here
Juice
onto the
instead.
Sven. Do they have the damage to finish it off is the question. The rest of the heroes coming through. Wukong's command is available, and you do have Jingu stacks. You could take the fight if they manage to go for the dive here. I think you have enough. But the Burrow Strike comes out. They find the Lion. Another concoction is out. Still holding the Rolling Thunder. They're just going to let him go. They decide they don't want that fight.
Really nice deep ward in the back here. Just general vision from DMS has been pretty solid this game.
Ben is catching up. He's getting there.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
He has his BKB. He's almost got Echo. Banking's really close to a plate mail, though. On top of his Veil, it's going to be very hard to kill that Sand King. And it'll be a while till you have the mobility to get to Lina outside of smoke ganking to her. That might be how these fights play out. Like, if you can get the backline first, leave Sand King for last, find Lina and Dazzle to start your fights, then I think Navi Jr. can still take those. But I think as long as DMS positions pretty well, it'll be very hard to do that. Like, you just stand behind your Sand King.
I think they have to find the Hawk. Like, because realistically, if you jump on the Lina and the Hawk is nearby, your Lina's just getting graved. So it's like you still have to kill the Dazzle first.
That's true.
And then you can get the Lina. It's not that hard for them to actually kill the Dazzle if they get
They
the
do find the
chance.
Lina. Well, maybe it's just Riddy's here finding the Lina.
Ooh, well, we'll see. This is not a bad fight. They have a really good ward here. They're going to TP in on the Sven as the blast off comes through. Boundless Strike is there. Rolling Thunder controlling up the backside. Dahak can't get to him. The Shallow Grave finally comes through. Dahak's BKB paying off already, but the Lina still gonna die, and Juice now just chasing down the Dazzle, just cleaving through him. The Finger of Death from downtown takes the kill. So far a 2 for 2, but Shigetsu, he's still got that God Strength, really wants to take down this Alchemist, but isn't gonna be able to, and turns the attention on over to Mello. They don't have it. They're just stuck and kited out. The Sven, his nemesis, unable to attack heroes. Oh, you hate to get bashed. To be honest, Pango is quite tanky, but getting away from this much damage, not gonna happen.
I see Sven does have the damage if allowed to freely hit, but with his team cleaned up, roll already used, in the end they're just kiting him out. Burrow striking away, slowing him, flame breaking him. He just can't fight once his BKB ends. If they manage to prevent the Dazzle from graving the Lina, I think they would clean that fight up. But she was able to live long enough to kill off the Monkey King and then die after that. And at that point, they lost so much damage. Now they're actually going to pick up a Roshan off that fight. So, do you put this on Dahak so he can't be killed? Or maybe just put on Shigetsu anyways.
I'd be fine with it actually being on the Sand King.
That too,
Okay.
that also works. They do decide to give it to Shigetsu, who's been the focus of all their gank, so maybe that's fair.
It's like, if Sand King was close enough, I think I'd give it to him, but he was pushing top lane. The reason being is I feel like he's the one who's actually just going to be sitting on the side, on the high ground, and Lina's going to be behind him. And then behind them is going to be the Dazzle. So it's like...
That's why I was wondering if maybe you give it to Dazzle, because like Dazzle will save the Sand King, but Navi Jr., like Aegis or not, you do not focus the Sand King, right? Even if he's the one closest to you, I think you lose the fight every time you do that. You have to find the back line. and you have to burst them. Oh, it's kind of close. Run, techies.
Is under attack.
All right, they get the shard for Riddies. It's a pretty decent one, actually. The debuff immunity will help a lot versus DMS.
It's just super annoying, this shard. The problem is, though, he's level 1 mana drain, so it's effectively nothing, right?
That
but
is
when he gets
true.
higher levels and it's max level, the max mana drain is super annoying to push into because the cast range is super far.
Has fallen.
I'll take your tribute.
Dire are scanning.
All right, DMS looks to be clearing up the tier 2s. When it comes to pushing high ground, see, they can do it quite safely. Oh, especially if they find the techies outside the base. Fine, he's fine. You are pushing into techies, which is always a little scary. Roll around the base, Wukongs can make the high ground difficult, but you do have the Sandstorm and the Lina long range. All right, this time it looks like they should find the techies kill right in front of the base. Riddies is waiting on the side. Again, though, if you jump Shigetsu, now he's got Aegis and the Dazzle waiting in the trees to help out. Got the juice. Has already popped God Strength, but lost half his health. How do you approach this fight?
It looks like they don't plan to approach it. The Monkey King either needs to cut a wave or they need to try and find a way into the back line. But God Strength has expired now, so you just need to cut this wave and stop this push entirely. But
The Hawk's actually going to go protect it. This is such a good call.
yeah.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
To be fair, I think they saw the Monkey King dancing around a little bit, and they're like, all right, this guy's going to go cut the wave.
Melijewel falling awfully low off a blast off, but Grave comes out in time, and they turn that kill onto techies because of it. And then straight back to the high ground. Shigetsu finishes up that tier 3. Gonna go straight to work on that melee barracks now.
Radiant's middle barracks.
It was close, actually. They almost caught Melijewel. But without the Sven there for the extra burst, without the Monkey King, or maybe it's just a little hopeful of a play. This is looking awful like we're going to a game 3, Ricky.
I would say I'm shocked, but we always go to game 3, so
It seems like it. Teams are very close, and just a slight edge in the draft. Maybe a first blood.
oh, can they cancel some TPs out? They actually do. They managed to find the Hawk onto the bottom side. That's a kill. Now, will you get more is the question. You have a Monkey King. You should be able to as long as you keep chasing. Gleipnir's out. Boundless Strike is out. Riddies here on the Lion. They got him.
That's a lot of damage.
They steal a gem away.
That's a good find. All right, maybe I'm a little preemptive talking about game 3. This Sven is second on net worth. He will be working on his Crystallis. You can get some lucky crits. Maybe that's your way back into this. There's a smoke looking for him. He's got to be very careful.
Ooh,
Shivas
that
just
Shivas
misses
just
him.
missed. I
Though I suppose that was
sometimes in-
also the blink forward, so they wouldn't have been able to actually get to him after that.
Yeah. I feel like sometimes all you need are a couple really big red numbers to win a game, and you are very close to that. 'Cause he actually is just right outside of vision here. Melo has no idea. Oh, well, he
what a
just
nice
guesses
burrow
correctly.
strike. Was that the gem? No.
No.
Who's got it? Monkey King has it. Okay. Sven can hold mid lane really easily. Actually, all the cores can. The one rack's not the end of the world. It does look like DMS is taking that tier 2, and I don't know if you have the back. Oh, it looks like you do. Melijewel went for Niku. Forced the BKB, but Bat Rider is there for the lasso TP cancel. They have recovered their gem.
And apparently killed the Monkey King, so that's big.
Dire are scanning. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Regeneration.
don't know if you need to wait for a Roche. I guess it's a safe play. I don't know. You just need DMS to group up and then get a bunch of cleaves. And I just don't see them doing that. The Hawk's been doing a great job hiding behind trees, being far away from his team. He actually picked up a blink to be even further in the back. So he's going to hide until he's needed, and then he'll blink BKB to get the grave. He actually got the juice off a deep observer ward. The Hawk
He pops the BKB, steals the Wisdom Rune, TP, he's gonna make it.
That was close.
All right, Juice. I mean, that's a solid play.
He was not expecting a deep ward, or a defensive ward, I suppose, from DMS. He does make it out. I think you should try to force something since you know Sven has no BKB.
Niku here in the top lane. They are absolutely going to force something as it's a lasso into a burrow strike, and he's got nowhere to go.
Blink Burrow Strike finds the techies.
Some decent damage here from Daze, but will he actually get out? Tries to blast off away. Nice stun from the Lion. All right, Techies survives.
Yeah, Melojul's been itemizing for armor to not be killed by Sven and Monkey King and Pango, but the Techies does bring a lot of magic damage, and when your magic resistance gets brought down by the mines, that's where you do have to be a little bit careful. With that said, he did just finish a Wind Waker, so even if you jump into a bunch of mines, you should be able to get out okay now.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
They have one last chance here, and this wraparound find what they need. Don't think it's Alk. I think you have to jump past the Alk, and that's very difficult.
You have to find the opening. The question is, can they?
Oh, the lasso.
Oh, okay. Juice is in with the BKB. Gonna be able to go on to Dahak, who pops the grave she gets to. Now forced to run, but the BKB on the Sven is expired, and now he's just kited out. No way to get his hands on the right target. He's dead without buyback. A buyback on 3 for Na'Vi as they also buy back on Dahak. I don't think it matters. I think this game is unplayable at this point. 25,000 gold advantage. And it looks like DMS should be closing out game number 2 here in just a few moments.
I think Melojul did an amazing job this game of showing exactly why Sand King is such a top tier pick. Nice double stun to clean out this game. 2 more kills, no buybacks. That is it. For game number 2, we're going all the way. Best of 3 always goes to 3 games.
Yeah, definitely tip Melojul. He's counterpicked in mid and is the strongest hero for the entire game, right? Like, he absolutely destroyed Na'Vi Jr.
I have to go back and see what happened. Usually, the way Monkey King lanes are supposed to go is that in that first, I don't know, first 3 minutes, we'll say, you're supposed to massively outlast it and deny most melee heroes, including a Sand King. But Sand King was pretty much on par for the entire laning stage, and then started to catch up once he had I think level 3 Sandstorm. That's when he was able to just shove out the wave, head over to the jungle camp, and hit 6k net worth by 10 minutes. That's crazy for a counter-picked mid lane. I was worried about not flexing the heroes, but that was clearly a misplaced concern. It was completely fine running a straight-up hard-countered lane. Very well done by Melojul.
Yeah, I'm surprised on how that played out. Like, looking back at the net worth in the lane the whole time, like, he was actually ahead of Monkey King from minute 0. Like, he actually out-CS'd the Monkey King the entire lane, outside of, I think, when Monkey King goes top and gets that, like, triple kill, and he's, like, slightly ahead. But, like, even after that, the Sand King passes him less than 30 seconds to a minute later. So, the fact that Melojul is able to not only like survive the counter pick, but like completely own the counter pick is not a good sign for the mid lane. And I think maybe you ban Sand King next game if you're you know, in Navi Junior, like just not willing to play against it. But I liked it much better this time. Like last game, it did not look great for into Hawk's hands. This game looked unbelievably strong for Mellow which clearly he plays the hero. He's level 28 Dota plus, like almost Grandmaster Sand King player. So it's, I think generally he just has a lot more experience in the Sand King than Hawk does.
Sure seems like it. It's a very strong performance by him. I will also say they overcommit trying to punish the Lina
100%.
and at the same time give up on their bottom lane because they were like, oh, this matchup's just too bad. And I'm not going to disagree with that, but I will highlight then that is one reason why we don't see so many Lions. He's not that strong of a laner. Most supports being picked right now are usually very strong to fight out the laning stage. And the fact that it's like, oh, they picked Dazzle into our Sven, just jungle at level 3, right? Like that's a big loss in the laning stage.
Yeah, it is. And I think the fact that Monkey King spent like the 4 of the first 10 minutes of the game like chasing the top like area of the map, it just like is exactly how Sand King ends up at 6k net worth by 10 minutes, right? Like he literally didn't have a lane opponent from minute 6 to 10. Like he was completely alone in mid and he could freely gank if he felt like it was appropriate for him to like TP respond to a lane. But he was solo laning and like free farming jungle for 4 minutes straight in the early game. And Sand King transitions that farm better than almost any hero in Dota at the moment. So really well played from DMS. We'll see what happens as we have a game 3. This is an elimination series. One of these teams will be advancing to play Mouse tomorrow. But for right now, we're going to go to a short break and we'll be back with that game number 3. We'll see y'all soon. Welcome back, everybody. It is time for game number 3 of Navi Jr. versus DMS. The winner advancing to play Miles here in the lower bracket. The loser, unfortunately, their tournament live will be gone. So we'll see what's going to happen here. Draft-wise, DMS have first pick again. How do you think this is going to go? Do you think the Sand King makes it through?
I do think Sand King's what you want to prioritize in terms of bans. Lena's also up there. I don't know. They've been banning some comfort heroes away from DMS, but leaving in those what most of us would consider broken meta heroes. So I don't really know what you want to choose. It does look like they did not like playing against that Sand King. They're going to take it out. I would agree with that. I think Lena is still worth banning as well. Yeah, there you go. Last time, I believe they banned like Wind Ranger and Omni Knight. Pretty understandable bans, but I do think it's worth trading them out for Sand King and Lena, and DMS will now have the choice of what they want. I would say like Omni Knight, Tinker. I think it'll be a little weirder than that, what they end up going for.
I think you just ban the Omni and then they're going to pick... Oh, they banned Rubik. Now pick Omni. Yeah,
there you go.
Okay. So
I think you take Tinker if you play it. But I feel like it's going to be a Lion.
But I also kind of feel like it might be the Lion, yeah. The Omni Knight is one of those heroes that...
Yo, okay, let's go. I'm up for that.
That's a cool response. You know what I really want?
What? Tell me what you want.
I want them to take Broodmother and put it in Deadlock.
Dude, I would be in Deadlock instantly.
I know you would immediately
Broodmother.
be like, I'm a Deadlock player now. That would be sick.
I'm a Broodmother player through and through in any game, wherever it is.
Dude, I want that. Anyway, on Dota topics, this hero, very good against Omni.
Yeah, it's a cool idea. Guardian Angel, if you get that out, right, obviously you'll become immune to the damage from the spiders and Broodmother, but you can't really stop her once she hits 6. Like, she'll just free farm, and then she's either going auras to outpace you, especially depending on the rest of her draft, or she can build an Orchid to get you killed off before you can cast anything. She just runs around. If you try to show anywhere near her, she Orchids you, and now you're like, oh, wait, I can't Guardian Angel, and then you die. So very, very cool idea. If you have a bad game, though, then Omni Knight will have some tools against you. So it is, it's a little bit of a double-edged sword there. But I think Brood should be fine. Maybe you can pick a very good carry against her. I think you kind of have to with this Omni Knight. Otherwise, I expect this Broodmother to be able to get a lot done. Like, even when she's countered, ultimately she hits 6 and farms really fast. And I don't know who plays it for Navi Jr., but I mean, if Got the Juice can do it and he plays his farming style with Brood, that could be really scary.
Yeah. I would like it. I'm down.
All right, we do see the Wind Ranger ban eventually. Dragonite, Morphling, other good heroes versus... Well, one, we just saw them play Dragonite very well. And then Morphling, if you play Morphling support, and I think it's the same reason they considered banning the Rubik and the Shadow Demon, aside from them being good heroes and comfort heroes for Navi, is that Morphling support can just steal Omni Knight spells and be a better Omni Knight. And although Morphling support is not the strongest laner, I would say Omni Knight is not that strong of a laner either, unless it's a melee hero without mobility that you can just run at. But Morphling would have no problem getting through that laning stage and then eventually stealing Omni Knight spells and having them at a lower cooldown.
I do like the Grimstroke quite a bit. This is something that they've actually ran themselves multiple times. It actually got banned last game. And now I'm wondering if they plan to run this with like a Blink Initiator of some kind. The Dragonite, Sand King are the big ones that are already banned. But there are other heroes that they can follow up with, right? That would still fill that kind of void. And so, it could lane with the Broodmother. Like, realistically, like, Broodmother is very fast. You can't just Inkswell the Brood and have it just run at a hero, and it could work. But I would like them to pair this with another specifically stun hero. And you now have to consider that Doom is still in the pool as well for DMS have to be worried about a potential, Doom blink stun hero, like as a blink stun to pair with a Grimstroke.
Yeah, it would reveal where your Broodmother's going, but I suppose as you get into maybe the 18th pick, it's not such a big deal. They're going to go back for the Naga and immediately grab the Dazzle as well. So very high chance that's your support duo there. Naga, Omni, and you can technically flex this Dazzle, but, it does seem like it's Dahawk's thing.
Yeah.
I'm not sure how I feel about them picking it here, though. I guess it would do well versus Brood Carry in the lane, at least. Well, I don't know, actually. Spider's Milk and Insatiable Hunger. I feel like you actually just out-regen the damage. It does make it look like a very tempting Doom game now.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm thinking is like, if I'm here, I like, why would I not just pick Doom, It seems pretty solid.
Who else could you get, maybe? I don't know, it just seems so good. What about Beastmaster? We haven't really been seeing him picked up too much, but his combo with the Grimstroke's pretty decent. Feel like those supports can't really stop him. For now, they go Queen of Pain and Hoodwink, keeping that flex of the Brood alive. Offlaner carry Brood going into your final picks.
I'm not a huge fan of the Quap pick here. It is maybe a little bit of a deny pick away from Mello, since it is something that he really likes, but that hurts a lot. That's a cool Huskar pick.
Too late to grab yourself an Ancient Apparition.
Yeah, and the Hoodwink to me doesn't synergize like super well with the Grimstroke. Like I was saying, I would like to see heroes that you can take advantage of the Soulbind with. You're obviously not countering anything like a Pangolier this game, so it's kind of important that you have either someone that blinks in that takes advantage of Inkswell, which I guess could be your Queen of Pain, or that you have someone that can benefit from the just dual spells, and I'm not really seeing that with the Hoodwink either. So like a little bit of kind of missed opportunities with the Grimstroke. We'll have to see what ends up happening though.
Yeah, funny enough, Lion would have been really good with that.
Yeah, right. Lion would have been fine.
On the other side, DMS, this is clearly all in on the Huskar. You're going to Grave the Huskar. You're going to Guardian Angel the Huskar. You're going to Repel the Huskar. Purification, everything for the Huskar. So the last pick can just enable it further. I really don't think the carry pick, you don't need a late game winning carry. You want a carry who has a strong core to core matchup in the lane and then can also fight early. And you just play around winning this game in 20 to 25 minutes. And I feel like that's the best way for DMS to go about this. Navi will have last pick. Once you see DMS commit to that, you need to pick something really good versus the Huskar. And I'm not sure what that is now that we're this far in the draft. Queen of Pain will be okay in the lane. Downside, you can't really move her around. They go for the Alk.
Okay. Man,
I mean, you're going to be given a lot of space.
Ancient Apparition, this would have been the game.
It's actually so tempting, isn't it?
I feel like you just go carry Brood and pick an offlane Doom, right? Like, it actually has to be the only thing that you can go for.
Doom, or maybe is Timbersaw still good versus...
It is a
Worried.
pretty good Timber game, actually. You're right. You could just go Timber.
Either pop off with Timber or Doom.
Yeah.
I agree with you on that.
Like, I think you just run to carry Broodmother. Because it's not like it's that bad into these heroes. Like, it can stand its ground against the Huskar for sure. It's
Viper?
not going to struggle too much here. They go for the Doom. Okay.
Okay.
I was going to be really confused if they didn't go, like, like you said, literally.
Got the juice, Doom. Let's go. We're going carry Doom. I think Viper could also be an option.
Into Dazzle.
Maybe the lane swap? That seems weird.
I'm guessing Juice just doesn't play Broodmother. That's what this has to be. Like, he's never... If he doesn't have a Broodmother, like, experience, maybe that could be it. I'm a little unsure.
Will Doom do better versus Dazzle than Brood? I mean, you have Devour early. So maybe if your lane's being shut down, you don't even care that much. You're just eating creeps anyways. But Brood has so much natural regen. Maybe you can lane swap. Necrotic Webs is going to be sick this game.
Yeah, it's a very good Necrotic Webs game. Okay, I mean, I'm up for carry Doom and seeing how this plays out. I mean, it's technically going to get more priority in terms of farm. I just don't know what that translates to. Because I feel like Doom, for the most part, takes a lot of farm on the map anyway. So this is going to be really interesting.
This got wild here at the end. I like DMS's draft. It's centered around the Huskar. Alchemist, in theory, should have a lot of space to farm up and then join in on that timing around 25 minutes when he has like Blink, Radiance, BKB, maybe another item after that. I will say if the lanes don't go as well as they're hoping, they're going to lack a lot of catch on DMS, and they're going to be struggling. None of these are playmakers if they're not winning. Right? Dazzle needs the Aghanims. Maybe he does a different build with the Huskar, I'm not sure. But you have to play from ahead. If you fall behind on DMS, I think your game's over.
Alrighty, here we go. Game 3 for Navi Junior DMS. One of these teams gets to advance, and I honestly don't know which one it's going to be. These drafts are very bizarre, but looking at the fact that it is a Grandmaster Broodmother player on Navi Junior explains why we see a carry Doom here as opposed to an offlane Doom. So yeah, absolutely gonna play like make for an interesting game. And then you know, Huskar mid versus the Queen of Pain. This should be Huskar favored by a pretty significant margin, and he did go the new Incendiary facet, which I think got like quite buffed in the most recent patch. It technically burns slower, but now it has like no downside.
You have a Spirit Vessel builder on Navi?
I mean, just
I know you have Doom, but I still think it's worth getting a Spirit Vessel this game, just looking at the lineup. And maybe a Shiva's as well.
The battle begins.
I'd love to see that from someone. DMA's got to be a little bit careful in this top rune.
He might just be dead here if he gets a third Burning Spear. He does.
He's dead.
Yeah, that's a super easy first blood for Melojewel, and in a lane that looks quite good already for a Huskar. He's got a fantastic time.
Yeah, that's gonna be a rough start for Niku, who I think got outplayed by Melojewel last game as well. So we'll see if Niku's a little bit more comfortable on this Queen of Pain versus Huskar matchup.
I mean, ooh, I was like, if he doesn't high ground miss again, he could kill him. But Niku does shove the wave here, which is kind of expected, right? When you're playing the Queen of Pain level 1, you have to just go the Scream and shove the lane. But as soon as Melojewel gets level 2, he can definitely start applying a lot more pressure because he'll have his, you know, his passive, his regen. Man, that hammer actually does a lot of damage from the Omni Knight here, level 1.
Yeah, Hoodwink joins in. They get some good damage in return. Alchemist is not going to care about this Brood very much, though. especially with the start they're having. But then if he gets a decent Radiance timing, the Brood can pretty much never threaten the Alchemist. He'll always just farm Spiderlings.
Tasty spiders.
Love eating spiders. What's got the juice doing? Been a hot minute since we've seen carry Doom.
Dude, I had a
It
hot
used to be
carry
a
Doom
thing.
build for a while, and then
Yeah,
they nerfed it into Oblivion.
That's what I mean. It used to be a thing, and maybe Got the Juice played it a bunch back then, so he feels pretty comfortable pulling it out here. And I gotta say, if you're gonna do that, this game makes so much sense to have a carry Doom with how good that ability is against DMS's lineup.
Yeah, it's like
But it
2 cores rely entirely
on healing.
on healing, and then the
Yeah.
other core is a healing core. Right, like Broodmother sustains through Insatiable Hunger. Huskar is literally heal bot, and then you have Dazzle who's like, let me save you by healing you. Top lane, another kill onto the Broodmother. Closer this time as they almost finish off Shigetsu. But, you know, that is the Omni Knight effect.
Yeah, that heal doing a lot of work from here. Double bracer from Alchemist as well. Just extra tanky.
You need to send out salves like ASAP and back out of these webs so they actually start gaining some health back. You do not contest that Lotus for sure.
That's true. The necrotic webs does mean you have to back off quite far before you can get full value from healing. Maybe as he gets more levels on this Broodmother, this lane will be a little easier.
Dude, he has double bracer and a tango going. He only has 10 regen. Bro, you gotta get out of the webs. Shigetsu's
He
just
might actually
dead.
die here.
It's not even my
That is something you cannot underestimate. Necrotic webs are a legitimately very potent like lane
Regen
mechanic. and if-
reduction. Mhm.
Yeah, it's like if you're not paying attention to it, it's like you're losing 15% of your health essentially when you're trying to rely on all this regen. Bottom lane, Inkswell comes out, but a ensnare from Problems will just keep him back.
Niku rotated in, actually.
Oh, it's a really nice rotation. They're setting up the kill here on Problems. Do they actually have the damage to finish it off? Scream comes out. It's not enough, and Niku might just be dead. Has to pop a Lotus thanks to the Grimstroke. We'll be bottling up here. Might go for another dive. There's no way,
I'll
right?
go get it if
Surely.
he does. I mean, he's making such an early rotation because he's playing against a Huskar. That lane's not going well, so your path back into it is to try to find kills on the side. Very close to the Naga kill, but didn't quite get it. And I mean, that just means you're losing the lane and your rotation failed. So things are all going DMS's way right now. The one thing you have going for you is that Doom and Brood are farming okay, but I don't think as well as they need to, especially as top lane it looks like Daze is about to fall. One more hammer strike will do it. I don't think PMA can get 8. Maybe he can, actually. That's actually more damage than I thought. All right, I take it back.
I love the slurp, dude. The slurp voice line is one of the best in the game.
A good one. It's such a weird one. I like the weird voice lines.
Yeah. We haven't really been paying much attention to mid, but I'm looking at it really quick. Oh, hold on. Bottom lane. We're going to see the Inkswell come out. Doom trying to just chase down Problems. No ensnare available. Dahak doing his best to try and keep him in this one, but this is a couple early points in the Scorched Earth to finish the job, and now with the Dahak, it's a 1-for-1 trade. I think you're okay with that. The ice armor on Doom in this lane is actually genius.
Yeah, that's actually so much damage reduction. Really nice. Top lane. 8. Fighting Daze, but maybe it's gone a little bit too deep. He's gonna drop the repel. He's got a long way to run, though.
I don't think he gets out of this one, man. No way. That is another kill for PMA's Broodmother.
Okay, side lane's going okay. Alk is farming, though, and that mid lane, very concerning. more denies on this Huskar than Queen of Pain has last hits. I suppose that's standard Huskar gaming.
I mean, Melajewel is very familiar with this, right? He's a Grandmaster Queen of Pain player, so he like knew. He's like, oh, they pick Queen of Pain. Yeah, give me Huskar. I can play that. I know how this works. And I think the Incendiary facet just made it so much worse. Like, you just need a couple auto attacks in the lane, and you just out-sustain them. Like, it's impossible.
Radiant are scanning.
Okay, Brood does hit 6. This is actually a pretty solid timing because Daze gave a lot of XP over, and because they managed to find a couple kills onto the Omni Knight. This is a good level 6 timing, and maybe you can punish the Alk. It's hard to kill him, but he doesn't have the Radiance, so you won't at least be feeding spiders. Well, I say that actually with the Grimstroke rotation, Shigetsu's not yet level 6.
They just run right in with that Inkswell, and it's good enough usually. You're going to have to keep throwing some webs here. The Repel buying Shigetsu some space. There it comes. Out the Bushwhack. Another heal, but it's not enough. They finally managed to finish the job, and that's what I was saying. I was like, Grimstroke doesn't have like the best combos, but it's better than nothing there. Problems, nice dodge, but the Hawk, they actually managed to find onto the backside. What canceled his TP?
I actually don't even know. Was it a Bushwhack?
It must have been, I guess. Yeah, Daze must have thrown a Bushwhack back the other way, and it ends up allowing them to get 2 kills in this rotation. Which, I mean, Niku desperately needed to be part of. So that is quite nice for Navi Jr.
Yeah, that for a moment there, it really looked like Daz was going to TP out, and then I was watching Problems to see if he could deny himself to the creeps. And I was like, that's going to be a huge fail in the rotation, but fortunately, they do grab the kills, and it's going to help him recover just a little bit. It's still pretty brutal, this mid lane, but this is what you have to try to do as someone who's being Huskar'd. There's, like, once you aren't winning the lane, there's no way you're coming back into it, right? You have to shove out the wave, jungle, and or rotate. You have to try to do something away from the Huskar.
One thing they could have done, actually, is put the Broodmother mid. And then put the Queen of Pain in the off lane. Because if you go that route, Broodmother actually plays between the tier 1, tier 2 on the dire side, and you just like cut wave and drag, and you just farm like the camps next to the wave as well.
That might have worked. But the early levels would be rough because you don't have the spiders till 6. I think you could actually do it now. He never actually took the mid tower, so maybe you put Broodmother in the mid lane versus the Huskar and have her do what you just explained. And that way Huskar can never take your mid tower, but it's also very hard to kill Brood if you set up some vision in that area.
Yeah, I would be okay with doing that type of a swap. And now that Brood's already taken top, like it's actually very straightforward for her to like just throw some webs connecting towards the mid lane, but he's actually just using spiders to block the jungle camps, I believe, right now.
Looks like it. That's actually such a good play. You do have to be careful of feeding spiders, but you're preventing so much farm from the Alchemist.
Wow,
Dazzle looking pretty dead here.
Ooh, doesn't pop the Inkswell fast enough, but he's not getting out of that either way, so that's fine. And that's one of the reasons we see the Grimstroke pick right into Dazzle. He really struggles at dealing with Phantom's Embrace. And so that's cool. Really good usage of this hero so far, using the Queen of Pain as your blink target, even though it's not like a traditional one, but it still works.
Queen of Pain's gotta be careful. She's trying to punish Shigetsu down. Can he do this?
Oh no! Get those spiders out of the acid spray. Yeah, or yeah, that was a non-acid spray.
It's confusing. They're right next to each other. It's all green up here.
Pools of green. But yeah, you gotta be careful. Not. Yeah, I was like, you just. Yeah. That's it right there. It's like 150 gold for Shigetsu. He gets like an entire extra creep wave when those spiders die, you know? So he's farming
Gotta be very
exceptionally well
careful.
on the Broodmother, and I think he was just trying to force the ult out of the Alchemist, which is smart because now it gives them a potential gank avenue as they're bringing both Hoodwink and Grimstroke to the top side of the map. They are going to TP in on the Omni, but Melo's just pushing mid lane anyway, and Doom going to TP in,
Radiant structures are
hiding in the trees here, but
I was hoping it would
became
last
just a
longer.
little bit too late,
under
yeah.
attack.
I feel like they could have forwarded that tower. Or maybe the fort was down. I don't know. Maybe they just refreshed. Top lane, though.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Inkswell will stun up Mellow for a moment, but the kill pretty easy for the Huskar to clean up. That was not the most useful heal there from the Anya. He like heals them and immediately Arma toggles off down to 0 HP again.
His intentions are in the right place. He's like,
Yeah,
you
yeah.
want me to heal you? He's like, no, you're slowing down my farm speed. Don't touch me.
Radiant are scanning.
Trying again for Shigetsu. I feel like too many spiders are dying in these attempts, though. And it's so hard with Omnites standing in the area to protect him. I don't know if actually trying to kill the Alk is the play. I like what he was doing with the spider micro to just block the camps, and you just farm the ones you can't
Dire's
block.
bottom tower
And I
is
feel like the
under
support
attack.
should maybe focus up somewhere else. This
Yeah.
repeated play at Alk. I mean, if you got him, that's one thing, but so far it's just feeding spiders to the Alchemist.
Yeah, I think the best thing you can do is get vision on like the side of the jungle that's between
Dire's
mid and
bottom
top
tower
lane,
is
right?
under
Like
attack.
get some vision in there. Broodmother farms that area of the jungle, and then like you said, just send spiders across to the top side, right? Above the
Dire's
safe
bottom
lane,
tower
and
is
those
under
are just there
attack.
to scout and block camps. And if you can do that, you at least are hampering the Alchemist more than, like you said, trying to make these attempts. And if the attempt fails, he just farms like 100 some odd gold.
Ooh. Song set up.
Ensnare out into an immediate grab on Niku. The silence, of course, from the inner fire. Easy kill there.
Yeah, that was nice. He felt confident playing in there because he had the haste rune. He was trying to contest stacks, but really nice song from behind a tree into the ensnare. And you know Huskar's got the damage to finish those kills.
Yeah. And that's like one of the scenarios, like when they changed inner fire to be a silence instead of a disarm, it's like it's a nerf against some matchups, but it's a significant buff versus others. And the Queen of Pain one, you're much happier to have a silence than a disarm there. They're actually smoking bottom here. They were really looking to catch someone on the 14-minute wisdom rune and thinking it might be the dazzle like ancient farming, but it was a Naga Siren just walking by and they missed completely.
Radiant are scanning.
All right, so how are you feeling about this safe lane Doom so far?
I don't think I've seen a Doom yet.
I don't think I
Doesn't
have
feel
either.
great. He got his Midas. He's going to queue up a Blink. So I guess once he has the Blink, it should make the Dooms possible. They're looking for this Naga, but she's scouting everything with these illusions.
Dire's
Exactly what's
bottom
going on.
tower is under attack.
In the meantime, Melajul is working on a Sanj and Yasha to have some status resistance to reduce the amount of time that he is doomed.
Dire's bottom
And then
tower has fallen.
that in combination with a Grave gives him a good chance of surviving, especially as you get more points in Shallow Grave and the ultimate and you start being able to cycle through multiple Graves. This is a rich Broodmother, though.
Yeah.
And she went Manta first.
She's
She's
the
going to go
core.
for a more carry type build, yeah. Especially now that she knows the spiders are just going to get farmed. So,
It's like
all
you
you
see
need is
Doom
the-
going Midas, Blink, BKB. It's like you need your Broodmother to be damaged, especially with how terrible of a game the Queen of Pain is having. So
Mhm.
I think the Brood, yeah, you need like Manta. You need, I don't know.
Doom
Hold on,
on
mid
the
lane.
Huskar.
There's the Blink Doom reveal. That is not gonna save you. You just need to get out if you can. Big Sonic Wave. Somehow the Doom just gets popped. Backside of the fight, Problems getting chased down here by PMA. He's going to grab himself a nice one. Niku's still alive as they look for more to support, or I guess if they find Omni, that's a pretty big kill. Shigetsu's a rough one to find, but he does see Ake here, and now the Omni Knight not going to be able to stand his ground, and this is the Broodmother's contribution. It has to be able to find these kills right now.
That was the perfect first Blink Doom kill onto the Huskar. Gets saved a little bit by the Grave, like we were talking about, but right now Grave is a very short duration, so ends up just dying right after. Now, you know there is no Doom, so feeling pretty strong. Blink stun dodged out by the Manta. Very nice reactions from PMA there. Otherwise, I think the Huskar will finish up the kill in that stun time. Maybe you can do Rosh off of this. You know there's no Doom and you've pushed off the Brood top. He's headed in. Looks like he's not headed in.
Especially with
Looks like he's headed in.
He should be able to do this pretty easily.
Yeah, he's got it so long as no one comes and interrupts. Hoodwink's coming up here. Maybe get greatest acorn shot bushwhack in the world.
Dude,
Into sharpshooter.
Snipes Mellow with an acorn shot right now. They're sending spiders around.
Dude, go, Daze, go. Go. The time is now. The time is
Whoa!
Oh my god!
He got smashed by Roche! The spiders came in and triggered the pound.
Oh my god!
Oh, that is really funny.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I mean, I think you wanted to try and get the kill on the Hoodwink, but yeah, you take those. You take those. Aegis for the Alchemist still is pretty good.
That is too funny. It's still... I don't know. I think you really wanted Huskar to have that Aegis. It's true, like, you got Roshan, and you take it, but... I guess Hoodwink didn't get the kill either. It's a deny. Still, I feel this hurts Huskar's ability to do things. You're so worried about Doom, but if you had the Aegis, then you're free to resume the normal Huskar play, which is to take
And they're going to go for him right now.
Good scan. Yeah, they're Blink Doom looking, but they don't find him. In the meantime, Hoodwink falls top. Blink stun from the Alchemist.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Ooh, drag the Doom. Drag the Huskar to the Doom.
That's a good attempt. I mean, Mellow's actually quite low. If he gets in range for the Sonic Wave,
Soulbind?
there's a 2-hero silence.
He's got to get there.
Where's
Oh
the team?
Alk
that-
blinks in with the Radiance to cancel Doom's blink. What a play. He's got the Aegis too, so he's not scared at all about going in like that.
Man, that was such a disjointed play because your Doom was like nowhere near you, and you just like you throw the Soulbind, you give away your ward position, and there's just no follow-up either. So you lose your ward, which you needed to try and find like a pick-off in that triangle to begin with, and now you don't have Soulbind.
That's a bit awkward. Soulbind is fortunately not the longest cooldown. It's almost up already, 20 more seconds. So you can try again in a moment here. You need a
Scout the
Huskar
again,
kill,
Tom.
Alchemist kill, or a double Soulbind Doom kill. Like, one of those three. If you're dooming another hero besides that, it doesn't really feel worth it. Unless Dazzle's in the area, then kind of need to do that. So at the same time, you're just going to try to like silence the Dazzle and kill your main target anyways.
This Huskar's farming so defensively because he is terrified of just getting blink doomed right now.
Yeah, and that's exactly what the safety of the Aegis would have given him. He would not feel the need to do that if he had the Aegis right now.
I mean, the Queen of Pain is like relatively recovered. She's not that far behind at the end of the day, and you still have like the Sonic Wave's pure damage into your Doom target, which is almost a guaranteed kill onto anybody. And PMA is definitely carrying. He's got his BKB done. Nice blink concoction stun. Silence comes out. There's the Doom. PMA pops the Faithful Hunger. The Sonic Wave is out, and that's it. Huskar should die. They also get the Aegis out of the Alchemist. And PMA's just chasing. They get the Naga Siren. The silence is out on top of her. The shallow graves there. She gets. She's going to pop the ult. Try and chase, but another blink dodge on the stun. This fight looking really good for Navi Jr. If they can reconnect, you just got to wait out that ultimate of this Alchemist, which Blood Grenade's out to cancel his blink. He's got spiders here as well. Well, looks like they're just going to give this one up. They're not going to chase it. Well, Guap is coming back. Shigetsu is going to self-stun. The Insatiable Hunger is out. You do have an Omni nearby. And that's going to get him to safety. Wait, that Naga Siren's
goes back in
really deep. Okay.
A more beautiful corpse.
You
Never
missed
mind.
my hoodwink kill in return, but that was your Huskar getting killed off to start all of this off. And with
And
these
the
plays,
Aegis as well. And that was when we see like PMA, when he pops his BKB Insatiable Hunger, like he just kills someone.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
no Doom available. Huskar's just going in. Stunned by the stomp first. Oh, Shigetsu here. Got the Juice is looking pretty dead.
A little bit careful on that Huskar, but yeah, Juice is definitely dead. He just got Shard on the Doom, which this one's kind of you know, it's like you heal a little bit when you have Scorched Earth out. It's not the best by any means. I feel like this is one of those shards that might get reworked eventually, but it's been out for a while. Mid lane, they've actually caught the Queen of Pain. He cannot blink away. Great ensnare.
Radiant structures are
Yeah,
fortified.
it's kind of funny that he got it. I'm surprised. I
Radiant's bottom
don't know how
tower
Queen
is
of
under
Pain
attack.
didn't get hers. Did she buy hers? Oh, she did actually.
It's really good for farming when you're behind. Like, you just blink, scream, and it kills like waves and camps and stuff, right?
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
That's true. I guess it's also good to start on the Omni Knight and the Dazzle if you blink over and silence them.
True, true, true. AC's done on Shigetsu.
Pretty good. This second Roche is going to be very important in 2 minutes. You need this on DMS. If Navi manages to steal it away or get him killed at least and put the Aegis on someone else, you've made Huskar miss his main window, really. Like, this is the time
It's
to
a
be
really good smoke.
putting yourself into the win.
DMS will smoke as well. Which team is going to find the opening? Problems fine putting his body at the front line. Atos comes out from Daze. Bushwhack does manage to connect. Silence is out. She gets on the backside, just a stun onto 2. Put the Soulbind here onto the Alchemist. He's just going to BKB and run them down. He's trying to find his Doom target, but hasn't quite decided. It finally comes out, and it's onto the Huskar. PMA with the chase down on the Broodmother. They got him. Shigetsu comes in onto the stun. PMA needs to survive. How is Huskar not dying? Wait, what? Shallow
He's
grave
graved
prevents
up.
the death.
Yeah.
Okay.
He just graved through all that. It lasts long enough. Gets revived. A really nice fight for DMS. I think it's a mistake. When you see the Naga pop out of smoke, I feel like you need to know both teams are smoked up. And I don't think trying to start on the Naga Siren makes much sense. Because one, she could just song and Siren. But two, even if you kill her, you're revealing a lot of your heroes for a Naga Siren, which is pretty much what happened. Shigetsu then gets a double stun off on the Brood. They eventually find the Huskar, but again, not the Soulbind Doom, just because it was very split up. And then it was a good grave save by Dahak, who's so high level, he has a lot of low cooldown graves. coming out.
Soulbind holding them down, but there's no Doom for this, and the saves just keeping Melojewel perfectly topped off. Huskar's in, so is Shigetsu. He takes down the Grimstroke. The game might have just ended. Like, you can just go one lane of barracks to the next. They never connected on this, like, Grimstroke Doom, which was the whole thing you needed to do. And it really was just PMA trying to do all of the damage.
I mean, to be fair, Shigetsu and Melojewel have not been standing next to each other too much.
Yeah.
So it would have been really hard to get the Soulbind, even off of any of these other supports. They were doing a good job of staying split up, but still, like you said, you did need to find it.
Okay,
And
Huskar backed.
I actually think to that point, Blink first on Grimstroke would have been better than the Shard, because you're so invested in getting the Blink Doom, like how critical that is, that I think you need to enable that further with the Blink on Grimstroke so that Doom does not have to wait for you. I don't even know what the Shard really does for you this game. I know there's strong dispels, but I don't think it's more impactful than double Doom against this lineup.
Well, this is the dream right here. Can you get the Soul Bind onto the 2? It does. The Doom's going to connect perfectly set up. The Sonic Wave is out, and you're now running for your life on the Alchemist, trying to get in range of this Dazzle. Can't heal him, but they are at least burning through him. The heals, it's not enough. He dies.
Off.
Okay, they get 3. Like we said, they haven't been standing together, but that moment right there was perfect. And a great smoke from Na'Vi as they finally connect on what they've been trying to the whole game. Okay, they're back in this.
That is the perfect find. And Dazzle got the timing just a little bit off. I think Shallow Grave expired right before Doom, so then the Alchemist died. But he had to as well, because they were chasing the Alchemist, so if he doesn't Grave there, they'll just kill him before it comes out. So very tough to time perfectly. That's exactly what you want from Na'Vi. You gotta go take Roche, though. And I feel like they should have gone there and done that.
Here's the thing, though. I feel like DMS don't outscale Na'Vi the more I look at this. Like, I thought this game was just going to snowball out of control, and they were just going to, like, take 2 lanes of barracks here and then back away. But Huskar TP'd out. They start pushing top lane. And as a result, you're, like, a lot of your lead you just lost. And on top of it, level 3 ultimates for all of these heroes on Na'Vi are going to be massive. Like, getting your 3rd point in Doom, your 3rd point Sonic Wave, your 3rd point of Soulbind, like, these abilities are massive in this game.
I agree that the scaling's better on Na'Vi Jr. That's why I think they should have taken Roche to drag this out. Now DMS has one more big attempt here where they're still pretty strong, and Doom will no longer, like, you'll kill Huskar once, but he's coming back. So if you had taken that away, I do think you buy enough time to get to that late game scaling. Doom is going Octarine to have more Blink Dooms available to him.
Yeah, I think you need to. Ooh, they found the Queen of Pain.
Found in the river. Everyone else just has to run right now.
EMA with his amplify damage is like, I'm just taking this and running for the hills. He went for the Conda build, which is a little bit interesting.
I think some of it is that you're trying to get people killed off before the Dazzle can save them. And with spawn Spiderlings, you do so much nuke damage. Especially as you're trying to be the carry, you're probably going to pick up the Shard. So it is an insane amount of nuke damage. It's like 1,000. So if there's a Blink, I don't think you proc Conda twice, but Blink, Soulbind, double spawn Spiderlings. There's a lot of nuke damage coming out. So I can see why he wanted a Conda.
Yeah, no, I agree. I don't think it's like a bad item on Broodmother. I would just wasn't expecting it, I guess. But it's definitely it's a good item. And I think in terms of, like, you need to just burst heroes that get doomed, it makes a lot of sense.
Is it worth? He's getting a Mjolnir, or at least he has it queued up on the Brood. I feel like Scotty is insane.
I was gonna say I would
game.
build Scotty so fast. Like, I would go Scotty in a Bloodborne. Like, it is unreal how good those items would be. But this guy's a Grandmaster Broodmother player, so I'm going to defer to his idea here.
So true.
You know? I mean, Mjolnir is very good. Attack speed is king on this hero, especially when you get your 25 talent. Right? Once you get the base attack time reduction, it is how much farm you can get out of it. Oh,
TP
boy.
out of here? Should be
He's
okay.
out, right?
The BKB? Didn't TP to Fountain. That could have been a little scary, actually. Someone happened to have a long TP.
Huskar is an Ags away from an Ags. Yeah, he's struggling a little bit.
What's wrong?
Dire are scanning.
feel like with this Aegis, they should be just trying to push down mid, take another set of barracks. If you get 2 barracks before this Aegis is over, you are sort of accomplishing what you were hoping to do with Huskar, which is not always to win in the 25-30 minute window, but to at least set yourself up to win. And a 2 barracks advantage when you have every single tier 2 would be that. Otherwise, 1 lane of barracks is not that hard to deal with.
Yeah, that was the thing I was kind of getting at earlier. Is like 1 lane of barracks is totally recoverable for this Na'Vi draft. Like Broodmother can solo push super easily, so can the Queen of Pain. Like they both have great creep cutting and wave clear.
Doom is gonna have Octarine Refresher.
Wait, he actually almost has a refresher.
I know. I baited that a little bit. He's working on it. So to your point about like the scaling potential, like,
dude, he's like 1,600 gold away. Oh no, never mind. He's like 3,000 gold away. But still,
but he could
like,
sell his BKB for it.
He's not that far, like not unreasonably far. They need to get Mellow Aegis.
Scary.
Yeah. He's taking a lot of damage there, but he's okay for now.
Okay, Dahawk knows his purpose as well. He has an Octarine to cycle through so that you can have permanent Grave Up. So you need to find this Dazzle as well as getting the Dooms off. Like, it's not a guaranteed kill anymore.
So
if you can
I think
silence up the Dazzle or Doom him, then you're good.
Yeah, I think the play is you Doom the Alchemist and the Huskar. Like those are your Doom targets. And I think the Broodmother just runs at Dahawk. Because there's nothing that they can do to stop this Broodmother from just running past them with a BKB and killing him. And it looks like he is going back for the Scotty. I 100% agree. As like, there's, you know, if he wants Mjolnir, he wants Mjolnir, but like Scotty and a Bloodthorn seems like the by far best items he can buy in this game. Scotty will be up soon. Woo! Mellow Jewel just, of course, toggling here for the moment. And they're just slowly chipping away, but Aegis is done. Like, they have to leave now.
There's 10 seconds on it. Holding on for now. You need to Soulbind Doom at the least so that Dazzle can't save both heroes.
Yeah.
But the odds that your double Soulbind is on the Alchemist and the Huskar is quite low. You're probably getting Huskar or Alch plus a support.
Yeah, and I think that's not that bad. Like, if you get one of the supports, I think both of these supports are really good Doom targets as well. Like, either preventing the Song or preventing the Omni spells are good enough for your double Dooms. I think, obviously, best case, if you get the Alch and the Huskar, you win the fight. It's just flat out that straightforward.
I think Navi's crossing that threshold right now, making it into the late game.
I mean, they've stemmed the bleeding,
lead.
man.
Yeah, 8K lead is not enough.
And you still only have the 1 lane of barracks. How does the Hawk have BKB?
No, but he does have 2,400 gold, so he could get it relatively soon. And I do want to talk more about the Hawk, because to talk about the scaling of DMS, Dazzle late game is also quite insane as he picks up items. So that could be a source of, you know, second life for them. And with Incendiary being max HP burn on Huskar, he doesn't drop off as much as he used to, because there's like a set amount of times you have to attack and you will kill your opponent because of the max HP burn that cannot be dispelled.
Dude, the talent as well at 25 is so much better with this facet, because it just burns for 15 seconds. And you're just like, one burning spear is like 30% max health burn or something.
Hold on, wait. Let me see this point. Was it 15 seconds?
15 seconds, 4% max HP per second.
No, no, no. It's 4% is how much your max health
Oh,
costs.
yeah,
It's
I'm sorry.
0.75.
0.75.
Yeah, so it's
0.75,
11.25 max HP burn plus whatever burn damage you have. But still,
Yeah.
that means 10 auto attacks, ignoring reductions. Essentially, 10 auto attacks, you're dead.
Which is not hard for a Huskar to do.
Yeah, especially as you get later in. Of course, it'll be more than that because of magic resistance, but still, it's quite a lot.
It's just like damage that it comes out so fast, and in the fights, you're just like, he's going to be hitting multiple heroes, right? He'll just be like throwing the spears out to as many people as he can, as fast as he can, and in that scenario, you're just like, well, someone's going to die. Like we can't save you all. We can't get everyone out of here.
Come to think of it, they never did end up building pipes and auras in general because
I was thinking
EMA
the same
is
thing
playing
just
as
now.
the carry as Brood, and then Doom is like, I just need as many Dooms as possible, so he's built straight for that.
I mean, he has Blink, BKB, Refresher, Octarine. Doom is farmed. Like, he made it. They're trying to play for the Roshan, which I do not blame them. If you happen to catch DMS on the top side of the map, this is the absolute dream. Daze is in here first. They're not killing the sentries. They don't want to like risk revealing themselves.
Radiant's middle
The
barracks
dire
are
scan
under attack.
connects. They think they might have actually been in the Roshan. They will scout Niku with those, with the Naga Siren illusions. You have no one here cutting this wave though on the Radiant. So this is gonna actually push in, and your bottom lane is pushing in, and the mid lane is at your base. So you either need to find a fight or you need to start backing up to protect yourself.
Some smokes broke for DMS. They find Daze. Daze is out
okay, just
instantly. No
instantly dead.
buyback.
All right, your tier 4s are taking damage.
If you can't find a
Mellow Jewel
Soulbind
goes
Doom
in.
very soon,
Can they actually find the Soulbind target? He's trying to find an opening. Will he see it? There's Shigetsu. He's going in. The Soulbind is out. They're just holding him in place. In comes the Shallow Grave. Juice is just going to go ahead and doom him first. He does a BKB or a refresh. Oh, no. Your Doom's out of the fight without buyback, and Mellow is just running through your team. The Sonic Wave is not enough, and now your whole team is dead. They've caught the Queen of Pain as well. How do you not BKB? Oh, what a disaster for Navi Jr.
that's a painful one. That mistake might just cost them the game. If you BKB... So there was actually a moment for Soulbind to hit 2. I think they lost vision before realizing that. Otherwise, that fight also goes better. But his plan was to, okay, I'm just going to blink solo Doom the Alp, refresh, and then I'll Doom the next target. Like maybe the Dazzle running in to save him. Maybe the Huskar. But I think he got caught by the Hex from the Poison Touch instantly.
Yeah, it was the Poison
And-
Touch X.
Radiant's top tower
Yeah,
is
if he had
under attack.
BKB, he'd be able to get that combo off. Nothing pierces BKB in this game, aside from the Abyssal Basher of the Doom, or sorry, of the Alchemist that you're dooming. Now they have Aegis, the Banner,
And the Hawk has
And-
BKB now.
who put it... Gets BKB.
Radiant's top tower
Who
is
took
under
the, where's the... Oh, wait. Can you kill this Huskar? Nope. Did he use
Man,
the...
This hurts so bad. Oh, Huskar just blinks in. That's, I mean,
Radiant's top tower
that is more than
is
enough
under
damage.
attack.
That Hoodwink needs to get back to base.
Radiant's top tower is falling.
That is so unbelievably costly. Your Doom, he has his spells back up. He's going to have to use it to get the Aegis, or you're going to lose this lane of barracks pretty dang quick. Mellow Jewel saved for the moment. Niku could try and burst him with the Shivas, and he will do so. Okay, that's how you want to start this.
Radiant's middle
Riddy's on the
barracks
side
are
as
under
well,
attack.
does have the Soulbind, but he just blinks to safety. You gotta find a kill here. They do manage to get on top of the Omni Knight, but he just glimmers, walks away, and they actually just snipe the Hoodwink on the backside. BKB forced from the Doom. He's gonna throw it out, connects onto the Omni Knight as a BKB comes out. You're getting nothing with your
Radiant's
spells.
middle tower is under attack.
They really need to find this Soulbind. It's the one fight they won is off the double Soulbind. He has Blink, Aether, Psychic Headband.
Radiant's middle barracks are under attack.
I think you have to go past Mellow Jewel and
I
try and
agree.
soulbind someone else
Dire structures are
and just go for the Doom.
Radiant's top
They're gonna run the Inkswell in, run for Mellow. Okay, this is it. That's your moment. You get it. The soulbind's out. In comes the Doom. He silences himself, but he gets the Doom. Is it gonna be enough to keep them alive? No, he shatters on one. Alchemist still barely surviving. The Hawks will be able to keep him alive. But your Broodmother died without buyback.
Radiant's middle barracks are under attack. Radiant's middle barracks has fallen.
Getsu's still low if they can find him, but that window is quickly passing away as he heals back up.
Radiant's
Huskar buys back. They're going for the win.
Huskar. Doom's gonna buy back as well. Sonic Wave is out. Niku is in. Can they find the opening? No. Queen of Pain's gonna go down. She's gonna buy back, and now Doom all alone on the front line, chased down by Mellow. Got nowhere to go. Song of the Sirens found the Queen of Pain, and I think this one is over for Na'Vi Jr. It completely fell apart at the Roshan.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Roshan, and leading up to that point, I think if they had been able to find the Soulbind Dooms, we only saw the one, if I recall correctly. And then one at the end there when it was a little bit too late. But if they had managed to find some of those a little bit sooner, maybe they're also in a better spot to win. Otherwise, they were doing a relatively good job of hanging on against that Huskar lineup. I think it was a cool way to draft on DMS, and the fact that they had the Dazzle kind of predicting, okay, they're going to try to get Doom, we'll have the Dazzle Grave save, right? Like, that's a cool adjustment, cool idea. But yeah, man, it feels bad when there's like a single mistake you can highlight that kind of cost you the game. And I don't mean to throw anyone under the bus, right? It is Dota, it happens. But it does feel like that one moment could have changed the game for them.
If you get BKB off there, you probably kill the Alk and the Huskar, and then you also get Roshan. You know, like it was that much of a swing in the game, and getting like Aegis into these heroes, and then you're like forced to like spend a lot to get the Aegis. It's like, oh, it hurts so bad. And you know, Na'Vi Jr. at least showing like signs that the team is competitive, but they just got to polish up a few things for sure. And Safe Lane Doom, it was a weird draft, but I think it was the literal only hero they could have picked with how the draft had played out.
DMS was all in on healing. It was going to be AA or Doom. If you had a support option available, you're probably grabbing Ancient Apparition. But they only had a core option, so it's like, well, yeah, Doom's still in the pool somehow, which I'm a little surprised by. Like, even though the Dazzle Grave worked out, I feel like if you're going to go that far into regen, you should probably just ban the Doom.
Yeah. I mean, you had another suggestion outside of Doom. I just can't remember what it was early on. That was also a good one.
Timbersaw.
Yeah, Timbersaw would have done well as like they could have done something like Timbersaw, but either way, it ended up being DMS coming out with a win. So congratulations to them. They will advance to play Mouse Esports, I believe, tomorrow morning. But for now, we're going to do a short break, and we'll be back with the upper bracket final of One Win versus Avalis. Everyone, stay tuned. We'll see you in just a little bit.
middle tower has fallen. Dire victory.
It's not even my
Radiant's cover has been cleared. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire victory.
Welcome back, everybody, here to CCT Series 3. We are in the upper bracket finals, right? One of these teams going straight to grand finals. The loser, at least still guaranteed top 3, which would be nice, but, you know, much better guaranteed top 2, I'd have to say. It is going to be Avalis taking on the side of One Win. Two very good teams. Avalis, a rising star, it seems, over the last, like, month or so. Talk to me. How do you feel about this team?
I think they do have a stand-in today for their mid, so it is a little bit different than the Rising team, but hopefully that's not too much of a trouble for them. It has been looking pretty good. I like what they have been doing, but in one of the series we saw the draft be a little funny. That's kind of what I'm wondering if it's going to happen again. That's kind of what I have my eyes on.
Yeah, I can understand that. I think for the most part, like, they have very good. They have like a pretty dang good coordination and team fighting. I think overall their lanes look pretty strong, but yeah, there was one draft yesterday over against Maus that looked a little bit off for them. They still managed to pull out the series 2-1, but One Win is not a team that, like, you can usually get away with stuff, right? Like, they will punish you, especially if you give them things like this Sand King, which I imagine they will not be getting to touch this game. But their opponents, One Win, have been exceptional in this event so far. And just over the last couple of months in general, they have been again, like, kind of the rising star, I think, of the region.
Yeah, I think they have been leveling up throughout this year. and this is like the perfect time to hit their stride, right? As we're getting into the TI season, which they are going to be going to. So they're the clear favorites for CCT in my eyes, but Avalis, I do think, can give them a run for their money. We should see I feel that One Win pretty clearly follows the meta for a lot of their picks, like the Sand King. They're doing the Sniper 4 flex. They're pick the Marana carry, the Tinkers, the Dooms, right? They play a lot of the popular heroes, and that's something that we haven't seen every team do here at CCT, and like it kind of works for them. But I also think when you run into a team like One Win, it's going to be shown why certain heroes are meta over others.
Absolutely. They are very good at playing, you know, the strong heroes, and it sounds kind of odd when you say it that way, but they just punish you so much more for giving them those heroes is basically what I'm getting at. And I think the draft is going to decide a lot here, as One Win actually do have first pick. So Avalis likely to remove things like the Nature's Prophet, the Lina, the Sand King. Can't imagine those are going to make it through, but we'll have to see, you know, what options they want, as we actually see the Nature's Prophet banned up from One Win here.
Enigma is something Avalis has liked a lot. They picked it pretty early in many of their drafts, so we see that being banned out. It does mean something else is going to be slipping through. See what that ends up being. Yeah, it might be the Sand King, though. One Win's first pick, so I think they'd be happy to take the Sand King. Maybe you ban out Tinker or Omni Knight and then take Sand King. Yeah, or you could take one of those supports. Like if you want to ban Sand King and take one of them, or ban one of those supports, take Tinker, for example.
Yeah, I feel like they're so good with the Sand King. Like,
yeah,
I would ban the Omni and pick Sand King, because Omni I think is more of a direct counter to the Sand King initiation, whereas Tinker is more of like, at least we have sustained and maybe heal through his stuff, but Omni just straight saves a hero. Yeah, and that's exactly what they do. Yep. So they ban the Omni, they pick the Sand King. Avalis have a lot of options still on what they want to do. You could opt for the Tinker, but I don't think it actually is enough healing. They go for the Centaur instead.
Okay. So I agree that Tinker is not, I think it's okay, but that Sand King will naturally build a blink and find the Tinker, which is one of his weaknesses. And as well as you want longer drawn out fights as the Tinker to get the March spam and the defense matrices out. But Sand King has a lot of burst with the Epicenter Blink Burrow Strike. So it's just better versus the Tinker. I would think you would take something that more directly counters the Sand King, like the Monkey King we keep throwing out there, right? Even though we didn't see it do well today, I really feel like that was a misplay. I think Monkey King is supposed to beat the Sand King, and then you follow the Sand King. If it's an off lane, you go carry. If it's a mid, you go mid. They go with the Centaur, and actually now grabbing the Hoodwink, I feel like this just revealed your off lane right here. We sometimes see Hoodwink 5s, but I don't think it's good. So knowing that's the off lane, yeah, they grab themselves an Enchantress who's really strong and is very annoying for these heroes. You don't have a great way at dealing with the creeps. Acorn Shot's okay, but it also means your Acorn's not hitting heroes, so you're not taking a ton of damage. Enchantress has to be a little careful not to get burst by the Centaur, but otherwise I think she's fine. And if you wanted to pick a really early carry, I mean, that's the lane, you know, you're playing into.
Yeah, I mean, you might still just save your carry for 18. Yeah, so they go for the Marana here, and I think this is a really good flex pick because it could pair well with the Sand King if it is the off lane, which they had to ban out the Sniper because I think they're also very worried of a Centaur Sniper lane. It's just similarly as Sand King Sniper is very strong. It's the same idea. They work the same way. But they picked the Marana, which the flex between 1 and 4 is really strong for their draft already. And it does well in both lanes without even really seeing the off lane at the moment, or the safe lane, I guess, for Avalis. You're pretty comfortable just picking this, and yeah, I like the idea from that.
Okay, depending what we see next, I think you can actually just go back for the Tinker for 1 win. I think you can go back.
I actually
to it.
really like that. Either you run like 4 position Tinkers with the Sand King.
Yeah, like, or I mean, maybe you end up with a different hero, right? Because it could be mid Sand King. But currently, it's like, oh, we didn't take it. We're totally not thinking about Tinker. You kind of move on from there. It's like, haha, I was thinking about it. Okay, now
Phoenix Bristle.
maybe, yeah, maybe you want something with a break instead as you see this. What if you take Viper?
I mean, yeah, I was gonna say, can you not just pick Viper offlane, go Sand King mid?
yeah, or
it's
you
like a
leave
really-
that flex open too, right? You could do Viper mid or offlane as well.
Yeah,
So you see
I
what the
think it's
matchup is.
Pretty good.
Yeah, I find
then
that
it-
Phoenix pick interesting too into Mirana, who I guess some support Mirana still to go Moonlight Shadows, but I feel when you see that, you're thinking Solar Flare for the attack speed, kill the egg.
I don't know if they play Viper, but I feel like it's a pretty decent Viper
It's one
game.
button, man. Anyone can play.
I mean, yes, anyone can play it, but okay,
Oh,
there's a break.
That one's good too.
So, also mid off flex. So I think this is kind of cool. I think Primal Beast is probably. Well, I was gonna say probably better in lane against Bristleback, but Sand King just like cuts waves. So I don't know if it's really that big of a deal. I think on paper, Primal Beast is probably the easier one to play just straight up because you can just clear the wave and then you have Onslaught to get away and you don't have a stun in the Phoenix or anything.
I think I agree with that, but also because I want to see this Aghanims come out of the Primal Beast as soon as possible, I think mid lane to get a little bit more farm priority could be really good. I mean, with that in mind, we see offlane Sand Kings take the #1 spot anyway, so it doesn't quite seem to matter where you put him in terms of farm priority. He just farms, but I do want to see an Aghanims on this Primal Beast. Maybe second, third item. I don't know. You might need, if you play offlane, you usually build an aura first, like Pipe, sometimes Blink. From mid, you'll see more like Blinks and BKBs early, and then Aghanims after that. How do you feel about running Mirana carry here? Because that is something we've seen a lot, and that's the flex really going into this. Like Primal Beast and Sand King could be swapping lanes, but you know that is the mid and the off lane. It's really down the question, is this Mirana carry or is this 4 support Mirana? Do you want to pick a different one into Centaur Bristleback?
I think I'm fine running the Mirana carry, but because I have the option of picking a new carry here, and the fact that Mirana is like a good enough support into the egg, I think I might pick a new carry. Something that's a little bit better against the Centaur. Like, they did ban one of the better ones, which is the Weaver. But in terms of other options,
I mean, Ursa's still in the pool. I feel like it's a decent Ursa game.
it is a
Or maybe
pretty good
Monkey
Ursa game.
King.
Ursa and Monkey King are both very good here. And
Oh, we see Morphlings sometimes versus the Centaur. Just ends up being a trading lane. Munkushi is a very good
True.
Morphling player. I don't know. It's been a while since I've seen Morphling versus Bristle matchup. I'm not exactly sure how that would go.
you could also Razor.
That could be cool.
It's not a bad Razor game. They banned the Morphling. Yeah, good call on the Morph.
I don't hate Mirana carry. What 4 support would you want? You have Sand King, so you don't have to be the strongest laner. He'll farm no matter what. They're 4 with a break. Nyx. Not terribly popular right now. Still go back for the Tinker? I pitched that idea earlier. Kind of forgot about it. I feel like in the same way Sand King has so much burst for the Tinker, and you don't get that long drawn out feel, that fight that you want. I kind of think that Bristleback is similar with his immense amount of physical burst, and then like Stampede to get away from your March spam anyhow.
I'm really curious. I'm okay. Man, if they actually go back for the Tinker, it'd be really interesting. But
I actually don't know if I believe in it at this point, but I just think it would be interesting.
it would be really interesting. I'd be okay with it. I wouldn't actually like hate it at all. but I think a carry pick is just more straightforward for one win, and you run the Solar Flare Mirana anyway.
Yeah, I think she has two good, like as a position 4, you're either arrowing creeps to farm, or you have arrow set up with Burrow Strike or
Pulverize as well.
Pulverize. Yeah, and you can try someone with Onslaught maybe if you're feeling really frisky, but
You
otherwise,
could even
while
DK
Sand King,
carry if you wanted.
oh, I think I'm kind of up for that.
Oh,
An
okay,
Alchemist. Okay.
that works. Which is interesting because a lot of people pick the Bristleback into Alchemist because it can out-tempo the hero, but I think they're just expecting this to be them running over the lanes with like Sand King Primal Beast cores. That's a little bit bold, but we'll see how it works. They need a mid laner here.
Yeah, but they're also trusting that the Primal Beast, I think, with the break, or maybe just the Pulverize, will be able to deal with the Bristle.
Don't
You
you
also
just pick
have
Monkey
3
King or something?
I would have thought so, but I think you also need a playmaker from
Yeah.
Avalis, which Puck fits a little bit more than Monkey King. My worry for Puck is that there's actually quite a lot of tanky heroes. I actually don't know if Puck can kill. Can set up though. Like the coil is very good this game. Not sure. I'm not sure how I feel about this final Puck pick.
I feel like there's too much tank on one win for the Puck to be worth the pick here. Like this hero usually is really good against picking off like your squishy supports and like maybe a squishy core, but there's no squishy cores on the side of one win. Enchantress is not squishy. She is like deceptively tanky, and even though you have a lot of spell damage, like Respect can build something like just a casual Glimmer Cape and some extra HP, and he should be able to survive the Puck. But we saw Avalis run this hero yesterday, and he absolutely popped off. Like this was 2 games in a row, if I'm not mistaken, on the Puck. Yeah. And he crushed both games on this hero. Like was like top net worth, absolutely bodying the late game. I don't think it's going to have the same effect this time just because of the hero matchups, but I think overall it's more of a comfort pick than anything.
Yeah, and I believe he is standing in, right? So giving him something he's comfortable with makes sense. This will sound silly. It's either going to work or not, but like the coil as egg protection, if it's close enough, it doesn't work, right? Because coil doesn't do anything until it snaps. So if they are fine standing and fighting, then they'll just not care about coil. But if you have to run from the egg or run to the egg, that's where the coil does do a lot of work because it will snap, it'll stun you, and then the egg will go off, right? So how these fights break out will be very important to see the impact of that coil. Otherwise, it is generally good, right? The Burrow Strikes, the Onslaughts, right? You can kind of lock down those heroes, and hopefully your Bristleback can do the rest of the damage in that time, because I do think the Puck burst, at least early game, will not be enough. We do see Parasmas come out of Puck quite a lot, and that will then be able to get through some of these chunky heroes, but it'll take a while to reach that item.
Sick. Okay. Let's see how this goes. I think for the most part, yeah, I mean, I'm with you. I think if it gets late game, the Puck can actually do some good work here. I just worry about the timings on one wins heroes because the Sand King probably not building many auras. Like a lot of times the offlane is just going like this, like Blink Bloodstone. They're gonna find Munkushi topside. Oh, they do manage to get the stomp. The damage, is it there? Actually not quite. Blood Grenade is out. He throws a stun, makes it to his tower. He's gonna live. I mean, you went Acorn Shot like level 1, obviously, which is a decent amount of damage, but makes it out.
Yeah, maybe Bushwhack would have finished it, but sometimes you don't want to take sometimes First Blood is not worth screwing over your laning stage over, and it was a pretty close attempt with the Acorn Shot, so then you would have gotten best of both worlds, the First Blood plus the correct spell for the lane. You can understand why he went for it.
Yeah. All right. Well, 2 for 2 on the bounty runes anyway. Cheer Jr., if I remember right, has played an absolute monster of a Primal Beast. So I am kind of excited to see how he's going to do this into the Puck lane, because I feel like Puck, yeah, you can do some good harassment, but I don't know if the damage ever sticks on a Primal Beast. Like, Onslaught just instantly kills range creeps if he even needs to use it, which, yep, he will.
Yeah, it's also like 5 base armor versus the ranged poke. So, I mean, these are early levels. It'll be annoying, but as you level up more, as you get regen, I do feel like Cheer Jr. should be fine. And Puck won't be dodging any extra spells to get the regen, at least not from Cheer Jr. He'll have to like walk in her tower. I'm sure we'll see him do stuff like that. I think Alchemist should be able to farm up here. Wondering how many stacks he'll have, and if they'll be given to him, considering everyone on this team can do stacks.
My sprites are with us. Where are you going?
Top lane making for the play here. Respect pops the sprites, gets stomped, but it's gonna live, and the first blood goes to Munkushi. Respect still alive, turning around onto Zibe. They won't finish the kill, but the damage is done. Bottom lane, though, it's a double kill. Smiling Knight Seneko take down the Mirana Sand King.
There's so much damage coming out from Dying Light once Phoenix gets low. That was such a close fight, but that's why that innate is so strong in combination with Quill Spray adding up longer and longer. It looks like one win got a little baited in. Mid looks about as expected. Primal Beast starting to pull a slight lead. But Puck's doing okay. I think a lot of this will come down to the level 6s, who manages to hit it first, and in particular, who gets that rune and potentially a kill off of it will help set the stage for these mid laners.
Yeah, I am curious how the Sand King offlane is gonna like handle the lane as well going forward, because like clearly struggling a little bit. But I think if he manages to like just get some extra levels and kind of like stack and pull, or if they manage to just like stack on the Mirana as well, like he'll have plenty of recovery. Centaur doing okay top lane. He has like fairly large creep wave pushed in, so I think his CS a little bit deceptive right now. He should be doing okay.
Yeah, though they did manage to pull off a couple creeps away from him into that hard camp.
Yeah, this hurts.
Bleed out in a minute? No. Let's get started.
Now farming them up. Skeletons.
Also losing the banner creep hurts a lot. Top lane, they've got a Centaur rotating in to betray the other Centaur. Not going to make it in range, though. The great bushwhack, yeah. I mean, that's like all of Eki's mana.
He does have the Lotus. Oh, yep. Drops his items, uses it, so he'll be okay to lane a little bit longer. Here's something Chira Jr. can do that Puck can't really. You can just drag the creeps over to camps and then trample farm both at the same time. But Chira Jr. is definitely going to hit level 6 first at this rate. It is tough to get to a Puck to pulverize, though, so probably has to look to a side lane in terms of getting a kill, or you bring a support over, which both these supports are happy to come over, and maybe instead of killing Puck, you look to just pressure the tower. Big courier kill top. There's a lot on that.
Enchantress has the little kobold throwing poison spears at these guys.
A Vul Assassin.
A Vul Assassin, that's what it's called. Didn't
I
think
think it's crazy regen reduction nowadays.
Yeah. How
No,
much is
the
it?
kobolds
It's like
got the plus 3
60% or
damage.
something.
It's 75% at level 1.
Jeez.
Goes up to 90.
Super value. That's what they needed last game. Helm of the Overlord, Vool Assassins.
So true. That's so true. That would have been the play, I'm sure.
Guys, if we all get 5 Helm of the Overlords, there's no way. Sweden Strong, I mean, I'm sure he saw the puck TPing, had to call this, right? But bottom lane,
I don't know if he
still
did.
managed to get the kill on the Cloud since that coil came out, so maybe he
Guess he
didn't see
didn't
him,
have
he was just
arrow.
out of vision.
Maybe he didn't have arrow. Ooh, they're trying to catch Puck on his way back.
Pulverize, arrow,
Arrow.
trample. He does have the ability to continue the chase
Dodges
here.
the Star Storm.
Yeah.
All right, they get the kill anyways. Trample lasts so long.
Dire's bottom tower
5.5
is
seconds.
Yeah,
Alright,
you,
you get
need
the-
you need those combos to hit.
Yeah, especially because Puck did secure the Sand King kill. They need to punish the Puck in return. Or punish someone in return, at least. But we do see the Mirana feel comfortable moving around because Cloud, although he did get killed, he's still farming very well. You see on the CS, he just drags creeps away from the lane, brings him to camps. The same thing that Chira Jr. was doing mid, actually. Chira finds a stack behind the tower. He's just going to steal that with his amplified damage rune. I don't know if you feel comfortable diving a level 6 Bristleback. Oh, they do have Epi. Never mind, they're going to do it.
I feel like you can, right? Why not? Smiling Knight's gonna do a lot of damage back, but the epicenter. Wait a minute, do they not finish the job? He's solo, but they finally get it. Coil holds down the Primal Beast. He's dead. The Enchantress will snap it at the last second. They take down Cloud as well, but Respect and Sweden Strong will find a return kill onto Snako. It is a double kill for the Puck. This is massive for him. But can Respect stay alive? No. Triple kill for Pro.
Well then, there you go. We weren't sure how Puck was going to do, but that triple kill will help a lot. This is exactly what I was a little bit scared of, diving the Bristleback. If the team rotates in, you take so much Quill Spray damage as you try to kill him. And they did. They tried to combo Pulverize and position the epicenter to be in front of him, but the Bushwhack cancel on Pulverize allowed him to turn his back, which made him live a lot longer, get more Quill Sprays out. Very quick rotations. And now Eki denies himself to the creeps as well.
Ooh, that hurts. Mid lane, Seneko gets trampled on. Dinosaur versus Phoenix. Apparently, Dinosaur wins.
Battle of the ancient animals.
So here's the thing, like that bottom setup really helps the Puck, but your Alchemist was farming the whole time top, right? He was not being pressured, and Cloud is still gonna hit some pretty decent timings on the Sand King thanks to some stacks in the jungle and how his game is set up. And I mean, Chira Jr. still finding kills, just rotating around on the Primal Beast. So they're still doing okay despite, you know, I wouldn't say blunder in the bottom lane, but a non-ideal play.
Yeah, it was a good idea, but we'll say a better rotation reaction from Avalis.
Yeah.
In that.
Dire are scanning.
Alchemist, let's see. He is going to be weak to the physical damage of Bristle. That was our concern. But in theory, and especially depending on how the next 10 minutes plays out, you can maybe hit some items before Smiling Knight is ready to fight on the Bristleback. I'm curious to see if we'll see the Shivas that we've seen some Alks do. I think this game is probably an AC, and Shivas goes on the Sand King, or maybe even the Primal Beast. I really want that Ags on the Primal Beast, though, so I'd prefer Shivas on Sand King.
Ooh, dive in the coil. It's only onto the Enchantress, but they do manage to finish the job. Primal Beast on the backside. They're trying to finish off the Puck here. They got him. The egg's gonna pop, but you get a way better trade, and Primal Beast is still tanky enough to survive this. And honestly, Eki, you need to be a little bit careful. This Onslaught trample's coming off cooldown in a moment. Smiling. Oh, they cancel the Onslaught. Chira Jr. He's gonna go down now.
Okay, with the return kill on the Primal Beast, especially with it going to Smiley Knight. That ends up being pretty good.
Yeah.
It is, again, a little concerning, though. Is Alchemist being left alone a little bit too much here? He's not that far ahead of Bristleback, though, considering he's an Alchemist. Might be okay still.
A prize.
Your Junior almost has his Blade Mail. That'll do a lot in this game. Alright, breaking out mid. Eki dropping real low. Coil onto 3.
Ooh, dive in from
Egg for another
Seneko.
50 seconds.
Okay. Well, they keep Chira Jr. alive. The Coil will keep Eki alive on the Hoodwink as he gets dropped to salve over.
Both teams trusting their safe laners. Alk is being given space, but for a lot of this, Bristleback also getting a good amount of space.
Yeah. I worry for the team that doesn't have the Alk. I
see
feel
it,
like the
both
timings on Alk
ways.
ramps really fast.
I think so too. At the same time, maybe you're thinking if our Bristle gets enough farm, he does more physical damage to Alk than Alk can deal with, right? So you might think you have the counter. We'll see who's right. Like, only one team can be right in that sense.
That is true. Drew Jr., like you said, he's going for the Blade Mail, right? It is done. Okay, so that's big. Bristleback with a really fast axe. Wow, pre-12 minutes. Ooh, a little bit of an awkward waning rift. It actually pushes Respect out of the Quill Spray AoE. And he's going to eventually go down here, try and heal his way through this, but yeah, plenty of damage from the Bristleback now. He's going to just clean up this whole stack of Ancients and hard camp. You need to contest this, I think. Surely,
stack.
but maybe
It's
they
not
just
the end of
can't.
the world if it gets stolen, but Sand King is going to come over.
Yeah, it's like, I don't think Sand King wants to give this up, but like Burrow Strike into Arrow is a lot of damage, but the Puck now having a shield rune as well. We're actually going to see a Stampede come out.
I think he was running away
Just
from that
to-
Alchemist.
Get away from the Alk, really?
I don't know. Maybe he thought more people were on the way. And once again, just got to highlight. Sure, the Alchemist and the Bristle both farming, but who's third? It's that Sand King.
Yep.
Why
That's
this
how it
hero
always
is
goes, man.
so good. The fact that he's
You're
even
Junior.
close to Alchemist in the free farming Bristle is nuts.
Oil comes out. He pops the Blade Mail, but is just getting ripped through. They gotta focus down this egg. He gets the onslaught away. The egg is down. The epicenter is in. And Smiling Knight, yeah, you're kind of tanky, but you gotta respect the cloud damage. Oh, he gets the kill at the tail end.
Maybe he doesn't
One
need to
last
respect
Quill
it.
Spray. All right, Zibe is gonna tick down though. The Alchemist will clean this one up. It ends up being a 4-for-1, so quite a big win here for one win. And the Alk only joining in at the tail end as well.
Yeah, and this is why we see, like, the Sand Kings, their choice in the build matters a lot for how the game's playing out. This time, Cloud recognizes he wants to make a bit more space for the Alchemist. He gets a pipe to fight with his team, and that pipe keeps Primal Beast alive. Even though he was tanking 4-on-1 to start, we see Puck chase for that Primal Beast kill, then kept alive by the pipe. He just pulverizes, Alk joins in, kills that Puck. So, such a good choice to get the pipe this game, I would say, over the Bloodstone.
Yeah.
He'll get the Blink next to continue to be active, making space for that Alk. And then he's got the Bloodstone queued after that because it is such a good item for the Sand King. But it's not an item you always want to get first.
Yeah, I 100% agree. I was going to be a little bit questionable if he went for a Bloodstone Rush because there's so much early magic damage from Avalis, and you do kind of need to mitigate that, so. Mid lane, Coil's out onto this Mirana. She just TP'd in. Sharpshooter off the mark, but the Coil's going to snap. Alchemist was rotating in. Kind of gets baited a little bit by an illusion, so.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
It looks like you're gonna lose your mid tower here. The other heroes
Well,
are not making it in time.
Has fallen.
Chira Jr. is going to walk right into the supports here, pops the blade mail, and just runs in. Silenced up, stun out from Mukushi, pulverized there as well. That's a dead hoodwink. Still, you get the tower for that. It's not that bad.
This
Sanking
ends
as
up just being a support. Yeah, I'm surprised. I was a little surprised one win went for that, wanting to use the power of this Alchemist. I thought Avalus could fight that. Were they missing something? I guess Coil got used earlier on Mirana, so maybe they weren't feeling great about that.
Yeah, no coil into egg combo.
But it was only 4 heroes because Sand King wasn't there. Yeah, maybe they didn't have vision of that. I thought he was farming a wave, though.
With this kill, though, and the fact that they don't have, like, coil, they're actually just, like, forced to give up their own mid tower, so ends up being a pretty okay trade. They push out the side lanes a little bit. Sand King hadn't revealed his Blink Dagger, but I think does now at the top lane, so they know. They got to be careful of this.
Maybe
Like
they
one
weren't
win
looking,
starting
Ricky.
to pull away.
Yeah, those last couple fights especially. Stampede
mid lane.
looking for respect.
Okay. Enchantress down. These are good kills, but if you're the Enchantress this game, like, you just keep building raw HP, and that's kind of what she's done, right? She's got drums, she's going Pavis into Solar Crest. Like, eventually, she's gonna have enough HP to try and survive some of this initial burst, and then you're not gonna have a, you know, this kind of a free pick-off type of scenario anymore.
Yeah, the supports are getting the armor auras. You're gonna have Solar and Mech. I'm sure someone's gonna build a Shiva.
The Burrow Strike hits the Centaur on the blink in! Oh, that hurts.
Nice pick off. It's gonna give space for Alchemist to finish his BKB. I think you're at go mode. Like, how do you kill Alk when the BKB is going? Especially with the Pavis behind him, and then the mech on the Mirana plus the Buckler aura. It's just extra armor for this
Radiant's top
Alchemist.
tower is under attack. Radiant's courier has been killed.
Blink Burrow
Big
barely misses the puck.
center, barely missing the puck. Yeah, he's going to survive for the moment. The egg actually really well placed on the side of the fight here. It's going to pop, stunning out 3 coils down. They get the Sand King. Pulverize here, but Alk on the backside gets the Phoenix. Smiling Knight is just healing through all of this. A Stomp comes out again. They've got a Stampede up now, able to just disengage. Maybe Avalus are taking the fight. So far, a 3 for 2, but it's Smiling Knight surviving all of this, and Chira Jr. will be forced to TP home.
You get the Alk and the Sand King, though. I think that's worth it for
Yeah, I agree.
Avalus. I think one win slightly miscoordinated there, though it would have gone a lot better if that Burrow Strike had hit the puck. It was really close. I was surprised it didn't connect, but it must have just been barely out of range. And then there wasn't quite the immediate follow-up. That's why I think one win might have been slightly on different pages. And Alchemist was so close to his Chemical Rage, died with it just a few seconds off, so maybe he was hoping to wait for that before going in. His BKB was so close. I feel one win maybe got a little bit too excited there and dove a tower that they should have just been patient for maybe like 30 more seconds, and then they probably clean sweep that fight.
We'll take that. The prize is mine.
Oh, interesting. Alk's gonna go for Orchid first before the AC. I thought he would really want the armor.
Visibility. Radiant are scanning. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Off of that fight, Smiling Knight's gonna pick up the Aegis for himself.
Very well done. I think this last fight was like the perfect storm for the Bristleback, because you don't have the break yet on Chira Jr. But once that comes out, we're going to see a very different team fight from 1-1, I think.
I think so. Especially like I think that last fight works a lot better if you just have Chemical Rage. I don't think you lose anyone, even without waiting for the BKB. So even with the Aegis on Bristle, I think they're okay to take fights, but the safe play is to just dodge until that Aghanims is done. I think you're gonna have to dodge Avalus for maybe 2-3 minutes, but at that point, Aegis will be almost done, and you'll have your Aghanims on the Primal Beast, and you're good to just run through. And with how fast an Alchemist farms, probably finishes his Orchid, and at least has his Plate Mail for the AC, which will help him survive a lot versus the Bristle damage, pretty much doubling his armor.
Yeah.
Halfway to the Ags on Chira Jr. Now's the time for Avalus, though, to force some objectives. Got Aghanim's Bloodstone on Bristleback, Aegis as well. Gonna try to start with a pick off.
It's a really good smoke here if they can find the proper hero. I mean, Primal Beast would be great. He's tanky, but he's gonna actually go through the Twin Gate. They're gonna see it, and they're gonna be too slow to show up. So he's gonna be rejoining his team bottom.
Radiant's top tower is
Do you
The
chase?
question is, can they chase? And it looks like they will. Primal Beast. Alchemist
It's actually
nearby.
Nether Ward here.
They're too far away. Pops the ult. We're seeing a concoction get channeled. He blinks in. Chira Jr. actually walking away at 0 HP, and the backside line of Avalus just gets shredded.
Radiant's courier has been killed. Dire are scanning.
This is why auras are so good right now. This is the second time Chira Jr. has lived. This time, thanks to the pipe and the solar crest from his team. On the other side, you only have the pipe, or sorry, you only have the solar crest done on Eki. The pipe for Centaur is pretty delayed because he's not having the greatest game. So many good offlaners are just those that can easily buy pipe, Reeves, Crimson Guard. Like one of those three, if not all three, and you can still do things. $600 gold for the Aghanims. Moonkushi, we see him farming up a ton of stacks. That is his plate mail done if he wants to buy it out. Swap out his bracer. I think that'd be a good call.
Dire's bottom tower.
We're gonna take the tier 1 tower. Side of Smiling Knight. The side of Avalus. An immediate smoke up.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
See what they can.
Double smoke from both teams.
I hear a concoction. All right, yeah, looks like they grab Eki. Not bad. A coil's out. Zibe will finally go ahead and pop the Stampede. Wow, Sand King's just dead before the fight even starts. They just take down the egg, though. Now Smiling Knight in the center of the enemy team.
Self-stunned.
That hurts a lot, actually.
I think this is overall okay. Just chill, because you're still waiting for the Ags on the Primal Beast.
Yeah.
Being delivered right now. That's Sand King. So the downside of going auras, if you need a dispel, you don't have it. And he got caught by that silence and the coil, so he could not go anywhere or do anything and just died. No spells to heal with the Bloodstone.
All right, Primal Beast Ags is online, and this is one of the big timings for this hero. A, it's a great break, of course, for the Bristleback, but it's also just substantially more damage in team fights, like onto everybody in the area. So he grows quite a bit here. He will eventually still need to pick up a BKB, because that way you're like pretty much guaranteed to trample and find a full duration pulverize, but for now I think he's perfectly okay with his itemization.
Dire
He's
are
very
scanning.
tanky. Which I'm actually a little bit confused. I think they have 2 Shiva's guards queued up at the moment. One for the Sand King, one for the Primal Beast as well. And I think Primally just needs a BKB, personally. But we'll see what happens.
I wouldn't hate 2 just because of how good that item is this game, but I do think one person getting it while the other goes BKB does make sense.
Yeah, he
I
could go
agree.
back for it.
Yeah,
I'm a-
Shiva's on Cloud and BKB on Cheer Jr. would be my preference.
I'm a big fan of like BKB Kaya Sanj for the Primal Beast, just because like the amount of like HP and magic damage you get out of that item is pretty nuts.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
You look all sorts of wrong.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
There's
attack.
smoke up for one win, headed top. Trying to find this puck. Oh, they've got him.
Yeah, the Orchid pulverized. That's a really nice pickoff. Turn this one into the tier 1 tower. You might be able to go for the tier 2 as well. You know Roshan's not up for at least 50 seconds.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Tier 2, maybe 28-minute wisdom runes also on your mind.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking, right? Like, they're just gonna, they need to get the mid wave for sure. So they should be able to cut mid. Oh, wait, they actually just TP to their own side of the map looking for the hoodwink. Sounds like she's dead.
She's dead. Yeah, they had a ward there where she was running into. They want to protect this area. Also, it's just a free support kill. And that timing for the wisdom rune would have been a little awkward, right? But by snowballing kills here,
Radiant's courier has been
they
killed.
diving for Smiley Knight. Activate the break.
He hasn't activated it yet. He will
There we
now.
go.
The break is in. The big epicenter. They just want to bring down the Bristle back, and they do. The egg, a secondary worry. It's going to pop. He's able to dive away. The Stampede out from Zibe as well, but the damage is done. They got the big kill, and they can chase for anything left. That is huge.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I really like that play because, so we were talking about, maybe you're thinking about 28-minute wisdom rune, but that's a minute and 10 seconds off. So you would potentially siege his tower and still have time to wait. But by getting a second kill instead on the hoodwink, especially as Roshan was close to potentially spawning, you're trying to snowball the deaths on Avilice so they never want to team fight you because they're always missing a hero. So they get that hoodwink, and then in that process, they actually find more heroes, and you already know, oh, they're still missing a hero, let's just keep going, right? So then they get even more kills. It continues to stagger the death timers. It does look like Avilice is not going to play safe. They're going to get the whole teams back up, but you see how much of the map one win just got off of that choice. And yeah, they're probably not going to get the 28-minute wisdom rune after all of that, but when you're getting this many kills, you're totally okay with that.
Yeah, I 100% agree.
Also, I always forget Primal Beast needs Uproar stacks to activate it to actually get the break going right. And so when he started, he had no Uproar stacks. He needs to be hit by Quill Sprays first, then he could activate the break.
Dire are scanning. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
The team's grouping top on one win. You know Roche could be up soon.
It's up.
The Centaur lives just long enough to see it happen.
Okay,
So out
that's
comes
huge.
over,
They
they're
actually
gonna
smoked
smoke
him
in.
immediately. They're in a decent spot here, but if the Primal Beast is able to just trample in, or like onslaught in from the left side, it will catch them completely off guard. They're going to send another creep in to try and get some vision, and here it comes. Cheer Jr. So he gets bashed by Roche. That's a really unfortunate bash. The BKB's out for Smiley. A huge FP on the backside. Catches the supports. They get the egg off, though. And now you're in a little bit of a rough spot on this Sand King. You took down the puck at least, but you're also going to get the hoodwink. So 2 for 1, but the Aegis now going into the hands of one win and a full retreat from Avilice. The Bristleback, he's tanky for now, but guess what? Chira's going to come in and hit him with the break. He's not tanky anymore. It is a lot to deal with, and it's one of the reasons we see this Primal Beast come through in this late draft.
I think Avalos need to back out of that. Maybe they thought they had more time. Maybe they thought they would do it quicker. I think once that roar comes out, though, and you see the pace of it, you need to back off and figure out where one win is. Because of that, because they don't, you get a great charge through. The fight's very awkward. Burrow strike in the back line. Puck tries to do the same, but actually gets killed in return. And I mean, when you're behind, you were like 15k behind at the start of that fight. I mean, that's what happens if you don't have a very clean fight with the egg being protected, Bristleback hitting everyone, coil on multiple heroes. Like, you need everything going for you on the side of Avalos to have the damage to kill these tanky heroes.
Yeah. So Cheer Jr. like built the Veil and then like realized they had a Shivas and that was building the BKB. He's like, wait a minute. He just backpacks the Veil. He's like, this is useless. So, I mean, it didn't really affect their game too much, but something that they might communicate a little bit better next game. With the 25k advantage now and full control of the map, it's starting to get really difficult for Avalos to take the fights. Tier 3 jungle items are being picked up, and some pretty nice ones as well.
He's farming up an Ags on Moonkushi. Who do you think he's going to give it to?
I mean, personally, I would give it to the Sand King. Oh, they get the stun and the silent. Oh my god,
Bloodthorn,
dude!
What an item!
Bloodthorn with the solar flare. It's just like the hero's like health bar just deletes. It's ridiculous. Another Bloodthorn is out. Who have they found? Never mind. He blinks away, I guess. So they're just gonna turn their attention to the tier 3s. Zive with a nice stun. BKB out from Smiling Knight. A great bushwhack onto 2, but there's just gonna be the pulverize. The egg is there. The break is out. They're just gonna run away. Buy themselves some time here. Oh, they just go right back in off the epicenter from Cloud. He just runs right through these heroes. This is Sand King, dude. Way too good. I think you and I covered a game of like a level 25 Sand King with the Ags and the Shard, and
it's pretty wacky.
Yeah, when you get the AoE talent on level 20, you can just do an absurd amount of damage.
Yeah, I saw at the end there, he had a Crystallis in his backpack, so I think it was going to be an Aghanims handed over to that Sand King, and he was going to be looking to do the little stingers everywhere and just destroy people.
So much damage. I mean, we look at the draft once again, and we're like, all right, well, they get this first pick Sand King, and it seems like another scenario of you didn't address it enough. They almost did. Like, Bristleback was like not a bad pick and not a bad idea against it. But there was still a primal, like there were still multiple forms of break that they could have gone for, right, in the draft. We were thinking Viper, but they go for the Primal Beast. And boy, did you lack damage to deal with like Primal Beast and Sand King in these fights going into the mid game.
Yeah, going back to the draft again, I feel that for your first pick or your response pick, you do want these our pick heroes, right? They're either broken or super flexible, so you can shift them around to have the most impact after getting more info out of your opponents. Sand King, I mean, we see what he did, right? I'd say very well worth the first pick. The response was Centaur. I think Centaur's fine. I don't mind seeing Centaur in a draft, hero, but I don't really want to see him as a first pick hero when he has no flex whatsoever. And you get all that information from that Centaur pick, followed by the Hoodwink pick. So you knew that was the offlane. So you knew you could set yourself up for an Alchemist in the final pick, or even if it was an Alchemist, like whatever counter pick carry you want, because you know, like that's their offlane. I know how to deal with that. You don't get that same opportunity versus Sand King, right? You don't get to say like, that's definitely the offlane, or let me counter pick it hard. That's definitely the mid, let me counter pick it hard. Yeah. That's why I do think like I want to see something like a Monkey King maybe I'm totally wrong on that. If it's not Monkey King, then that's fine. Some counter pick that can maybe follow the Sand King around or match the flex. If a hero doesn't exist, it seems like there's no hero that counters Sand King, then ban the Sand King. Right?
Yeah.
This hero does
That's the
so
other thing it goes back
much.
to.
Mm-hmm.
Just ban it.
Yeah, ban it.
I
That's
don't
the
know.
advice. Game 2, ban it.
Yeah, it's they learned this earlier, right? We've seen this like over and over again. Teams, they lose to a Sand King and they're like, "Yep, Sand King's the issue," and then they just ban it in phase 1 next time. But we'll see what happens as the draft priority is going to change a little bit. We'll have to see what happens. But for now, we're going to go to a short break. We'll be back with game number 2 of Avilis versus OneWin in this upper bracket finals. Stay tuned for more. We'll see you after the break. What's up, everybody? Welcome back here. It is game number 2 of this upper bracket finals. 1-win versus Avalis. 1-win looking pretty good, man. Game 1 goes their way. It looked kind of, I don't want to say an out draft, but it was definitely a comfortable draft for them, and they played it exceptionally well.
Yeah, I think that's a great way to put it. They got things that they were happy with. Like, I'm sure there's more comfort picks they could have gone for, right? But they had very meta heroes. Everything made sense. They played it all well. So I think 1-1 was very comfortable in that game. And DMS had some stuff going for them, but just not quite able to connect. And I think just on the, I don't want to call it a total outdraft, but like on the losing end of it, right? Of these, like, okay, Puck's a little worse than Primal Beast in this lane. Let's go, oh, this lane is like a little worse for them, right? And at this level of Dota, that's going to matter. That's going to snowball into what ultimately ended up being a win for 1-win.
Yeah. So let's see, based on the draft, right? Things have already kind of been adjusted from game 1. Avalis, despite being first pick, ban out the Sand King. So this just proves to me that they do not want to play this hero at all. Like, they are not comfortable with like running this in their own draft. So they're forced to ban the Sand King, which means 1-win get to ban pretty much the exact same heroes that they did last time, right? The Lina, Shadow Demon, Naga Siren, and the Nature's Prophet. They get the opening of the Wind Ranger for Avalis, which is good because this is also a 1-win hero.
Nice.
And they respond with the Morphling, which you don't see that often, but it is one of the best heroes against Wind Ranger. And now they have got to be very happy with this like opener, you know, because they still have last pick.
Yeah, I remember you and I were watching a 1-win game. I can't remember who they were playing. I think it was Liquid, and Liquid took the Wind Ranger away from them. And then 1-win ended up playing a better Wind Ranger that game because they had Morphling and Rubik, and they were not missing a single shackle shot. Like, they were both getting double shackle shots. So 1-win loves Wind Ranger. They're all really good. So even when you steal it away, they do things like this. They grab the Morphling, and it's either going to be a carry Morphling for Munkushi, which we talked about a bit briefly in the earlier draft. He's a very good Morphling player, so you have to address it. But if you do that, they're just going to move it over to Sweden Strong to play position 4. Morphling, and he's just going to steal Shackle Shot and then Shackle Shot you with it at a very low cooldown. And you're going to get chain stunned if you're near a tree at all, because once you get high enough level, it's just going to be the Strength Stun into Shackle Shot. Switch back, Strength Stun, Shackle Shot. You're just going to repeat, assuming there's not a better spell, better copy of a hero, which there's 4 more. You know, I'm sure other good picks will come up. You could take Centaur. Now, like, I was complaining about Centaur last time, but now you have Centaur into Wind Ranger. I'd be okay with that. I'd say Omni Knight and Tinker are also in the pool, though it's a little iffy if you're thinking about Morphling 4 to maybe grab them, because Morphling 4 is very weak to start. And if you're taking Tinker, a little bit of an overlap. I'm open to it, but it might be a little scary. Okay, this
just
works
grab
too.
An early Pango. I mean, Cheer Jr. is very good on this hero, but it is flexible, which is really smart. So they grab themselves an early Pangolier. There is not a lot of like there's still a lot of heroes that you can pick that like do well against the Pangolier, but it's one of those things where it's like it's hard to address it without over addressing it. Because you could go for something like the Puck, which is fantastic. I don't think you want to pick Puck this early. They very easily were able to handle the Puck last game.
I think you grab Primal and 1 support.
I've
seen a lot of Primal Beast success, but you don't want to reveal too much. Okay, that actually works too. Lasso will also pierce roll. The nice thing about Primal Beast is that you break the roll for whatever reason, whereas these other heroes, he'll still roll after it ends. But Lasso will give you some control over it, and actually Clockwork Cogs will also allow you to bounce the roll around. Can be scary if you're in the Cogs and he jumps in, then you're chain stunning yourself, but if you can surprise him, like hookshot in, stun, and then Cogs him, like knock him off path, that can still be very good.
Yeah, I mean, they have good interrupts for the Rolling Thunder as well, like preventing the cast of it. So it does kind of force Pango to be in a weird spot of like maybe he has to go for an early shard, which you don't really want to do. When that's the case, it's like, all right, we need another hero that initiates, right? Because we don't want this Pango to, like, he has to be able to Rolling Thunder and blink into the back line. But if that doesn't happen, you know, then you're losing a lot of value out of the Pangolier pick. So we'll see. One win here has the double pick, so they could still protect the flex on the Morphling. I think right now, knowing how they've played this, I think it's just going to be Munkushi's. Like, it's probably just the carry Morphling. Like, even though you don't see the offlane matchups or anything, you see a Bat Rider, that's probably the 4.
I mean, it looks fine for the carry Morphling still. There's not a hard counter that is making me think, ooh, I don't want to do this anymore.
Yeah, so now I'm trying to think, like, what you could pick on the 5 position that's in the pool that you'd feel comfortable running it with the Morphling in lane.
Bristol Maiden could be okay. Frostbite's very good versus Windrun and the Bat Rider. Clockwork makes your life a little miserable, but I mean, it's a Clockwork focusing you instead of your Pango, instead of your other cores, so I wouldn't mind that.
Yeah, I was trying to think of something that can deal with Bat Rider if it's the 4 position, right? And the big one's already kind of removed. Shadow Demon and the Enchantress.
Yeah. Jakira would be another strong laner. Like, if you are thinking about
oh my god, Omni Knight's still in the pool.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, that works.
Yeah,
I thought maybe they weren't thinking about it anymore now that they skipped over it, but you know what? You're totally right. Why not just go back for it? Tinker, Avalus Tinker, carry core Bat Rider. Is that a thing, or is it just going to be support Bat Rider?
I don't think you can do that. It's like running core Bat Rider against an Omni Knight feels even worse. So they go for the Marana again, another potential flex 1/4, which is really cool because both her and Morphling are the 1/4 flexes. So you can kind of just run whichever you think is best for their team. Based on last game, probably the support Marana, and the fact that we've seen Munkushi typically play the Morphling, I think that's likely the way this is going to go. I would like an arrow setup, though, because you don't really have any at the moment, right? Pango, yeah, you have Rolling Thunder, but that's like a baby stun, and then there's nothing from the other heroes. They go ahead and grab the puck, which we did talk about earlier. It's one of the ways of dealing with the Pangolier pick. And now that you see more of the draft, it's actually a really solid pick here once again for Avalus. So, yeah, I think it's good. They get out, they immediately ban out Doom and Centaur, the Huskar ban as well, as they need a mid lane for 1 win. Avalus needs their off laner. There's not a lot of off lanes left, man. There's a lot banned here. Sand King, Mars, Doom, Centaur, Enigma.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. I think Pango versus Puck is fine if you want to do that, but I also think Pango offlane would also be okay. Maybe a little awkward with Marana. Yeah, so maybe you could just pick something to shut down the Puck. But 1 win has last pick, right? Yeah, 1 win has last pick, so you'll get to see the final pick here and then decide what's more important to you to address.
I really like Pango offlane with the Marana. I think they have a lot of damage in that lane, and Clockwork is annoying, but I think they can trade well enough, and Shield Crash can still get you away from Clockwork. So can the Swashbuckle. So I think I'd rather see Cloud on the Pangolier than picking a mid laner, something that you said kind of shuts down the puck, whether that be the Dragon Knight, or if you want to go for something a little bit like dive the heroes, like things like an Ember Spirit.
If you could do Beastmaster or Broodmother for Avalus to try to tempo this game, assuming it's Morphling.
They banned the DK. Yeah. I kind of like a Beastmaster. I think that's solid. It's again though one of those like big initiating stuns that Omni Knight really excels against. And that's the hard part. It does require positioning on 1 win to be there, but
no, it'll be okay. It's not a strong dispel anymore on Repel. It's just the debuff immunity. So as long as you can pierce that with the roar, you're fine.
Wait, is it just a basic dispel?
Yeah, they changed this thing, and I don't think it even dispels anymore. It just gives you debuff immunity, but it doesn't actually Dispel. So it has to be on preemptively now. Which is still
based on the
potentially
amount of
good.
debuffs.
Yeah, so the debuffs stay, but you will get that buff. Yeah, they go for the Beastmaster. So I think they're going to try to
hero makes
speed
no
this
sense.
up a lot.
Not the Beastmaster, the Omni Knight Repel makes absolutely no sense.
They keep changing it to try to make it
Dude, I'm
viable
pretty
at the pro
sure it
level, but not a
dispels.
pub. I thought so too. I don't remember it changing it, but when I was trying it, I was not getting a dispel from it.
Wow.
Maybe
okay.
I'm wrong. Maybe I also saw it. Maybe it's bugged. Who knows? You
I
never
could've
know with Dota. You got to check a couple times.
Okay, they end up going for the Void Spirit. I was gonna mention this because it is one of those like classic counters to the puck. We just don't see it that often. And he's gonna do it. So we'll be Chira Jr. on the Void Spirit into the mid lane. Puck Zibe takes the Beastmaster. Wait a minute. Yeah, Zibe takes the Beastmaster. Okay, we're
Mhm.
fine. For some reason, I thought it was like Eki and my brain exploded. And it will be the carry Wind Ranger versus the carry Morphling. I think a lot of this kind of goes as expected in terms of the draft, but I really like One Wind, the way that they play Morphling into Wind Rangers, so I don't know. I have to give them the nod, the respect.
I think if Beastmaster can have a really good game, you can play off of that. If Moonkushi has an okay lane, or if you just drag this game out long enough, I do think One Wind's draft should be a little bit easier to play, and the scaling will be there. Like you said, I do like the way they do Morphling into the Wind Ranger, which is just to still be the Wind Ranger. He just loves both heroes so much, can't get enough of them. So, I don't know, like, Puck's going to struggle into the Void Spirit. I think it's a little easier than it used to be, actually, now that you have that innate regen, but I still think Void is generally quite good versus the Puck. And then it becomes, well, I guess you have some supports who might gank in, right? Like Batrider and Clockwork could maybe tip that lane in your favor, and maybe that's something that needs to happen. Because otherwise, it does just end up being the Beastmaster who will be your playmaker. And unfortunately, Beastmasters nowadays go like Aghanims, then maybe a Blink, but also maybe a Pipe or something like that first. And at that point, it's starting to get hard to catch these mobile heroes like Void Spirit, Pango, Morphling, Mirana, right? So I think I want to see Aghanim's Blink from him, but then you don't have auras for a while.
I'm really excited to see how this is going to play out. I think for the most part, like the strategy, the execution is going to be easier for One Win here. But we'll see. I think the Puck Coil is going to
Prepare for
kind of make or break some of these fights because it is very good against both Void Spirit and the Pangolier. Kind of the Morphling, but not too much. So we'll see how that's able to affect these fights as both teams are heading out onto the map. Smoked up currently is Avalis. They might run right into One Win.
Brought the good luck, have fun as you smoke onto their half of the map.
Late smoke comes out.
Cheer Jr. Oh, don't quite catch him in the cogs.
Yeah. Good.
Okay, well, that smoke will not do what they want. Well, One Win still smoked up on several other heroes. They could squeak by to the
30
other side
seconds to
here,
battle.
maybe try and find somebody. Well, they put a really nice ward up on the high ground there. Sweden Strong will do the same.
Actually, also an observer here, so they see Chira Jr. I feel like they should know what's going on. I don't think you should engage this. This is essentially you, even though it's your half of the map they're on, you're going low to high ground. I think you should just go take the 2 top runes and
They're going to go for it.
call it even.
Field crash onto 2. In comes the rune. Sniped by Seneko. And Cloud, he might just be dead here. Blood grenade comes out. Instantly repelled from
Really repelled.
respect. So nicely done. And with that, they just get away. Okay. That's a lot of damage in your Void Spirit. Or, I'm sorry, into Cloud's Pangolier.
Yeah, he also had to take repel level 1 to save him. I'm surprised it
That
actually
hurts.
went that well for Avalis, but I guess just the way that fight broke out, the Clockwork Cogs, isolating the Pango and pushing the rest of the team away. They were able to focus that damage in, not get a kill, but like you said, he's showing up to lane with about a third of his health. He doesn't even have tangos either because he went for the wand and 3 Iron Branches build. So it's going to be a second till tangos can get here. Maybe Repel's not that bad to have early. If Batrider ever tries to dive you, you'll be able to use that. I think it's generally not the best to have, though. I think you'd rather have Purification, at least. Well,
Yeah, either the Hammer or Purification are good, I think.
I was thinking Hammer, but now that I think about it, you're never going to get to the Batrider. And if you're hitting Beastmaster, at some
You're
point,
probably going to get like hawked or something too.
Yeah, you're going to get burned. You're going to get flame braked back into the hawk and the boar slows and everything. So maybe you do just want Repel and Purification, and that way you can play aggressive, and then you'll have to pop Repel, and then you'll have to wait till it's back up. But you probably won't die, famous last words, in that time. You'd also get tons of extra strength, I suppose, because if you're rooted by the hawk and then slowed by the boar, touched by the axes, and then the various damage over time from Batrider, that's actually so many debuffs in the early game. You actually get so much extra strength. Wait, maybe this is good. Hold on.
Yeah, the Repel regen strength is going to be kind of wild here.
Oh, they're ready to go. Never mind.
Oh,
Yeah.
try again.
Good.
All right. Here we go.
Scary thing for Avalis, I think they can win. I think they have the heroes to do it, but you don't get a lot of mistakes. If Moonkushi gets online, I think the odds of winning drop massively from that point.
I kind of
A
agree.
quick pause.
Be worse.
So Beastmaster has to get ahead. You got to give him the stacks, this is where Batrider Beastmaster is a little awkward. They both want the stacks, and I'm pretty sure you have to give priority to Beastmaster for his Aghanims, but that means your blink on the Batrider is going to be kind of late. At least you have the puck to initiate for you in the meantime, and I guess the clockwork too, so maybe it's not as big of a deal as I'm setting it up to be, but I don't know. Batrider's best performances are usually when he can be greedy, and you start blink lassoing before the enemy's ready to deal with that.
Oh, here we go. Jumping back in.
Third time's the charm.
Yeah, hopefully that is the third time's the charm. We'll just be able to play this one out here. I feel like top lane, Sweden Strong, should trade fairly good against Seneko as long as he doesn't get like caught out of position at all. Ooh, well, he was trying to snipe the range creep. Nicely done from Smiling Knight. Tanks it, gets the deny.
Looks like a combo, right? You either hit the hero and you make him miss a last hit, or you get a CS. Preferably the range creep.
Yeah. I'm very curious how this bottom lane is going to play out. I feel like Beastmaster should be pretty happy. Respect is doing his best here to try and deal with the boars, but you also have to consider, right, just the damage from Eki, which at level 2, it's going to step up quite a bit.
I think lane-wise, Morphling will be okay. It's a question of
Good.
how much can you get done when you finish the Aghanims on Beastmaster, because at that point, Morphling doesn't really want to join, because there's usually like 2 to 3 items a Morphling wants before you're fully online. This game, I'm guessing Lincoln's, Mantaconda, something like that. Right? It takes a while to get there. Once you're there, you're online fully, you're good to go. But in that time, how much can you get done? How much can you slow that Morphling down, increase the window that you have? Smiling Knight did go for Whirlwind, which we generally like. I will say Morphling is sometimes one of those heroes you do want the Focus Fire to kill him while he's morphing strength and have that high DPS. But maybe with Guardian Angel, you prefer Whirlwind to at least be able to hit some heroes.
I think with Whirlwind, it's one of those things that like carry Wind Ranger needs to farm, and Whirlwind gives you the ability to farm. Because Focus Fire really is kind of this all-in, like, I need to kill heroes to get net worth. Because otherwise your ability to farm is like just power shotting and slowly right-clicking as you go across the map, which feels super bad. So I think a lot of the times what we're seeing is the Whirlwind is your way of like actually farming in the mid game and getting towards your like actual late game items that you need. Bottom lane, this Beastmaster is owning. He has 13 denies.
Yeah.
Some of them are his own
doing a
creeps.
great job.
Yeah, some of
of
them are his own
zoning.
creeps, but yeah, it's really good.
And this is the weakness of Omni Knight as well. You're good into some matchups, mainly melee heroes, but if it's not, this hero does not do a lot. Especially because he had to take Purification level 1. I don't know, maybe that was part of his plan, but I really don't think it was great.
The offlane Pango also kind of struggling a little bit against Smiling Knight here. The Wind Ranger should be able to CS this fairly easily. Doing a really good job at applying pressure as well. So, yeah, I like what they're doing so far on the lanes for Avalis. They're all farming exceptionally well.
Yeah, Puck doing a lot better than I thought as well. We've seen Pro do quite well on this hero. Maybe very familiar with this matchup.
Yeah. Good.
The prize
It's a
is
pretty
mine.
big wave here for the Pango to farm, though. We'll shove it into the tower, so that's really smart by Smiling Knight, just not allowing him to freeze the lane, as we'll get pretty much a solid reset. It's not like in the perfect spot, but much better than being next to the tower. Ooh,
Omni
bottom
Knight
lane
gets
first
soloed
blood.
by the Bat Rider.
That one is not super surprising, but if he has Repel and still dies to it, then that's kind of rough.
The problem is
He-
level 1 repel is such a long cooldown. He did use it there, but
Yeah.
he was just far enough away when the Bat Rider found him that he got run down.
So it doesn't remove the current stack of sticky napalm, is what you're saying then?
Yeah, you just keep applying new ones, and they don't do anything until repel ends, but then suddenly you have a bunch of stacks, and then he's killing you at that point.
Interesting.
Dire are scanning.
Yeah, not farming super well in this bottom lane. Mirana, though, is actually just farming up a storm on the forward position here. She's just been roaming around, sniping creeps with arrow, of course, but also getting some last hits on cogs every time those are thrown out. She's doing all right. Bottom lane, Zibe gets ganked from Chira Jr. with a haste rune. That helps out a ton for the Morphling.
This is the kind of plays you want from Chira Jr., just to give space back to the Morphling. He could have ganked top, but I mean, what do you really need out of Pango, right? He just needs to get roll, get an aura, then he's fine. It's Morphling that you want to help out, as well as to slow down the Ag's timing from Zibe.
Yeah, that's the thing I was gonna mention as well. Is like you cannot allow the Beastmaster to get like a really early Ags and just take over the game, because he'll just pressure Roshan, and then he gets a Blink Dagger before you know it.
Also, though, I'm pretty sure that haste rune spawned bottom, so sometimes you're just closer to the lane and you just go there.
If the don't mind
Sometimes
if
that's
I
the simple answer.
don't mind if I do.
Sweden Strong's bottom. If you could get a second kill on Beastmaster, it'd be huge, but Batrider just places an observer, so they see this happening. Team Arana trying to snipe some creeps. They're going to look mid, considering diving Rioff.
Yeah.
Coil onto Chira Jr., but that's where Repel comes in. He just walks out of it, no cares.
Dang, that's scary. And now the Bat Rider, he's in deep. Eki's going to go down. Respect, low, but pops a stick. He's still going to burn down here, it looks like. So finished off by Smiling Knight. As the Power Rune's gonna spawn bottom. Sweden Strong, a nice idea to try and at least deny the Power Rune away. But doesn't get quite lucky enough.
Even though that was a trade, you're leading these plays. And again, it's just dragging time out and distracting away from Munkushi. I think that's all you really care about if you're one win here. Just don't lose too many objectives quickly and give Munkushi space. Munkushi Morphling will carry. Invis on the puck coming top, trying to get Sweden strong. Oh, maybe not. Maybe looking for Panga.
Bottom lane, they're coming bottom on Chira Jr. He wants to maybe punish this Bat Rider, and looks like he might be able to. Yeah, nice remnant there from Chira Jr. Eki trying to dodge it out. He doesn't have another Astral Step, though. And he's like, well, this is a waste of time, and walks back to the mid lane.
In the meantime, top, they do end up finding that Mirana with the Invis. Panga roll tries to get a return, but talking about those power cogs. Can't really get much done.
So many wards bottom, actually.
Both teams. One team is like interested in the Beastmaster stacks, but also interested in protecting Morphling. And because Avalos knows they want to protect Morphling, they're also putting a lot of wards to scout Void Spirit coming in to help Morphling. Big Cloud's about to get dove in the top lane. They know he has no role for 30 more seconds.
Really looks like it. He's holding a swashbuckle, which gives him a little bit of escape. They're just too afraid to dive him. Other side of the map, though, it looks like they're maybe collapsing on top of the Beastmaster, but they have tons of wards, scouting everything on the bottom side of the map, and instead, Chira Jr. is going to use this time to just take the stack away. And that is a good way to slow down his game.
Very nice. Step one for Avalos, put Morphling at the bottom of the net worth. That part's completed, but Beastmaster is not that high up himself. His Aghanims is still fairly far away after being killed, but now also having a stack stolen. And Morphling going for the Lincolns first. The Lincolns will help protect him, but again, you're not really ready to fight off of that, right? It's still going to just continue to farm.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Smoke top, looking for Wind Ranger. They're gonna find him. Farming back here.
Oh yeah, they find her. Wind run, cancel, thanks to the remnants. Hook shot in from Seneko, but it's not fast enough, and Swedenstrong just leaps away. He's still got another charge at the ready. Backside of the fight, though, I see multiple others rotating in. The Rolling Thunder doing some work as it's found Eki. They finally dropped the coil, but too little, too late. So they get themselves 2 kills, and they're now going to clean up the tier 1 tower top, which your Beastmaster still has not taken the bottom tower. One of the benefits of this Morphling pick.
It's really hard to kill Morphling if you can't get the roar off, but it's too telegraphed when you're coming into roar. So if you can't kill Morphling, he can just hold on to the wave. Maybe while he's gone, you're going to push in the wave, but this is also the funny part where Beastmaster used to be this aura builder, get 6, like, oh, I'm going to take towers right away, got Helm Dom by Necronomicons, whatever. Nowadays, like, well, I'm just going to jungle, I'm going to farm stacks, going to get my Aghanims. He's more of a pick-off hero. So maybe it's not too weird that that bottom tower is still up, but it will need to fall with his Aghanims. So
yeah.
He's got maybe with this amount of stacks prepared, if he clears them all out, he should have the Ags. And then maybe fast Roche into tier 1s.
You could probably wait for Dire Side Roche, I would imagine, right? Just wait for it to move top after 15 minutes and then play for the Roshan there. The downside is you don't have a tower there anymore, and they've already got vision placed for 1-1. So it will make the attempted Roche a little bit more difficult. That's why it's like usually at this point, if you're the Beastmaster team, you've probably taken the bottom tower, you're finishing your Aghanims, and you're looking to take Radiant side Roche as a result. So we'll see what happens here. Seneko comes up, gets the D ward. Oh, denied by Cloud. Okay.
Farming power cogs. 20 gold.
Ooh, Pro comes in. Coil comes out, which it doesn't even connect with the Cloud. And with the repel, he just walks out again.
Middle tower has fallen.
All right.
We're getting to see exactly why Omni Knight's such a good hero. How many times is that now that it's like, yeah, here's your get out of jail free card. My 1 point in repel counters puck ult.
Yeah, good.
They have roughly the same cooldown, which is funny, but still very annoying.
That's true. Repel is a very long cooldown nowadays. You need to hit multiple coils. Or like multiple heroes in the coil, right? Then you can't save everyone. Okay, Tango could be your target.
They're
get the silence into the lasso. Dude, the healing from Omni Knight, he kept Cloud alive for so long. Long enough that Tier Junior's here now.
And Respect on the high ground is super dead. Nice rotation in from Smiling Knight as they're looking for the puck. I don't think they can finish the job. Morphling, though. Oh, he's just going back bottom of the farm. He's chilling. Yeah, he's a Wind Ranger. Yeah, it's like I know that's what's going to happen. Munkushi's just going to turn into Wind Ranger this game. He's going to shackle and kill heroes.
I tell you what, his power shot's a pretty good farming tool to steal away. Oh, dude, he should steal Beastmaster, copy Beastmaster, and then steal the stacks. There's the play.
Does he get the Aghanim Scepter? I imagine he does, right?
I think you have to have your own Ags, but you would at least have wild access to stack on the camps. I don't know if he has the mana pool as Morphling, but...
They actually smoked in here to try and find the stacks, but Beastmaster is already taken. Hence, top of the net worth, which is just Beastmaster things. Looking for Eki instead here. Chiro Jr. is going to Remnant on in. The Star Storm plus the arrow. That is plenty of damage. And he'll take the tier 1 bottom as a result.
Taking this tower will help them contest Beastmaster a little bit more in the future, though at this point you don't stack nearly as much. Now that you have the Ags, you start playing aggressively, and for example that Roche we talked about earlier, it's just started in that top lane.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Just as Beastmaster does, he takes the Dire side Roche with ease. Coil comes out here onto the Mirana. Arrow's going to connect. Chiro Jr. coming in as well. I mean, he should be fine, right? They're going to Rolling Thunder, actually. Ooh, Cloud. Awkward. I meant to farm this stairs, actually.
Don't worry, guys. They don't know I used roll. They'll respect the roll.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
All right, I was a little worried for Beastmaster, but here 17 minutes, he's top of net worth, has his Ags, Blink on the way, has his Aegis. So, what can you get done in this time period? This is what we were saying at the start. This is where you really need to start putting the pressure onto the Morphling and his team, while Morphling still just has a Linken's. It's hard to kill him, but what is he really doing in fights? Not a lot. So you have to 5v4 and take a bunch of objectives.
Radiant structures are fortified.
The issue is, I think you have to roar the Omni Knight, which does not feel great.
I'm trying to think like if you can take the fight without roaring Omni Knight, but I think you're right.
Is under attack.
And you're not gonna find him like at all. It's
Yeah,
just
he's
not
way in
possible.
the back.
They bring all
'Cause,
these
like, let's
heroes
say
mid
you
to try
roll-
and pressure tower, and Munkushi's just farming bottom as well.
Yeah. I mean, like, let's say you try to roar anyone in front. You're going to get the Repel, the Purification, and the Guardian Angel. So you're not going to do any physical damage. You're barely going to do any magic damage. And you can't chain stun because of the Repel. So even though the roar is going to go off, like, how do you actually get the kill? Unless Omni Knight's not in position, but... You know,
Ooh,
give
they
some
find
respect
Cloud.
to respect.
Oh. Eki knew there was someone there, doesn't quite make it in range, and look at that, Respect just TP's in. The rest of the team coming as well, the Rolling Thunder, will they connect the arrow? It actually finds the Beastmaster. He's got the Aegis, though. They're just gonna get him twice. Do you have a Remnant here is the question. They don't, Puck comes in, hits a nice silence, Smiling Knight with a
Big
huge
coil.
whirlwind. The coil as well, but can Smiling Knight actually finish the job? He can't, and Sibe is dead as well. Bro's gonna come in on the backside, try to finish a huge shackle from Munkushi. Lasso's not gonna find the kill as the Puck, the lone survivor. This is why you
Yeah.
can't like
Good.
leave Morphling against the Munkushi. Like when you pick this Wind Ranger, he's just gonna absolutely style on you with it.
Remember when we said you're not allowed to make very many mistakes on the side of Avalis? I think that was that. I think that's your mistake. And I look at this net worth and I see Morphling at the top. And yeah, it's going to take a little bit more time before he's truly online. But I think that exact fight is where we will point to in the post game to say that's where things went wrong for Avalis, as one win ends up winning this game.
I mean, they've got a long way to go still, but yeah, that is one of those scenarios. It's like you have your Aegis on your Beastmaster, you don't manage to take a single objective on the map, and it turns into a massive win for one win, as they can now just group up, they can take their Tormentor at 20 minutes here. The Shard, I don't know who it's going to go to, but
I think you won it on Omni Knight this game.
well, it goes
Unlucky.
to Sweden strong. So an extra leap charge is, you know, never terrible, but yeah, Omni Knight Shard is quite nice. The second Purification is fantastic.
Yeah, it's just
And
so much
Eki will get the
extra.
other one. I mean,
extra
that
healing.
is arguably the worst Shard you could get this game. The Bat Rider over like Clockwork.
Okay, you know what? That's true. I definitely prefer the Mirana Shard to the Bat Rider Shard.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
If you're like a core Bat Rider, you don't mind getting it because you're like, oh, it can transition to Witchblade late game and it ends up being like good damage.
Radiant's middle
Respect will
tower is
finally
under
deny their
attack.
mid tower.
The price is mine.
But yeah, Mirana getting the Shard is not bad. Cheer Jr. bottom lane. He's going to get caught from the lasso. Do they have the damage to finish him off? The roar. It should be more than enough. All right. That is a great find this time around.
Nice play by Eki. Fire flying to that cliff to get vision of the area. Sees the target.
Radiant's middle tower is
Lasso him
under
to the
attack.
Beastmaster, who does still have the damage to get the roar kills. Right, this is why this build is so popular on the Beastmaster.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Rolling Thunder initiation. They find the Puck. The counter silence from Munkushi and Saneko. Trying his best to get away here, but this is where the Mirana Shard actually kind of styles. Great chase, good slow, good damage. Dude, and Mirana's
Nice
actually
2 kills.
farming now.
Yeah.
Even though they lost Void Spirit, you know you're mostly scared of Beastmaster Roar, so if that's still on cooldown, then
Dire's
you're
middle
happy to
tower
take
is under
fights.
attack.
Zibe is actually going for... Oh, well, first he's going for Eki on Chira Jr. They have the damage. Oh, right before the teleport finishes. Zibe on the Beastmaster is actually going to go for Shiva's next. It is a really good Shiva's game, but it means there's no auras. no healing auras. A mech will eventually be built on Bat Rider, but it's gonna come after Blink Force Staff and then the Guardian Greaves. It's a very late aura. Clockwork has Solar Glimmer, but you don't have the pipe. You don't have the Crimson Guard that the Pango is building. You don't have the Guardian Greaves quite yet that the Omni Knight is almost finished with. Just needs the final recipe for Greaves, which is okay. Maybe not almost ready, but you've got 3 auras coming online for 1 win. I just don't see how you fight into that as Avalis.
I agree, and I think Cheer Junior's Agnum Scepter is going to be a massive issue for them as well. Like you actually have to, either roar Cheer Junior alone away from his team, or you have to get the Omni Knight and hope that they can blow him up on the front line. But I think the Agnum Scepter gives them such a ridiculously strong initiation now.
Yeah,
that like
you
going
can repel
in, getting AoE
preemptively
silence. Yeah, you can. Yeah, exactly. You can just repel him and have him dash in, silence, like whatever, to open the fight, right? And we already saw the silence coming out onto the puck. It was just like an instant kill, but that was Munkushi's Morphling, right? So now you have another form of silence. I think OneWin's really hitting their momentum, and I think that their draft is really starting to come together. Top lane, they're looking wrap around here on the Mirana. Is going to look for Seneko, clean up some. Actually popped Solar Flare for this, oddly enough. Maybe Morphling not wanting to take the fight.
Yeah, Morphling, he's got his Lincoln's Manta, Phylactery done, and he's going to finish the Conda next. That's those 3 items I was talking about. That is the Morphling going to be fully online.
Ooh, jump in silence. They got the Beastmaster. Dude, it's so fast. That kill. Boyle is out, but Munkushi repelled up, just walks away. Cloud's going to pop the Rolling Thunder now as he's just going to chase, looking for anything. Nice hook shot to safety, but the jump in, the Blink Dagger Cloud finds him. Rolling Thunder's going to end, but can they chase? Arrow doesn't connect. He's stuck inside his own cogs. He's doing his best to run with a little bit of help, but the chase continues. There's too much of it. Cloud will chase him down under the tier 2 tower, securing the kill. As now Cheer Jr. wants to go back into the mid lane. He gets the silence, the first one onto the puck, and he just solos him out. Oh my goodness, and a stolen shackle on the Smiling Knight. He's forced to BKB and run away, but Munkushi does not care. 1 by 1, they fall on Avalis.
They're going high ground. It's 26 minutes with the Morphling, but they don't care. You got 3 dead. There's no way they're saving buyback this early in the game.
No way at all.
Morphling's hitting so fast. It's 1 set down. I mean, you're not going to get a 2nd set right now, but you are going to go get Roche.
Back. No,
Oh,
right.
back door?
There's a creep here. I was like, I immediately looked at the creep way. I was like, did someone cut this? No, okay, they get the melee barracks and back. Good restraint from OneWin because you don't actually want to overextend. But you have a Mirana that's like giga scaling now as well. So outside of the rest of your team, your Mirana is offering a ton of damage in these fights. And that's one of the reasons we see these support Miranas go this, you know, Solar Flare, right? Like it makes Morphling do a ton of damage, but also Mirana's perfectly fine. This feels like the desperation smoke from Avalis. They're like, all right, we got to find something here, but
It got scanned out instantly by OneWin.
oh, did it? Oh no.
Yeah, but they're
smoked up
so they
themselves.
also smoke, but they're
Yeah.
headed. Okay, wait, actually, they're changing directions. They are going top.
I think they know it has to be towards top. They're expecting a Roche contest is what it is. Oh
Good
man,
line
this
drawn by Munkushi.
Ooh, they do. Actually, that ops might just be outside the sentry range. This is the make or break fight for Avalis. If this fight goes badly, OneWin can just end the game immediately. And there it is. Smoke's gonna break. The jump in on the Rolling Thunder finds the Clockwork. He gets deleted. Looking for more. Cheer Jr. gets the silence onto the Beastmaster. They're gonna buy back on the clock, but the Rolling Thunder just rips through the backline, sons of everyone. But here comes the Whirlwind. Is it enough from Smiling Knight? It is not. The Morphling is too damn strong. 2 buybacks and a GG. Yeah, like I said, this is the make or break fight. 1 win, close out the series. A 2-0. The first time you and I have gotten a 2-0 in this tournament. But yeah, I mean, this looked really good from beginning to start from 1 win.
I think Avalos had the right idea, draft-wise, game concept-wise. When you see a Morphling carry coming out, you want to try to punish the time Morphling needs to come online.
Yeah.
They picked heroes for that, but I think 1 win just out-executed them. I think Chira Jr. did a great job rotating down, punishing the Beastmaster, slow down to the timing. They still eventually got the Ags. They started making a bit of a comeback, get that Aegis, but then that fight in that triangle, like I said, just you're not allowed to make very many mistakes. And that was the one mistake. You just lost so much momentum off of it. So much went to the Morphling, who he hits that 3-item timing. He's still going to keep growing. Yet even with these 3 items we just saw, they don't have the damage to kill him. You're just too far behind at this point, even though it's only 28 minutes into the game technically, but that's just the style of the heroes you picked versus what 1 win picked, which is going to scale further into the game.
It's so hard to be put on this timer against Munkushi's Morph because he's so good at this hero. He's like one of the best Morph players in the world. And you pick this early Wind Ranger and you're like, guys, surely they won't immediately respond with Morphling, right? But they just do, because they have that much confidence in this pick, and Omni making it through the draft as well. Also just a big problem for Avalos's draft. Like the coil, like we saw the several early coils not mattering at all. They just simply get repelled and walk out. The Beastmaster did find some momentum, did take first Roshan, which is expected out of the hero, but you mentioned it. You cannot make a lot of mistakes this game for Avalos. And the 1 rotation into the triangle that gets punished, and 1 win not only take Aegis, but they kill like 3 heroes and nobody dies. Actually, I think they lost. They might have lost the support or something, but
support expendable.
Yeah, nothing of value lost really. But yeah, I mean that's the turning point. You said it. We're going to talk about it in post-game analysis. The moment when it all fell apart, and that was really it. Like the whole game turns on its axis, and it's just a straight up for 1 win from there onward.
Yeah, really good showcasing of Omni Knight, why he's been considered quite strong. His laning stage is not nearly as good as other popular position 5s right now, but it's because Repel, we're back to old Repel days. Like being given a free BKB is conceptually busted, and that's exactly what happened here, right? Puck's like, okay, I got coil, I can do this. Like, oh, can't do things, that's cool, but I don't know. It's still not just the Omni Knight. It is the team as a whole. Like Chira Jr. making some great plays. The Ags, great choice. No one had a way to deal with it at that late game. So that AoE, just jump in, AoE silence. No one can deal with it. Everyone's just running, jump in, second AoE silence. Because you get 2 charges, and in that time you win the fight. Mirana landed some good arrows, even without a lot of setup. Pretty impressive. Sweden strong, good Mirana player, and then the Pango as well. Kind of sacked in the lane, right? That was a tough spot for him. Yeah. But he knows his job. It's like, we're just dragging the game out. I build the auras, and we win these early fights. We don't get rolled. Exactly. So that's why Pango's so good right now, right? Even without any item, no specific item needed to become the team fighter that is what Rolling Thunder gives you. So then you get to choose whatever. Oh, Pipe is good this game, Pipe first. Oh, I need a Greaves first. Oh, Crimson Guard's good, Crimson Guard first. And then I got that. Okay, I'll go back for the others, right? I'll eventually get all 3 in most cases, or at least 2 of them. And it's just so consistent for what is good in this meta.
And I want to give some respect to Respect himself, the Omni Knight, because there's a lot to be said about Omni Knight's positioning, because Repel is a long cooldown. And every single time a fight was breaking out or he thought someone was getting ganked, he's TPing like instantly to the lane and is like, oh, I'm here, I'm going to save you, don't worry about it. Like there was so much shut down because of the fact that Respect was quick to respond and was always in the right position. And then his net worth suffers, right? Like he's basically, he's by far the lowest net worth the whole game. but he's making it so that his team's enabled to do whatever they want. And it's not like maybe the flashiest, like most exciting gameplay, but he is a huge reason that his Morphling has 0 deaths, that Shira Jr. only has like 1. So yeah, really well done. I mean, they have 2 deaths across all 3 of their cores. So yeah, it's really, really good stuff from OneWin. Very well deserved. Not like unexpected to see them in the grand finals here already for this event. I am curious to see who's going to join them, though, and we will find that out tomorrow, as it will be Mouse taking on DMS in the lower bracket, and then the winner of that will be playing up against Avalis. And then, once we have those results, you and I will be here back the following day for the grand finals, which should be a lot of fun.
I think so. I think OneWin showed in today's series, right? Whoever meets them again in that grand finals, you're going to have to step it up. Draft-wise, OneWin is looking very clean. Execution, they're looking very clean. Avalis, if they too come back, I liked their second draft a lot more. I learned a little bit about that conflict between Batrider and Beastmaster. I think that's the main oversight that I hadn't thought about, but it's like, wait, both of them want the Ancient stacks. Who's going to get it? You're either delaying your Blink timing or delaying your Axe time. Like, that's not a feels good unless you're crushing the lane. So maybe a change there, but otherwise, I like that a lot better compared to some of their other drafts where especially the support duo and what they take for first pick, it feels a little off. I think if you make those kind of blunders versus OneWin with their flexibility, like this easily could have been a support Morphling with tons of impact, right? And that's what OneWin gave themselves. You have to find your flex pick and your power openers, and OneWin's on top of it. And I think these other teams are still trying to figure out that identity of their own team. But tomorrow and the day after, like, you don't have a lot of time left before you're gonna have to face OneWin. So you got to quickly come up with some good ideas.
100% agree. And with that, we are going to bring today to a close. We want to say thank you all so much for tuning in. My name's Cryptic. Been here with Z Quixotics. We'll be back here tomorrow with more Dota action on CCT Series 3. As always, have a wonderful evening. We'll see you then.
Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's middle barracks down. Scanning. Dire's top tower is under attack.